By the way, this is part 2, so make sure to watch part 1 first. You can find it over here. Otherwise, let's get into part number 2. So the first thing I want to start off in this chapter about formulas is Notion Formulas is currently Notion Formulas 2.0. There was also a 1.0 version, and Notion formulas are based on JavaScript. And let's go in the interface section here on the left. Now on the right, I just created headings, so we have like the right special to special, regex to this, if to if, so it is not asynchronous. So let's click in here, click on formulas, and let's take a look at this formula. This is a formula property that you can add. This is something I skipped previously. And a formula property is a property that works with other properties. You can see I wrote a simple code in here that checks if a task is overdue and only writes overdue if a task is not done. This is what you can see here. I will just go over this. Don't worry, I will explain everything in depth in this chapter. So after you watch this chapter and you want to revisit this for fun, you will think this is just a piece of cake. So I say if the date is smaller than today, today is May 7th. So this is true if it's smaller than today and the status is not done, then say overdue, which is the case. Otherwise, because this task is done, yes, it's overdue, but it's done, then just show nothing. So first, before we really go into the formula interface that you just saw, let me open another slide and actually tell you the difference to something like Excel or Google Sheets. So at the top, we have a spreadsheet. Now, of course, I only added 2 rows. And we have a database. Now, in a spreadsheet like Excel, you can say calculate this cell with this cell and give me the result in this cell. This is possible in a spreadsheet, but a database works differently than a spreadsheet. In a database, we can only make calculations in a row. So I can say, use this property and add it with this property and give me the result in the formula. I can't add this number from this property in the second row with this one and calculate it here. At least not easily. There are complex workarounds that you can definitely build, but they are advanced and then you can achieve it, but it's not as easy like in a spreadsheet where you select this one, and calculate it. You need to do a bit more to add this number, for example, here with this one and display it here. So just remember, let's get rid for now of the thinking that with a very complex workaround, you can achieve that. In a spreadsheet, you can calculate different cells. In a database, you can only do calculations on a row by row level to simplify it. Now, let's get back to Notion. Here in Notion, let's now click on the formula. Now, then click next to the if here. And then the first thing that you can see here, where it says properties, is you can see all the other properties, even other formulas listed out. We can see the number properties, the display property, status, date, name, everything listed out here. Because as I said, a formula works with other properties. So you can then see them here and even select them. Even the automatic properties, and even if you haven't created them yet, show up here like created by, created time. So you can see I didn't add them to the database, but they, if you click here, still show up at the bottom. The only properties, if we would have added them here, that don't work with formulas are the button property that I will show you in the next chapter and the verification property. These properties are not available. But now that we talked about properties here, if you scroll down, there is also way more. So let's talk about this functions section. And here we have all the other functions that we can use all the way down. So from now on, to keep this general, I will call these things functions. Now you can see these functions are grouped More to that grouping in a second. Also, what you just saw, if you hover, for example, on let, you will see this menu on the right changes, and here is also an explanation of how every different function works. So you can see the syntax, for example, here of the let function, which is actually a variable. Now, these functions let us do certain things, and we can use them in two different ways. Now, as an example, let's take the add function. Let me take a look where it is. Here, add. So I can click and then add will show up here. And then if I click here, I can see I need to add two numbers to achieve that this is correct. Let's take number 1 and 2. So here I can select my first property, number 1, right comma, and select my number 2. So now I added number 1 with number 2. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Now this will also, if you write a formula, this will automatically apply to all the different entries at once. You can see we actually don't have numbers, so it just shows 0. Now the other way that what we can do is we can use a dot notation. We can write number 1 and then dot, and the dot then allows us to use a function. So then we can write number 1 dot add, and here we add, where is it? Number 2. So the first method is to add the function and then do the calculation in the parentheses, or we write, for example, for the add function, the first number we want to add, then dot, and then write add, and then in here only write the second number. You will get the exact same result. Now, the second one is definitely what I can only recommend because it's way faster, because now I can just say dot again, add, and in here select number 3. Write dot again, add, and also add number 4. And now, clearly in a row, dot separated, I added all the numbers. Now, if I would do this the other way, I need to write add number 1 and number 2. Then I need to go here, write add, and put the parentheses around what I just created, and then write comma and then number 3. And if I want to add number 4, I need to write add again, remove this, write comma, number 4, and then parentheses. Now with only 4 numbers adding, it is sort of simple, but if you have longer formulas like this long, for example, and you use this method with the parentheses, it can get very complicated. And with the dot notation, it's way simpler. So I would definitely recommend to use the dot notation method. On top, the first one is easier when I write this number 1 dot add number 2 dot add number 3 dot add number 4. It's easily readable from the left side to the right side. So everything works from the left to the right. And if you want to understand what happens, you just read from the left to the right. But more to that in a second. This was just a little sneak peek. Now let me actually talk a bit about this code window. The agent section at the top, I will not talk about this now. This is part of the AI chapter. But generally speaking, in this window for the formulas, all the magic happens in here. And here, the first thing is, like, if you remember, in the layout section, we can change what entry to use. Maybe we have task 2 selected, but actually here we don't have any data. Then we don't have to close this and open this with page 1. We can just say switch to page 1, and then it will work with the first page. The debug mode I will show you in a second, because before I do that, I need to talk with you about data types. Now, the last thing, this window is also something I showed you. This explains what you can do with functions, or what you can do with properties. before I talk with you about how to add them the different ways, here you can also see a little sneak peek of what the output of the formula looks before you click out, and it will finally get displayed. And the last thing is how to add them. You can scroll and then click on them, or you can write and then press enter, for example. And now that's basically the window. The last thing that you can do is you can discard all changes. Then you are back to where you started. And this is, besides that, I will show you that in a second, everything about the window here. Now that we talked about this, let's actually take a look at another slide where I will explain you data types. So in Notion, we have 5 different data types. We have the data type number. An example would be 1, 2, 3. We have a string. This would be hello space 1. So we can write text, signs, and numbers. Then we have Boolean, which is a checkbox. Then we have dates, for example, here, this example date. And then we have an array. So this might be overwhelming at the point, and you might ask, why is this the same? You could also write the date in here, but there are some general things to keep in mind, and I want to show you this. For now, I just want you to understand there are 5 data types, and these are the data types, and these are examples. Now that you know that, let's go back to Notion. Open the window again here, and here we have the properties. And it doesn't matter what I assign. Let's say, for example, I have this number property here, and I give it this stopwatch icon. So now I changed it, but it doesn't matter. In here in the properties on the left, I will see of what type a property is regardless of the icon. Now, formulas is an exception because formula is not really a data type, but here you can see this is a number. Status is always an array. I will talk about this later. Then we have the date, which is a date data type. We have the name, which is text. So here in the code window, regardless of what icon you assigned for a property, for example, for number 1, I assigned this stopwatch icon, you can see of what data type a property is. For example, here I can see number 4 is of the data type number. This is just something to keep in mind. And here I now want to talk about debug mode. So let's actually add number 4. And you can see here it says 1. And here on the right side, you can see the type. So it says number, which is actually the case. And if I toggle on debug mode, you can even see this on the left side, which will later become relevant for arrays. So this is the debug mode that will also show you the type on the left, or you can always see it on the right, which can become handy if you have a long formula and you don't know at what point what data type you are working with. So now that we also talked about this, let me talk about these different groupings. Now the first one is built-ins, and here you just found the Boolean functions, true and false, so checked or unchecked, and you also have the negation, which is not, so the opposite. And all the other ones besides the general, because if the if statement is a general thing, because if is a general thing, let, for example, is a general thing. Besides this general section, we have sections for different data types. For example, here text or number. And in here, for example, in number, are functions that only work with the data type number. So in add, you can only use numbers. You can't put text in here. How should you add text? That's not possible. In here, you can only use numbers, as we just did. Now let's talk about the different data types more in depth. Now the first data type, as I just said, is number. And numbers always show up on the right side. Also, if you have a formula where the result is type number, the number will show up on the right side. So you can easily see this is a number type. this will become relevant in a second. Because on the other hand, little sneak peek, strings show up on the left and a number can also be a string. I will show you this, don't worry. So as of now, the data type number shows up on the right. Now let me actually do this now. So this is a type of number, so it will show up on the right. But I can also do a thing. You don't have to understand this now. I will go over this function later. You can do format. And now the type is string, or as it says in Notion, text. And now the number one is actually not a number data type anymore. It's text. So this means that even though it is just a number, because the data type is text, it will show up on the left side. So now let's get back the normal number and we have the number data type again. And this is important to understand because even though it is just the number 1, if it is a number, it will get treated with a number data type. If it is a text data type, it will get handled as a text. So on the first one, you can do mathematical calculations because it's a number. On the second one, even though it's just the number 1, but it is a text data type, you can't do calculations. It will fail. So what you can also do, and this is before I close off with the number data type, in here in the code window, you can also just write random numbers and they will display here. You don't need to add anything else because in strings/text you need to do something. So just take away from this, numbers show up on the right and you can do mathematical calculations with them. On the other hand, we have the string/text. So I maybe use the word string because I'm used to it, but I will also use text maybe if I have it in the script. So just understand when I say text and string, I mean the same thing. So as I just said, text, if I do this kind of thing, will show up on the left. Also here, text will show up on the left because also here, the type that I get is text. And in the text property, compared to number, I can also add letters and symbols. So I can add something like overdue, question mark, number 1, just as an example. And in here, as I just said, numbers, if they are single numbers, or for example, the number 100, if it is a text type, it is not a number anymore, it's a text, even though the text contains just numbers. I actually see I have a dedicated sections for data types. I just did it in the interface. So now let's move on to data types here. And you can see again here, I have a number. So this is a number property, which has a number. This is a text/string. So even though I only write 100 in here, it is a text. And what I can do with text is I can use it in here and I can write 100 euros per person. And now it says 100 euros per person. Now important is for text/strings, you can't just write it as text in here. You will get error messages. You need to put it into these, I just don't know the name at the moment, but you need to add these 2 symbols around it for it to work. So just remember, text/string shows up on the left side. You need to add these 2 symbols around the text that you write or that you add, and you can't do mathematical calculations. I for example can't say where is it? Number dot add and then add text in here because it's 100. Then you will get a error method because the type text does not satisfy the function add. The next data type I want to talk with you about, which is our third one, is the checkbox/boolean. And boolean is represented in Notion with a checkbox, and it can have 2 states, either 1 or 0. So true or false, checked or unchecked. I can show you this. Checked, unchecked, checked, unchecked. Nothing in between or elsewise. And also, now let me show you that true is actually checked and false unchecked. If I write true in here, you will see we will get a checked checkbox of the type checkbox, which is Boolean. So also when I talk about Boolean and checkbox, I mean the same. So now we get true, and I can also write the opposite. I can write false, and we get unchecked. So just keep that in mind. This also means now I will add a bit more advanced formula. You don't have to understand this, but if a result is true or false, then you will also get a checkbox. So in this, I say the text length is bigger than 3, which is not the case. We have 1, 2, 3. So it is 3. Now you will also get this unchecked checkbox because it's not true. If I then say smaller than 3, I also get unchecked. But if I say the text length is 3, it's true, so I get the checked checkbox. Also something to keep at the back of your head. Now, one last thing that you just saw in regard to Boolean/checkbox, because before I move on, is you can also write this as plain text. You don't need to add these quotes around the text because this is not a string data type. So remember, Boolean/checkbox are in Notion represented with a checkbox, and they can have two different states, true or false, checked or unchecked. The date data type in Notion are the date properties, like this one, where you can select a date. I could, yes, here write something like March 7, 2026, and it will say the exact same, but this is the type text. And now let me comparison at the date, and this will say type date. So even though they have the same text displayed, they are different data types and they will be treated differently. And we will also see this later in the functions. For the data type date, there are different functions like for the data type string. So just keep in mind, for now, there is a dedicated date data type that is not a normal string. The next data type is person, and this is actually our fourth data type. The last one will then be the most complicated, which is array. Now, the person property are all the different people. You, other workspace members, guests, and that in two specific properties. And this data type shows up with this avatar at the front that has the first letter and then the full name that you set in your settings. And I can also show you that in the formula here. If I select created by, you will see it will also show you this in this way. Also here, you can see, first of all, the type is person here. This is different to just writing the name, for example, as a string. This will just give you the name as a string, but not as a person data type. So this person data type is pretty unique, and it will show you this avatar and then the full name. And the person properties are only the created by property and the last edited by property, because they only contain one person, and that is important. Created by is only one person. There can never be multiple people, and last edited by is also only one person. So this is a person property. The owner, even though there is currently only one person in it, is not a person property. Now let me show you this. If I add the owner here, it says list of people, not people. Just as a little sneak peek, that is relevant for the next and the last data types. The only properties that hold the data type person are created by and last edited by. So here again, just keep that a person data type is different to a normal string. Actually, for arrays, I prepared another slide because arrays are a bit more complicated than all the other four data types. So here for arrays, I use something visually. You see this or you don't see it. What this should represent is a chest of drawers. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4 different drawers. So a chest of drawers with 4 different drawers. In Notion, just to also make this straight, in Notion, arrays are called lists. So when I talk about arrays and lists, I mean the exact same thing. I mean the data type. So think of an array like a chest of drawers for all the other 4 data types. So we told about the number data type, the string/text data type, the date data type, and the person data type. Now, in a normal number property, like you just saw, I can add one number. For example, in the number property, I can add the number 1, and then I can switch it to, for example, the number 2, but I can't add 2 values, for example, in that number property. That is not possible. Now, imagine I can do that. And in every drawer, I can put one number into it. So this array is now an array of numbers / list of numbers. This is what you just previously quickly saw with list of people. Now this is an array of numbers. Now a second example with the text data type. In a text data type, I can only write one text and I can't add multiple text variations in one text property. That is also not possible. Now I could also build an array of text, array of a string, and put a different text like ABC in here, DEF in here, GHI in here, and so on. So I could create an array of text. Now what is important is you can't mix data types in an array. You either have an array of numbers, an array of text, an array of dates, an array of people, or everything with list instead of array, just for a naming convention, but you can't put a number here, a text here, a number here, a text here, or number here, text here, date here, person here. You can only fill the drawers of the same data type. Now another example for an array. We already worked with an array. You worked with an array. An array is also the relation property, because in a normal task database, I have the first entry, the second entry, and the third entry, for example, and I name the first one task 1, the second one task 2, the second one task 3. But in that relation, if I relate all the 3 tasks to one project, in the task relation in the project, I can see all 3 tasks. So there I have an array of the pages. So I have all the tasks that are related to that project visible in that relation property. One thing to also know is an array is also structured. You can see this. Every single drawer has a unique ascending number. Now, the first one, and this is different from programming language in JavaScript, or in this case, because Notion Formulas is based on this, in Notion Formulas, an array, the first drawer of that array always gets the number 0, not the number 1. This is really important to understand. So we count 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Because later there are functions for an array. I could, for example, with a function only get what is in this second drawer with the number 1, or I can sort it in a different way, or only get these 2 numbers out of these 2 drawers. Everything possible. Now that I talked with you about this a bit, and I hope that was understandable, let's switch over to Notion. And here in Notion, you can actually see this. We have a relation and we have another tasks database where we can see here we have the name for the first entry, the name for the second entry. And if we go over here to database formulas, we can see both show up here. So this is already an array. If I call this in here, the relation, you can see this is a list of blocks because both pages show up here. You can also in here, like as I can add numbers in here, or normal text in here, or I can write true and so on. I could also create an array from scratch. Now for the text property, you need to put the text into quotes. For an array, you need to put everything into square brackets. And then I could create my own array. Important is that if you create an array, you separate the entries of that. So you separate think of the draws with commas. So this is number 1. This is my first draw. Then comma. Then I have my second draw with the number 1. I can write 2 in here. And I could, for example, recreate the first one, the example that you just saw. And this is the chest of draw. This is the first draw, comma separated, the second draw with the number 1, the third one with the number 2. So you can basically create your own arrays. And as you can see here, it says list of numbers. Now for list and arrays, the debug mode is even better, because here you can see also the square brackets, and you can see we have a list with 3 entries, and first one is number, second one is number, and the third one, no, it's the other way around, but you get what I want to say. So debug mode is even more powerful for arrays. One thing to say, and this is where I want to come back to the person property, is a person property, even if you limit it to 1, still remains a list of people, so an array of people, because I could do things like this, and if I call this, you can see it's a list of people, because if I turn on debug mode, you see square bracket, first draw, comma, second draw. So this is a list of people, even though only one entry might be into this, as you can see here. Then it's an array with only one entry, only one draw. The same applies to the multi-select property. If I add this here and I select, where is it, multi-select, you can see list of text, because this is text in here. You can see this, we have an array, first draw, first entry, option 1 as a text, option 2 as a text, and 2 draws, if you want so, in total. And it's because of text, because these normal select options are basic text. You can see this if I add the select here. Select is just a normal text. So just keep this in mind. This is a list of people in array. This is a list of blocks. This is an array. This is an array. This is not an array. So an array is like a chest of drawers. You can't mix data types in an array. Arrays are structured and they start with 0. In Notion, an array is created out of square brackets and the values in that array are separated with a comma. Now let's talk about something I previously showed you in a sneak peek, where I turned a number with the .format function into text, because what we can do is we can convert data types. First, I want to start with text/strings. And the first thing that we can do is we can turn a text into a number. Of course, this is only possible if the text only contains numbers. To do that, I want to grab my text property. You can see the type is text. And then I have the function for that called toNumber. So I call it by .toNumber, and it's under the number group. So if I do this, I convert this number that is a text to a real number data type. So now you can see the 100 is no longer text, it is a number. The other thing that is possible, I can turn a text into a date. For that, I actually want to write text manually in here, because this is also possible. I could also write text manually and then on that text call a function. For that, I want to write 2026-03-07 quote. And with that, I wrote a date, but now it's currently a string/text. And important is, if you want to convert a string into a date, you need to write it into this exact same way. You need to write the date, then a minus, then the month, a minus, and then the day. and also with 0 in front of it. And then there is the function called parseDate. And if you call that dot parseDate, we get a real date. Now it says March 7th, 2026, and the type is date. What we can also do is we can turn a text into Boolean. And this is sort of true, but you will see what I mean. I can write text that says true. Now this is not a Boolean true, this is text true. And then I could write dot test and then true. And what test is doing is it tests if the string matches what I write in the parentheses for the test. So we could turn this text into Boolean. It's sort of possible, but I hope you understand what I mean. For the person data type, it's not possible. I can't turn text into a person data type. That is not possible. For an array, that is easily possible. Let's just use the text property, and then we can say text, and then I just add square brackets around this. And now I created a list of text with one draw that is the text property. And that's basically it for converting data types from text into something different. Now let's look at this from a number perspective. Now, of course, what you already saw is I could go from a number to a text. Let's say, for example, I write dot format and then I change the number into a text. So now this is no longer a number, it's a text. For number to date, yes, it is possible, but it's more than one step and it's not that easy. So I prepared a number property in a way that you see 2025 is the year, 01 is the month, and 19 is the days, like I did it with the text. But then I need to add a bit more complicated formula. Let's copy this over. And what you can see is this is what the formula looks like. So it's not that easy, and I use more than one function, but it is possible. So you can now take a look at this and see, yes, it is possible, but it's more complicated. Number to Boolean is also possible. For this, we just use the not function. Just write not, select this here, and then if we write not and then the number 1, we get an empty checkbox because 1 is true and 0 is false. If we make this the other way around with not, we say not true, which is false, and false is the unchecked checkbox. Same with not 0. If we do this, we get the checked. For the person data type, once again, we can't convert a number into a person data type, but we can turn a number into an array. For this, again, we just use the number and then we just add square brackets around it. And that's basically it from the number perspective. Now let's talk about Boolean. And what you just do is let's just write false, which is a Boolean value, and then just write dot format. And if you do this, we now have false as a result, but it's no longer Boolean, it's text. Same is for number. Remember, we have 0 and 1. If I write false dot to number, we get 0. If I would change this to true, we get 1. So this is also possible. The next two things are not possible. We can't change a Boolean value into a date or a person. That is simply not possible. For converting this into an array, same procedure. It's also possible. We just, again, need to add square brackets around this, and we have a list of Boolean / a list of checkboxes. And a really cool use case, to be honest, is if you want to build a streak for a habit tracker, you can build a very long list of checkboxes and then from the back count the checkboxes that are checked until you find one that is unchecked. And this way you can then calculate streaks in a habit tracker. Just a cool use case where you could use this list of checkboxes. But now I want to just show you how to convert a Boolean data type into an array. Now let's get to date. If we have a date like this one and we want to turn this into text, again, just use dot format, and now it's no longer a date, it's a text. For date to number, this is also possible, but it is not possible with calling only one function. Now let me show you the formula, but it's a bit more than just calling a simple function. It looks like this. We first use the format date function, which I will later show you. I later show you like every single function you can find here in detail with an example and maybe even slides. For now, just understand this is the formula and this is the way that you would do this. For person property, again, it doesn't make sense. It's not possible. You can't convert a date to a person. For an array, you could also do this. If we get our date property, now you can say it, just add square brackets around it, and we have a list of dates, an array of dates. Before we move on to array, we also have another data type, which is person. For person, let's use created by here. And then to convert this into normal text, we have two options. We can use dot format, and then we have type text, and we only see the name, or we use dot name, and this will give you the name of the person, which is also just my name. Person to number is not possible. As well, it's not possible the other way around to convert a person into a date. Last but not least, what you can do is you can also from here with square brackets create an array, a list of people, and this is exactly what we have with the normal people property. So that I just teased it, now let's move on to array. Now first we want to talk about array to text. For this, let's select our multi-select property, and here you also just use dot format. So before that we had an array and we had two draws, and the first one was the text option 1 and in the second option 2. Now if we turn this into text, we create a text that is the first draws entry, comma, and then the second draws entry, but just as text. So it would be like this here, option 1, comma, option 2. This is just plain text, but this is also possible. For all the other data types, it's only possible to convert them into that data type from an array if the array only contains one entry. And we also need to use other functions I haven't covered yet. Or we need to do it in more than one step, like for example, this here where I use more than one function, first the dot format and then the dot number. But now that's it for converting data types. Let's talk about operators, and I will group the operators into different groups. The first one are the arithmetic operators. And here we have 5 operators that only work with the number property, except one that also works with text. And then on top of these 5, we also have 3 for the date property. The first one, and let's go in here into operators formula. By the way, when we only have these things on the left side and nothing on the right side, I will instantly do it here so you can then follow along. So the first operator that we have is either the plus, or we also have a corresponding function, which is the add function. And this operator allows you to add numbers. I could say, for example, number 1 plus number 2, and this equals 16. Or what I could do, I could write number 1 dot add number 2. So this is basically the same. Now following to this, I will give you also the other operators, like for example, minus is the next one. And then you can do it manually with the symbol, or using the function. So then let's get to minus. So what I could also do, and this is the second operator, is I can say number 1 and then minus number 2. That equals 8. So minus is our next operator. And for that, we also have a corresponding function, which is subtract. Now that we have plus and minus, there is also multiply and divide. Now, multiply is just this, I think it's called asterisk. So you write, for example, number 1 here, then this symbol, and then number 2, and that equals 48. Or you use this multiply function that is also doing the same thing. Now that we talked about divide, we could also divide it. So we can say number 1, and then for divide, you use this slash, and we then say number 2, and that equals 3. Of course, there's also a divide function. Let me show you this. For this, you just write divide, and then you can use the divide function for this. Now, the last thing before I show you the operator that also works with text and then the date operators for this group, I will show you modulo. And modulo is probably something that most of you never heard of. You maybe heard it in school, which is the rest. So the first thing is we always have a sign. For plus, it's plus, for minus, minus, and so on. For modulo, it's the percent symbol. And there is also a function, and the function is called mod. And what the thing with modular is, I will talk about this a bit more to make this clear. I think plus, minus, and so on is self-explanatory. But mod is, let's say on one hand, we can say we want to divide something. For example, 12 divided by 4, and this is 3. So we get 3 as the result. As I said, modulo is the rest. Currently, we have no rest. So 12 modulo 4 is 0. And this is also what you will get. Let's say 12 modulo 4, this is 0. Now, if I do this with another number, let me change this to 13 really quick. Now, we could multiply. So if we divide this, we get 3, because 3 times 4 is 12. And then we have one rest that is just over. So if we now say number 1 modulo number 2, we get 1. So with divide, we get the full number that is possible to multiply with this other number to get the first bigger number. With modulo, you get the rest. So in this example, if I say 13 divided by 4, I get 3 if I only work with full numbers. And if I then say 13 modulo 4, I get 1 because this is the rest. I hope that was understandable. Now, the one operator that works for text is plus. And here we can't use the function. The function is really only for the number data type. But here we can use the plus. And then we could say, for example, on. And now we get Leon. We can also do this with the text here. We can say text1 plus text2, and here we have LE and then ON, and we get Leon as the result. So plus for text is not adding letters. I clearly have no idea how you would add L plus O in a mathematical way, maybe with a code or whatever. But for text, what this does is you just create one string out of these two, which equals Leon in this case. Now that we talked about this, let me actually show you the 3 operators in the arithmetic group that work for date. And the first one is we can also do addition with date. So we can say date add, which is the first function. And here you can see what we do is we add to a specific date a number of, and here you can choose what days, weeks, month, years. So let's say we want to add 2 days to the first date. Then we say date add. Then the first thing we need to select in here is a date, which is date 1. Then we need to select a number, in this case 2. And then we need to specify as a string what we want to use. Days, weeks, month, years. We want to use days. So use quotes, write days. Now you can see we have March 9th, which is exactly 2 days. Now the same thing is also possible for subtract. Now here, one thing you can do is you don't have to write this from start. You can just remove this add and add subtract. And now it will instantly apply and you get March 5th, which is also correct. Now the last thing that you can do is you can calculate the difference between 2 dates. For example, here, with a blink of an eye, you can see that the difference is 1 day. Now let's use the date between function to see if this is really correct. So we could say date between, and then we need to first select the bigger date, then the smaller date, and then we want to see the result. And here we need to specify in what? In days, in weeks, and so on. So we select the bigger date first, very important. Then the second date, the smaller date, and then as a string, you just write in this case days, and we get 1 day. So this is correct, and that's basically it for the arithmetic operators. Now let's get to the comparison operators. An example for a comparison operator where we compare two things is bigger than. And these operators work for text, number, date, and Boolean. The output that you will get is always a checkbox. So let me start off with text. We could write Leon is bigger than Leon. And here we get a checked checkbox, because if you use a comparing operator, in this case bigger than, on the text data type, it will go for every letter from the left to the right side in an alphabetical way. L and L is the same. E and E is the same. O and O is the same. N and M is not the same. And if you go in the alphabet, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Y, J, K, L, M, N. So M comes before N. So N is bigger than M. So this is bigger and it's decided by the last letter. So this is correct. If you do that for a number, let's say for example 1, 2, 3, it's bigger than 1, 2, you just compare if the number on the left side is bigger than on the right, and this is the case, so we get a checked checkbox. For dates, we compare this on a timeline. So we look in the future and we look in the past from now on, and things that are more in the future are bigger than things that are more in the past. So both of these dates are actually in the past because currently we have May, but still this is bigger than this. So we can say, now let's do the opposite, is date 1 bigger than date 2? And now we get an unchecked checkbox because this date is not bigger than this date. Now here it shows actually checked because this was from the last calculation we did. Now it will show unchecked because this is what we get. So in total for the comparison operators, we have 6. We have bigger than, which checks if something on the left side is bigger than something on the right side, as we just did. We also have smaller than. In this case, we check if something on the left side is smaller than on the right side. Like for example, number 2, is it smaller than number 1? Which is the case, so now we get true. The next operator that we have is we also have a bigger than. So now we don't check if something is bigger than something, we check if something is bigger or equal. So if I would just normally write is 8 bigger than 8, we would get an unchecked checkbox. If 9 is bigger than 9, we would get an unchecked checkbox. But if we say is 9 bigger or equal to 9, because they are equal, we get a checked checkbox. Of course, this is also possible the other way around, and this is the fourth one. We have also smaller or equal to, and here, because it's still equal, we also have a checked checkbox. Now that we have everything for bigger than, smaller than, bigger or smaller or equal, we also have if something is equal. We could check, for example, if 9 is equal to 9. But here, if you write this, you will always get an error method. And this is because if you want to compare if something is just equal, you need to write two equal signs. So now we check, is 9 equal to 9, which is the case. We can also check, is 10 equal to 9, and this is not the case. So in this one, they need to be exactly the same. Now, the opposite to equal is actually our last operator for this group, and this is not equal. And not equal is represented by writing an exclamation mark and then the equal sign. So now we check, is 9 unequal to 9, which is not the case because they are equal. Now I could check it with a bigger number. Is 10 unequal to 9, which is the case? Or is 1 unequal to 9, which is also the case? So with these type of operators, we compare things to one another. Now let's move on to the last group, which are the logical operators. And they allow us to chain things together, like for example, two different comparisons. For these operators, we also always get a checkbox as the result. So the first one is AND, which means that we have two arguments, one on the left side and one of the right side. And in order to get a checkbox that is checked, so true, both things need to be true. So if I, for example, let me give you an example, I write 2 bigger than 1 and 1 bigger than 0, both is true, so I get a checked checkbox. Now, if I only change one, like for example, I say 2 is smaller than 1, this is not true, this is true, but because I say AND, we get an unchecked checkbox. Here we also have a function, which is the AND function. Important is that if you just write something like 2 is 2 bigger than 1, you need to put this into parentheses and then use a dot. Because if you just write something normal like this one, you need to put it into parentheses before you call another function. And here, same thing. We check, is 2 bigger than 1 and 1 bigger than 0, which is the case. Now, the second operator in this group that we have is OR. And here we can again change this because we also have an OR function. And here we check, is this or that? So not both arguments need to be true in order to get a checked checkbox. It's like with the filters that we previously talked about. So here, let's say I changed the first one again, and we still have the checked checkbox because one argument is still true. Now, we also get, of course, true if both are correct. But we could also write this manually, like for example, is 1 bigger than 0, or, and here you can still keep this into parentheses or also put this into parentheses. In Notion formulas, it doesn't matter. So now we can see the same thing. Now the last operator for this group is not, and not just flips the result. So when we write, for example, and you can here either write not, or you can use a function, in this case, the not function. And now let's use that. I can say not, and then in parentheses, write 1 bigger than 0. Now, 1 is bigger than 0, so we would get a checked checkbox. But now, because I say not, I invert it, so I get an unchecked checkbox. And now, here you can see in a second that the dot notation is way better, because I could write 1 bigger than 0, parentheses closed, dot, and 2 bigger than 1. And then I could just say, to invert this, dot not. And now we have an unchecked checkbox. If I do this the other way, I would need to write not, then in here another parentheses, 2 bigger than 1, close this off, and parentheses open, 1 bigger than 0, parentheses closed. And I think the other way is way better, where you just read from the left to the right. Of course, this is still very easy to read, but if you have a longer formula, I can definitely guarantee you that the other method is better. So just get used to the other method primarily. But now that's it for the operators. Now let's start with our first sort of function. I show you this quote because if and ifs are actually statements, but in Notion they are here listed as functions. Now, in order to show you this best, I will open another slide. So here you can see if and ifs. Now, don't look at this at first, only look at this. Now, if, as it says, is if this, then that, else. So we have, for if, we have the function if that we can write. We just write if and then parentheses open and closed, and then in there we have a condition that gets checked. A condition can then either be true or false. For example, I could say if 1 bigger than 0, then 1 bigger than 0 is our condition, and this can either be true or false. And here I can write things to put out. Let's say if I want to write 1 bigger than 0, I want to write out the string hi. And let's say if this is false, I want to write the string bye. Now, a very stupid example, but this is just what came to mind. Basically understand that with if, we have a condition that can either be true or false, and then regardless of what the result of the condition is, either it turns out true or false, we can put out one of these things. Now, in a second in Notion, I will also give you a practical example. The other thing is ifs, and ifs allows us to create multiple cases. So in this one, we check, is case 1 true? And here in the condition, we can also work with properties, but more to that in a second. Now let me briefly explain you this. So we have case 1, and here we check if case 1 applies. Here we also have a condition. And if this is the case, then we will get what is written here in this true part. So we can see this gets executed if case 1 is true. Now let's say here we want to write hi 1, then if case 1 applies, we would get hi 1. If case 1 is not true, then we will move on downwards to the next case. Then we check, is case 2 true? If yes, we would get what is in here. Like, for example, let's say here I have the string hi 2, and we could do this even longer. Here I limited it to 2 cases, but you can create 3, 4, 5, 50, 100, whatever. And also besides this, like with if, we have a false case. Like if this one isn't true, if this one isn't true, we just get what is in here. Like for example, here also bye. I hope that was understandable for like the first explanation. Now let's get into Notion and let me actually show you some things. So here in Notion, let's go in the materials to if and ifs. I will first show you what we want to build, and then we will rebuild it. Later, we will also build let and let's here. More to that in a second. So what we want to build here is, here you can see we have a formula where we have if. And what we do here is we check if, and here one thing I will also show you in a second. We have an empty function. Now I will explain you this now so you understand the concept, because this is an example I think that is really cool. Empty checks if a property isn't filled out. So we say if this is empty, and what empty returns is either a checked checkbox or an unchecked checkbox. So if the formula checks if this is empty, now currently we would get a checked checkbox because this isn't filled out. Now if we write something in here, we would get an unchecked checkbox because there is something in here. So what we do is we check, in this case for the email, we check if the email is empty, then just write true, which is the checked checkbox, otherwise false, which is an unchecked checkbox. Now here we check, is this empty? Then it would return a checked checkbox, but no, this is not true, so we get an unchecked checkbox. Here on the other hand, we check, is this field empty? Yes, so we get the first option here, the true one, so we get true. And this is basically everything you need to know for if. Now, before we move on to ifs, let's actually build that on the right side. So go in here, and in here. And now just write if, and now we can select if. Then what I like to do to keep it clean is go in here, press this key. I will now put you an image of this. I actually don't know the name at the moment. The key to turn a letter from lowercase to uppercase. And also when you hold this, press enter. So by doing this, we move on to the next line and the closed parentheses moves down here. And here we could then call the function empty. And in here, we need to now put a property that we want to check. In this case, we want to check if the email property is empty. Once you wrote the condition, you need to add a comma after this, and then again press the 2 keys to move in the next line. And now we need to write our argument if this turns out true. And in this case, we want to just write the Boolean value true, again, comma after this. And now we have the false part, and here we just want to write false. After this, because no argument follows after this, like here on this follows, we don't need a comma after this. So never add a comma if a parenthesis follows. So now we can see we did a good job and you created your first if statement. Now let's move on to the left side and let's look at ifs. Now we can go in here and we can see we have 3 different cases here. Case 1, case 2, case 3, and our false part at the end. And the first case that we check, because in ifs we check from top to bottom, more to that in a second, we check is the email property empty and is the phone property empty. If this is the case for an entry, then just write nothing provided. If we have, for example, an email or a phone number, we will move on. And then we check is only the phone number empty. Now, if this is the case, like for example here, then we will stop and just write no phone, like you can see here. If we have a phone number, then we take a look in the next case. We check is the email empty. If yes, we write no email. And then we have the false part, which is if everything is filled out, so email and phone. I will show you that in a second. We would get everything provided, because here, this is the true part that we just saw here for the first case, the true part for the second case, and the true part for the third case. Now in the parts, we can also write text. We don't have to write true. We can also write text. So here you can see we have the second case, no phone number, then we write no phone. Here we have no email, so we get no email. Here we have nothing provided. Now if I add another entry, let's copy this over, also this number. Here we get everything provided. So now let's move on to the right side and let's rebuild this. So go in here and just write ifs. In here, then again, move to the next line, and then we write empty email, enter. Then we go after this, and again, empty phone. Now again, remember to put a comma after this, go in the next line, and then in quotes, because we write a string, write nothing provided, because we have no email and no phone. So now we write nothing provided. Again, here, add a comma, and then write empty again, and then we want to check for the phone, if only the phone is empty. Then after this, press comma again and write in quotes, no phone. After this, again, comma, because we have another case, and here write empty, and here in their email. After this, now again, one comma, next line, and write in quotes, no email. Now we need one last comma, because now we have the false part. If no case is the case, if we get everything, add quotes and write everything provided. So now we are done, and we successfully created our first ifs. Now, important to say for ifs is it will go from the top to the bottom. And if it finds a case that fits, it will instantly stop. It will not go all the way down and then look for the case that is best. Now, let's actually take Ben here, where we have nothing. And let's copy the second case with Command X back and place it above here. And here we now check, is the phone number empty? If yes, write no phone. Second, check if email and phone is empty. But because ifs checks, is the phone number empty, and sees yes, the phone number here is empty, it will stop. Even though the email is also empty, which is in the second case. It will just look, okay, phone number empty, stop, write no phone. So really think about the order that you want to create if you add ifs and create multiple cases. So just as a TLDR, if is if you have a condition and this is true or false, and ifs is used if you have multiple cases to check. But you can always use ifs if you want. If I now add an S, even though I have only one condition, this is also okay. But I can't do it the other way around. I can't add if here. I would now get an error. And that's basically it for if and ifs. Now let's move on to let and lets. And for this, I also prepared a slide. Here now, this might look intimidating, but don't worry, it's actually very simple, and I will walk you through this. Now, first, as with ifs, ignore this here on the right side, and let's only focus on let first. So let is for defining variables. And you can see here what we have. This is familiar now. We have if. So we can check if, and here just ignore that it now says variable 1. Just think of property 1, like for example, email property. We first check, is email empty? If this is true, now also ignore this and just look at this. If this is the case, then write no. And if this is not the case, if we have an email, then write everything provided. Now what we can do is we can add a variable that stores the information. So let's say we have the email property. Then we can define a variable with let. And we can say, let's call this variable email. And then we can say this variable stores the property email. And what we can then do with that is we can use that variable instead of the property. So you can see I check if variable 1 is empty instead of property 1, and then I add in the text variable 1. This is very handy because let's say we store the information of property 1 email in here. Now let's say I add a second email property to the database, and now I no longer want this variable to store the information of the first email property. I want to store the information of the second email. Now, if I add the email property in here, I need to change it in the first one here, change this from email 1 if I don't use variables, and this here from email 1 to the second email. But now if I use variables, I only need to change this from email 1 to email 2, and it will apply instantly because I use the variable name here. So this is basically the concept. Now this is very easy. Now here I only mention this 2 times, but let's say you mention it more times, like for example 5 or 6 times, then this comes in handy. The way you do this is you add the function let, and the parentheses need to go around everything else. So let is at the top, and the closing parenthesis is at the bottom of the whole formula. So let is around everything in the formula. Now we also have lets, and lets is the same thing, but we can define more than one variable. Let's say here this is phone, and this stores the phone property, and we have a variable 2, let's call this email, and this stores the email property information. Then here we have ifs, and now you can see this is way more used. So here we use variable 1, here we use variable 1, here and here. So now I would need to change it in 4 different instances. Same for property 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, now this is limited to 2. You can also create 3, 4, 5, even more than that variables. This is up to you. Now I only created 2, but you understand the concept. Variables represent properties. Now let me actually show you that in Notion, and then we will rebuild this. So let's go in here to the left side. And let's go in here. For variables, I will not show let and then that because it's like the same thing as if and ifs. I will instantly show you lets. So you can see we have lets. This is the open parentheses for this function. This is the closed one. And then I say my variable number 1, I call this email. And then I select the email property. Then I name my second variable, phone number, and use the phone property for this. And then in here, I could write if empty email, and here just write the variable name instead of the email property, and here use phone number instead of the phone property. Now let's actually switch email to phone also, and now everything works. I just need to change it on top of here because I use the variables here. Now let's change this back, not email property. So you can see variables come in very handy. So now let's rebuild this. Let's move on to the right side, go in here, and let's open this. Now I already created the ifs here because we already did that. So now go in front of the I, press the 2 keys and do that 1, 2 times, and then here at the top right, let's press them again to get here, and then we need to get rid of this here and add it at the bottom. Now we can really start defining our variables. So the first one that we want to do is we want to write email, and for variables you always write the name of the variable, then a comma, and then the name of the property, also followed by a comma. You do this for every variable. Now, for the first one, we can start to go in here and replace it with the variable. Now, of course, if you start a new formula, you want to start creating variables as the first thing. So you define the variables first, and then you, for example, write an if statement and use the variables there instantly. Now we can also create another one, which is phone. And for this one, we want to use the phone property. And also after this, phone property, also after this, use comma. And then we can replace it here with our variable. And this is basically the whole magic. So just remember, let needs to be at the top, then open parentheses, the closing parentheses of let's as the last thing of the formula, and then variables are defined by writing the name, comma, using the property, and writing comma again. Now, one thing to say is if you use a word or multiple, like for example, phone number, or you write something like number of days, this can get really messy really quick. So at the start of the next word, you want to make the first letter uppercase. So like for example, number and then of, and then days, we also get a big letter D. So we can read this more easily. So always do this if you have a variable with multiple words. Now, one thing to say is if you change the variable name at the top, these other variables will break. So I need to rename them also here. Like for example, number of days. Now it works again. Now let's go back to phone. And also one important thing is if you add let or let's, there needs to be at least one variable defined. Otherwise you will get an error method. So you can't add let's and then start building everything else and say, I just want to add let's and later build the variables. You need to at least define one variable. And here now, as you just saw, again, I can only change the property a variable displays and it will automatically apply here. Like here, change this to phone and I only need to do that. By the way, variables, if you define them, will show up in the window here on the left side, even above properties, just to keep that in mind. But here we want to use the real email property. So a variable, to understand this, is a placeholder for a property here. One last thing before we move on to the other functions in Notion, and I will literally go over everything, is you can also do something like number of seats, just as an example, and then write 10. This is also possible. Now, if you write something and you use the number 10 over and over and over again, you can also define a variable for this. Because later, if you say, now I want to do that with the number 9, you only need to change it at the top here. So you can also not use properties, but also values. And that's basically it. Now let's move on to the other functions. For this, you want to go here to other functions and open the database formulas, other functions. Again, for this section of the video, I will create groups. So for the other functions, I will group them by data type. First, I want to start out with some general, and then I will move on by, for example, first showing you the ones for text and then for number and so on. So we want to work with this other functions formula. And the first one is actually one I showed you previously, and this is the empty function. And as I previously told you, this checks if a property is filled out and returns yes if this is the case, so true, or in this case in Notion a checked checkbox, or otherwise an unchecked checkbox. And this is basically possible for all the properties. I could check that, for example, for text 1. Now this is not true. I could check this for the checkbox. And this is the case because this is unchecked. I haven't done anything with it. Now, one important thing to say, I just showed you this for the checkbox. If the checkbox is unchecked, it still counts as empty because it has only two states, checked and unchecked. For the number property, there is also something important. If the number holds the number 0, it is still empty. So this means that it's empty. This is also empty. Only if you add, like, for example, the 1, now it is not empty anymore. And that's basically it for the empty function. The next one, first let me add, like it was before, I think it was 1 billion that I had here. Now the next function I want to show you is length. And if you do this for text, so for string, it will count the symbols. So here, for example, that's easier to check. We have text 2, which is Leon. If I check the length of text 2, I will get 4, which is the case. We have 4 letters. For a number, it just counts the digits. So if I check this for number, we get 10 in this case, which is also true. If you do that for a checkbox property, remember we have the states true and false, it will count the amount of letters of true or false. So if I check the length of a checkbox, in this case it's unchecked, so false, so it will get me false as FALSE, 5 letters. It will give me the number 5, which is also correct. Of course, for true, it will then display 4. For an array, like for example, we have another database related to that. In here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 entries. So we have 4 different draws. If we check the length of an array, it will give us the number of entries in it. So the length of this array is 4. And that's basically the whole magic behind length. Let's move on to the next one, which is format. And format, again, is something I briefly touched on earlier. Format converts other data types into a string data type. Like, for example, if I here take the number property, it will then still show the number, but as a type text. For a checkbox, so Boolean, it will just write false or true as text. For a date property, it will just write the date as text. And for an array, it will separate it with commas. So it will write the title, comma, design thumbnail, comma. This is just one long text. And this is what I just want to show you again as a little refresher. This is format. Now we also have to number, also something I showed you earlier. This converts something into a number data type. So for a text of only numbers, like for example, this here, this is a string. Now I say to number, and now I get the same number, but as the data type number. For Boolean, so checkbox, once again, it will only return 0 for unchecked and 1 for checked. One thing important for the date is if you use to number with the date. Now it's technically possible, but not as you might think. We get a really long number. And what this shows is the number of milliseconds that passed since 1970. Now, of course, if you have a date range, for example, March 7th to March 8th, 2026, it will use the start date just to make this clear. So this is not what you want in this way, but it will show you the milliseconds passed. And that's basically it for the general functions. Now let's move on to the functions for text. And the first one is substring. And what we can do with substring here is, as it says, sub of a string, so only a part of the string. Now, currently, the string, the text is Leon. And now what I can do is I can extract, for example, only Leo, so only the first three. And then what we want to do is we want to define the range. So we use comma. In this case, we want to start, again, also same with array, start from 0 here. The L is 0, the E is 1, the O is 2, and the N is 3. So we want to start with 0, and then 0, 1, 2, and we want to end with 3. And if we do that, now we get the substring Leo from Leon just by using substring, then the text, and then the range from which the substring should start and end. Of course, here the input, I will always say what is the input, what the output. The input you give for this is a string, and the output is also a string. Next up, we have contains. And what contains does is it checks if a text is contained in another text. So what I can do is I can say here again, text2, and I want to check if text2 contains, and here I could either write it out manually, or I could also use another property, for example, text3, which also has the value Leon. Now I can see contains this text, which is the case. It also contains this one, but it doesn't contain this. So with contain, you can basically check if a text contains another text. And here for this one, the input that you give is string and also another string, and the output is a checkbox, so Boolean. Important to say here, this is why I corrected this, is upper and lower case matters. This is not the same as this one. So text2 contains this one, but not this. So keep in mind upper and lower case matters. Test, which is our next function, is pretty similar to contains. Here we check if a so-called regular expression is contained. So also for this, because this is similar to contains, input is a string and output is Boolean. And here with test, you can really create very complicated tests. What we want to check here is we want to check the text 1 with the text 2. And here what we check is, again, is text 2 contained in text 1. Now you might ask yourself, wait, this is really exactly the same, but we will come to this later at the end of this chapter, where I will show you regular expressions that you can build, but this would be too complicated now. And I also think that for regular expressions, you should use the AI agent here at the top later. Now that we talked about this, let's talk about match. And what match is doing is we look for a specific text, and then match will return an array of every instance where this match is. So here again, we want to use text2 and text1. So we have text1 with text2, and we can see we have Leon here and we have Leon here. So it matches 2 times. And as I said, we get an array of all the matches that we found from this one in this one. As you can see, we have an array that contains Leon 2 times. So here the input is string and the output data type is array. Now let's move on to replace. Just write replace. And here we want to first talk about the first one. One quick disclaimer here, as of now, I want to show you a very simple example. Later, I will also give you a more complex example. So what we can do here is in a text, we can replace a thing with another thing. Like let's say we want to replace here first, we need to select a text property like text1. And let's say in here, I want to replace Leon with, here I forgot the quotes, with Luis. Now we get, instead of Leon put a lot of effort, Luis put a lot of effort, but at the bottom you can still see Leon. And this is important to understand. Replace compared to the next one, which is replace all, replaces only the first instance of what should get replaced. You see here at the top the Leon. And here also for in and output, input is string and also output is string. But now let's talk about replace all, what I just teased. We can just add an all here. And now you can see also the other Leon gets replaced with Luis, because now we say replace everything, not the first one. And here you might have guessed, input is string and also output is string. The next two functions that I want to say is important for what I first showed you with upper and lowercase. The first one is called lower. And here the whole text that you provide is converted to lowercase, every single letter. So you want to use text 2 for this, which currently has one uppercase letter. And if I do this, you can see now my name is only in lowercase. For this, again, input is string and output is string. And this can be very handy if you really want to go sure, because upper and lowercase is not the same. Like you can see here, if I write in quotes Leon equals Leon, this is not true. And we also have, again, for this, the opposite, which is upper. And if I do this, everything will get converted to uppercase. Same here, input and output are both string data types. For the next one, which is trim, I want to add some spaces before this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 spaces in front of that. And then we have trim. And what trim means, it removes spaces from the start and the end of the word. So if I say trim and then use text 2, all the spaces at the start, and if I would have now added spaces after my name, would get removed, and now I only get Leon. You can see now it's really only 4 letters. Let's call the length, and you can see it's 4. Here also input is string and output is string. Now our next function we want to talk about is repeat. And for this, what this is doing is we give this repeat function a specific string, a specific text, and this repeats the text that we give it for a number of times that we define. I could say, for example, repeat the string LA 4 times. Then we get LA, 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 LA 4 times. And this is just the magic behind this. As you can see, we have input is string, of course, then a number of repetitions, and then the output is also a string / text. That was a very easy one. Now let's get to one that's a bit longer, which is pad start. And the definition for this is that a padding text gets added in front of an input string that we give until a specific amount of characters is reached. So we have a final string, a final text length that we want to achieve, and we subtract our input string length from that total length. And then at the start, we fill up the rest of the characters with our padding text. So what we want to do, we want to say pad start. Then we have our padding string, in this case, underline, underline, in quotes. Then we have our input string, which is text number 2. And then we say how long the text at the end should be. So the final length is 7, for example. So what we do is we give our input string, which is text 2. Then we define how long do we want the final text to be. Currently, this is 4. Now, let's say we want the final text to be 7 characters long, and then we can say the rest 3 letters, symbols, whatever text you can add, what should this filled up be? And here, let's say we want to go for 2 underlines, and then you can see we have 4, and then 3 underlines get added at the start, and the total number is now 7. And I did this on purpose, that I added 2 here, and now we get 3. What happens is if our padding string is an even number, like for example 2, but the remaining characters number is odd, like in this case 3, we can't add this 2 times because this is 4 characters. If we add this 2 times, this is too much. If we only add it 1 time, it's 2, but we need 3. So what we do is we add it as often as we can in full, then we only add the part that remains. In this case, this one. If I do this with LA, you can see we have LA and then only an L. The same thing, but with end applies if you use pad and then end. Pad end will do the exact same thing, but it will add everything at the end. So nothing different except that it's at the end. For both pad start and pad end, input is string and output is string. The next function is something that is very useful for URLs, and this is the link function. And what this will do is it will create a hyperlink in the formula. So we will have a word that holds a URL, and if you click then on the word, you will open the URL. Let's say I want to use my name, and if I then click on the name, I would like to open this URL. So what we need to do is first we need to select a text. Let's select text 2, and then we need to either manually input a URL here as a string or use a URL property. And now I have this hyperlink that will open the website. So here, once again, the input is string and also the output is string. And here important, the first one is text and the second string needs to be a kind of URL like this one, or for example, the Notion site, www.notion.com, whatever, it just needs to be a URL. Now let's add some fun by using the style and also in a second the unstyle function. Now the style function and also then the unstyle function will change the appearance of the text. Now everything is just in white. For this, let's use my second text here. And here, before I give you all the options that you can use, we have text as input and text as output. Now, let's say I want to style this. I would write it this way, text2.style, and then you can see we have different options. We can make this text bold, we can make it underline, we can make it italic, we can turn it into code, we can strike through this, and we have all these other options available here. Let's say, for example, I want to make this bold. By the way, you do it this way. You add what you want in quotes separated by comma. So for example, bold, code, blue. So colors that are available, you also add in quotes. And then for the background, you write the color and then you add underline and then you write background. And now we have bold, cold text that is blue with blue background. Now unstyle, which is our next function, will just unstyled text that is styled. For this, we can just write dot unstyled because we read from left to right. Now, if you just add dot unstyled, it will remove every single styling aspect. But you can also say maybe only remove the boldness. And now that you say only remove this, this still remains. You can also add to not display this as code, then this will also get removed. And same here, input is string and output is string. Now what split does is it will split a text that we will provide once a set character that we set is found. And every single separated element of the string will then get added in an array. So here, let's actually show you what this is, because it's actually hard to explain, but not that hard to understand. We want to split, and then we use our first text. And what we want to do is we want to split the text once we found space. So here it will then read Leon. It will then see space, and then it will split this. So you can also see this in debug mode. We have Leon, then it gets split and added as the first array element, put as the second one, then it found space again, and so on. And then it will create an array with 23 different elements. This is basically split. It splits a text by a specific set character, and everything that gets splitted gets added into one array. For this, the input is string and the output is array/list. The last function that we have for text is the, I showed you also earlier, is parseDate. This turns a written string into an actual date. So I could write 2026 minus 03 minus 08 quote, and then I will get a real date property. So here our input is a string and the output is date. Now that we covered text, let's move on to number functions. And the first one is format number. And this manipulates the appearance and writing of a number. Here, the input that we give this function is number, and the output will then be a text. So let's say we want to format our first number. Then we write format number, and we add this number property, because currently, at first glance, can you tell me what that number is? I need to count the zeros, of course, on purpose. I didn't add dots between them, but if you have a very long number, even the dots won't help you. So in this case, use the number property. And the first thing is we get commas or dots based on what you set in the settings. And then we have different options. Like, for example, with a comma after this, we can write commas, and this will add commas. This is added by default. What we can do is we can also add %. Then we get a % at the end. We could also say humanize, and then it will say 1 billion. This is very easy for a human to read. And as you can see, we have all the other options. We have bytes binary, we have bytes decimal, and we have currency code, like for example, US dollar, Austrian dollar, Canadian dollar, and so on, all these options. So this is basically if you want to change the appearance of a number, but keep in mind, this is not a number anymore. So input is a number, but the output of that function is a text. The next one is actually a very short written function, and it's pow, which stands for power, to the power of. For this, I want to use my number property. So I will write extend power, and then I will say I use my number property and take that to the power of 2, which is just like in mathematics. You write a number and take it to the power of another number. I could also say 2 to the number of 2, which is 4. 3 to the number of 2 is 9, and so on. So this is just to calculate something to the power of something. Now input is number and output is also a number data type. The next function is min, and min stands for minimum. And min will look into something and returns it. So let's build an array. So we use my number property and the number 10. So we have two draws. We have the number, which is 1 billion, and we have the number 10. I could also make this longer, add a 9 in here and 8 in here, as much as I want, or I can put a whole array in here. I could also change this to other properties, or as I said, mention an array property here. And then minimum will give me the smallest element of the array. In this case, it's 8. So the input that you need to provide for the minimum function is an array, either directly as a property or created manually. And then the output that you will get is a number. Same is for the opposite, for max. And max will always give you the highest element. In this case, that's my number, which is 1 billion. And here, of course, input is also an array and output is a number. Now let's talk about the sum function. And this basically sums up numbers. So it's basically like adding things. But here the input is a number or an array or even a combination of this. Like for this one, I want to say I want to add 1 and then the values in my array. So now I have a single number and I have an array in here, and it will calculate 3. So 1 plus 1 plus 1. I could even here in a combination create an array of arrays. So this is basically a more powerful version of the add function because it works for array. So the input is an array or a number or a combination, and the output is a number. The next function I want to talk with you about is median, which returns the middle value of its argument. For this, I just want to give you a simple example. Let's take 1 and 2, and it will return 1.5, which is basically the middle. And here also the input can be numbers, it can be arrays, and it can be a combination of that. So as previously, numbers and arrays. Now, if it is an array of, let's say, 2 elements, so 2 draws, it will sums up all the elements and divides it by the number of elements. And if the array has an odd number, like for example 3, and you have then 1, 2, 3, it will pick the middle number. Like let's just use 1, 2, 3. Then you can see just 2 is used. I can also use 1, 2, 4. It will still use the 2 because it will give us the middle element here. If I use 1 and 4, it will give us 2 and a 5, so the middle here. Now another pretty similar function to this is mean, and mean returns the arithmetic average of its arguments. So it calculates the different arguments, like these 3 arguments, and divides it by the number of arguments. So let's add mean, and then let's here use 1, 2, and 4. So we get 2.33 period. So this is different to median. And here you can then decide if you need an average, which one you want to use. And same here, input is number, array, or a combination of both. And the result is always a number data type. The next function is abs, which doesn't stand for the muscle group, it's actually absolute. So the absolute value. and this returns always a positive number. So if you put in a negative number here as input, it will still return the positive number, so it will change the minus to a plus. For that, let's actually say I put minus 10 in here. It will just give us 10. Now this by default says plus 10, but for positive numbers, you never write plus. For this, again, input is a number and output is the number. Now, next up, we want to talk about 3 different functions in regard to rounding values. Now, the first one I want to start with you now is round, and then we have one called floor and one called seal. For this one, I created dedicated slides to make them better to understand. So the first one is round, and this rounds a number to a specific decimal place that you can set. Now, if you don't set a decimal place at all, it will round the number to the next highest full number. So for this, we could, for example, use the number 4.49 and round it to the next decimal place after the full number. So in this case, we say 4.49, and we want to see a full number, dot, and then only one decimal place. So 9 gets rounded up, and we then say see 4.5. If we don't specify this, this will get rounded to 4, because when you hit 5, you will round up. If you have 4, you will round up. And here you can see we have 4, so we will round up. If I would turn this into 4.5, we will round up to 5. And I could also add 449 here and then say I want to round to the second decimal place. Then we would get 4.4 will stay, 9 gets rounded up, and we get 4.45. So same here, the input is number and also the output is number. Now let me actually open a slide. On this slide, I want to show you the seal function. Seal for ceiling. So this thing above me. And ceiling means it will always round up to the next full number. So it's always an upwards trend. Like you can see here, it's always upwards. So you can see here, we have minus 3.01, which will get rounded to the next higher number measured by the ceiling. So which is here to the top, minus 3 is the next full number. Here we have 3.01. Now, if you do normal round, you would get 3, but we will round to the next full number, which is above, so near to the ceiling, which is in this case the 4. So let's move on to Notion. And here I could write seal. And then if I type in 3.01, it will get rounded to 4. If I do the same thing for minus 3.01, it will be minus 3. So here also input is a number data type and output is also a number data type. And as I said, I also prepared another slide for the other rounding function, which is floor, which is the thing under your feet. Hopefully it's this way. And this will, compared to seal, round to the next lower number. So here we have 3.01. Here it will be 3. Here we have minus 3.01. The next lower number next to the floor is minus 4. So just keep that in mind. Let's move over to Notion and let's test this here. Let's change this to floor and we get minus 4. If we do 3.01, we will get 3. And that's basically the magic behind this. The next function is something that you should know from mathematics, which is SQRT, which is the square root. And for this, we could use again our number property to get the square root of this number. And this is this odd number. Now a better example, for example, B, let's say we want the square root of 9, and that's 3, because 3 to the power of 2, because square root is the second root, is 3. Now, if we do this for 4, the square root, so the second root of 4 is 2, because 2 to the power of 2 is 4. And besides square root, which same as the next one, has number as input and number as output, we also has CVRT, which is the cube root. So it's the third root. So for this, I want to use the number 64, because here we calculate 4 times 4 is 16 times 4 is 64, because we take the third root. So we need to calculate the number 3 times. 4 times 4 times 4, 3 times, which is cube. And that's basically it for square root and cube root, but that is actually not a function that I haven't used, maybe one time or so, but not that often. Same to the next one, but I just want to show you what they do so you have an understanding of everything. And the next one is EXP, which means that you get E, the number E, to the power of your input. Now, E is roughly 2.71, rounded to the second decimal place. For that, what we can do is, let's say I want to have E to the power of my input, and let's say I have the input 0. Then I will get 1. So E to the power of 0 is 1. Now we have E. What we do here is we have E, and then to the power of my input number, which is X. Now I can't type it in here, but imagine this X to be above the E to the right side. And that's basically it. That is what you need to understand. We take E, the number E, 2.71, roughly rounded to the power of an input number. I won't go deeper than that. Just remember that, because you can go way deeper than this. The next thing I also just want to show you and explain you is ln. So the natural logarithm. And this is intertwined with the number E. This will just give you the natural logarithm of an input number. And ln is the antagonist to the number E. I can basically show you this. Give me ln of the number E, which is 2.71 rounded. You will see it's almost perfect. Now it's a periodic number, so I would need a bit more than just 2 decimal places. You can see it's almost 1. So these two erase each other. In mathematics, if you have ln of E, you can just strike through. So just understand that ln will give us the natural logarithm of a provided number. One last thing I want to tell you before, let me actually tell you that the input for this, same here, is also a number, and the output is of course also a number. To understand this better, is one last thing I want to tell you is ln is nothing different than log, which is the logarithm to the base of E. So in a second we will also talk about log, like for example log 10, which is the logarithm to the base 10, or log 2, which is the logarithm to the base of 2. Now ln is nothing different than log to the base of E, which is 2.71. So ln is log to the base of E, just to understand this. Now I just briefly covered this. The next two things are first log 10, which returns the base 10 logarithm of the number. So if I say I want log 10 of the number 10, this will also give me 1, because the base and the input, if they are the same, they erase each other and you will get 1. This is also why if you use the natural logarithm, which is log e, so log to the base 2.71 of 2.71, why you get 1 or roughly 1 because it's a periodic number. So if you use log 10, you will always get log 10 of the number that you provide here. The other option here that we have naturally is log 2. I have to say I never used logarithms here, but just for completion reasons, I want to also feature them here. Now this one compared to 10 will give you log to the base 2. Again here, if I say log 2 of 2, I will get 1 again. So here also, as I just said, input is number and output is number. Now we have 4 remaining functions for number, which are actually also functions I never use, except maybe the last one. I think I used that one time. The first one is sign. This will just return the number 1 if the number that you provided is positive, -1 if the number that you provide is negative, and 0 if the provided number is 0. So if I say sign of my number property, which is positive, I will get 1. If I do -1 at the input, I would get -1. And if I add 0, I will get 0. So here also input is 0 and output is 0. The next 2 things, and here I can even better show you this logarithm example, but I don't want to add it previously because I haven't showed you this. The first one is pi, and here we don't have an input, we just get the output, which is this number rounded here. Of course, there are a lot more decimal places, but your notion, the number is shortened to this number. So this is pi, no input, just the number pi as an output. And we have e, which will give you the number e, which, as I said, is roughly 2.71. And if I would now combine this, if I say ln of e, I will get exactly 1. So they erase each other. The last thing is this from timestamp, and it returns the date to the corresponding timestamp. So the milliseconds that passed since 1970. This is what I showed you. If you want to convert a date to a number. Now we use the opposite. Now let's write from timestamp, which is the function, and we want to add this timestamp here, this timestamp. And if you provide this, you can see this timestamp equals the date March 7th, 2026, 12 a.m. So what we do is we provide a number and we will get the corresponding date. Of course, the number needs to be a valid timecode. But now that's it for the number data type. Let's move on to the date data type. So now that we talked about text and numbers, let's talk about the functions where we put dates as our input. The first one is actually one date related, but okay, that was a bad example. We have the today function, which is date based. And this will, just like where the function pi gave you the number pi, today will just give you today's date. This could be relevant if you want to check if date is bigger than today's date. For this, you can use today and see it's not. It's in the past in regard to today. Next one is the same, but also with the time. If you click on now, it will give you today's date and the current time. Now for the next 7 functions that I will break down, you will get a part of that date returned. We start with the smallest one, with minute. And this will return the minute of the time of the date that we put in. Now for that, we have March 7th, 9:15 a.m. And what we can then do, by the way, input for this is date and output for this is number. So now what we can do is here we can select the date, and now we get the minutes, because here it's 9:15, so 15 is the minutes. If I remove this time, we will get 0 because we have no time selected for this. So when we have no time selected, we will get the number 0. And if we have a date range, so start and end date, it is always based on the start date. So if I say end date and include time 9:15, 9:30, then we will get 15 because 9:15 a.m. was taken from the start date. Now the next one that we have is we have hour, and this will return the hour. So back here, we can also choose the date, and then we can say date, and here we now get the 9 from the start date. And here also input is date, output is number, and with date range you will get the hour of the start date. But now let's go one step bigger, and we also have a day function, and this will return you the day of the date. In this case, also again, input is a date, like this one, and output is a number. Now in this case, day is by the week. The week has 7 days. March 7th was a Saturday, which is the 6th day in the week, so we get the number 6. If this would be a Sunday, we would get the number 7, and so on. Again, here you will see I will repeat myself a bit. If we have a date range, the start date will get used. Now this will apply for everything, also later week and month. But now we can see we have 6 because this is a Saturday, and we can move on to date. And date will return the date of the date that we provide. Here also input is date and output is number, and here it's not based on the week, it's based on the month. So you can see if I say date of the date, we get 7 because it's from 1 till the last day of the month. For some it's 28, like February, or in a year, I don't know the word in English, but sometimes every 4 years it has 29, so then 29 or 30 or 31. In this case, March 7th is the 7th day of the month, so we get 7. And also same here, we do this if we have a date range based on the start date. Now we have 3 remaining. The first one is week, self-explanatory. This will give you the calendar week between 1 and 53 where this day is in. So let's click on week, select our date property. Input again is date and output is also number. Now we can click on date, and we can see that this date is in calendar week number 10, which is correct. So this is very easy to get. Then after this, we also have this. This is our next function. We have this for month, and this will return the month of the date. Also here, input is date, output is number. And here you can see March is our 3rd month, so we will get the number 3. Also here, for date ranges, it is based on the start date, not the end date. The last one and the biggest one is year, and this will give you the year of a date. Input is date, data type, output also number, in this case 2026, which is correct. And if you have a date range, like for example over multiple years, it is also based on the start date. Now let's get to some interesting ones. We have 5 remaining. The first one is called date range. And here we have a date range in a date property, but we can also create a date range based off 2 different dates. So what we can do is we can build a date range, and we start with date number 1. And for this, let's actually, for simplicity, just create a normal date. And we can separate it by a comma use this second date and we can create a date range. Now it says March 7th, 2026 till March 31st, 2026. Now here the input is of the type date and the output is also of the type date. Now one thing, let's make this a bit more difficult. Even time is not a problem. Let's say, for example, we have March 7th, 9:15 a.m. and here March 7:30, and we want to say the start date is this one and the end date is this one. You can see it automatically applies March 7th, 2026, 9:15 a.m. till, and here always the last full minute of that day will get displayed, which is 11:59 p.m. So, of course, if the start date has a date, the end date also needs a date. So now we have this till this date and then there 11:59 p.m. And of course, here I could do the same thing. I can here also say 9:15 and 9:30. Then we have from this start date. And important here is for if you create a date range for the second date, not the start date will get used, the end date will get used because it's the second date. So something will end and then it will choose the later date. So this is date range, where you can create an artificial date range based on two different dates. The next two things are actually to do the opposite. We have as the first one, date start. So if we select date start, we can get only the start date of a date range. So here we currently have a date range. And if I put the date property, which currently has a date range, in the date start function, you will see I will only get the start date as a result. And here again, like before, input is date and also output is date. And of course, if there is only a normal date, it will just return that normal date. So let's get back here. 9:50, 9:30 a.m. And let's move on to the opposite of that. We can do, you might have guessed, also end date. So now for that date range, I only get the end date. As you can see, here also input and output are both date. And literally everything is the same. If I have a normal date, it will just copy this and then shows the normal date. Now, back to something we already had. We have a function called timestamp. And what this does is it will give us a timestamp based on a date. So now let's make this actually a normal date. And you can see we have a timestamp for that date. This is what we previously had. Let me copy this. When we said from timestamp and paste the timestamp in here, we get the date. Now we do the opposite. We say timestamp and select a date property. And here the input is a date and the output is a number. Now our last one for date is actually format, and here format date. And this just formats the date in a specific pattern like we already had it with numbers. So now let's add a time to this, 9 a.m. and let's paste the date property in here. So then let me show you the different options. I have for the year just a big Y available. This will give me the year. I also have two big Y's available. This will only write 26, and I can also write 4 big Y's. Again, this will also give me 2026. Then for the month, I have a big M available, which will give me the month as a number. I have 2 M's available, which will give me, if this is single digit, a 0 in front of this. I have 3 M's, which will give me a text, in this case, the first 3 letters of that month. And I also have 4 M's, which will give me the whole month regardless of the length. We also have this for days. We have 1 D, which will give me the day as a number. I have 2 D's, which will give me a 0 if this is single digit. I have 3 D's and also 4 D's. Also, what you have is you can type just D. This will give you the day of the week. In this case, it's Saturday, so 6. 2 small d's will give you SA for Saturday, the first 2 letters. Then with 3, we have SAT, so the first 3 letters of Saturday. And with all 4 small d's, we have the full day, so Saturday. Additionally to that, we have H, which will give us the hour. And we have HH, which will give us the hour. If it's single digit, then we will get a 0 in front of this. Last but not least, we have a small m, which will give us the minutes. And we have which will give us the minutes if we have single digits, a 0 in front of it. Now let me make this 950. So you can see this. Now it's 9:15. Now it's also 9:15 because it's double digit. If we only have, like for example, 9:07 a.m., we will get a 7 here and here a 07. What you can also do is you can of course combine this. You can write HH, MM, and then add a double dot in between, so you get 9:15. And besides that, also 2 other things. This option that I want to show you now is only relevant if you work on a 12-hour schedule, not 24, because in 24 it doesn't matter. But now you don't know if it's AM or PM. For that, you can also add a big A, and then it shows you AM or PM. And if you then also want to add the time zone, you can write, but this needs to be separated by a comma, your time zone, for example, UTC plus 3, or add any other time zone here. Now, if I change this, it will get displayed as 11:50 because I say I have the date, but I actually want to display this as another time zone than mine. This is possible. If you remove this, you will just get your time zone. And that's basically it for date. Now let's talk about the 2 that are available for people. The first one, something I already showed you, is name, and this will just give you the name, for example, a person, in this case me, because I am the creator of this page. And here the input is person and the output is text. Then we also have a formula, the second one, which is email. In there, again, you put a created by property, which is the type person. So also here input is person, output is string, so text. And when you put this in there, you will get the saved email to that account. So if I put me now in there, you would see my email address that is associated with my Notion account. Now I don't want to do that because I might forget to blur this. So just imagine if I call that and put this property in here, you would see the email to the corresponding Notion account. And that's also it for people. Now let's move on to the, I think, most difficult part, which is arrays, because for arrays we also have functions. The first function for arrays is concat, which stands for concatenation. And what concat does is it merges different arrays to one big array. And you can even do things like add an array property in here, like for example, an array that holds numbers, and then merge it with an created array like this one. For simplicity, I want to show you this based on 2 self-created arrays. So I have the array with the values 1 and 2, and I have the array with the values 3 and 4. So currently I have 2 different arrays, 2 different chests of drawers with 2 drawers each. Now I have one single array, and here debug mode comes in very handy. You can see I only have one big array with 4 items in it. Now I have to say I don't use concat that often, but let's say, for example, you have 2 different relation to tasks databases. Now I could unite these 2 arrays of tasks in here into one array if I want to. This is just a hypothetical use case. Now another thing, what you can also do is you could add an array of arrays. Now I have an array that has one element, so one chest of drawers, and that is an array again. So one array, one chest of drawers, one entry, and that entry is a chest of drawers itself, but that has 2 drawers. So just an array and in an array. Could also create that here, and then what we get is we have one big array that holds an array. Now here we have 2 arrays that hold an array, and now we have one big array that holds 2 arrays. So if this sounds a bit complicated, just pause the video and compare this one with this one. And I also want to now open another slide to show you this even better. So here what you can see is we have input on the left, output on the right. We have 2 arrays with 2 elements each. And we get with concat one big array with 4 elements because these 2 square brackets fall apart and it gets united. Now, if you have 2 arrays with one array element, you will see also these 2 in the middle fall apart, and we have one big array that holds 2 arrays. But now that's it for concat. Let's move on to join. And join basically means, just type join in here. Join will create a string out of every single element of that array, and it will add it to that string with a set separator. So enough talking, let me show you this. And let's take this tasks relation because this is an array. So I can choose the tasks. Then I need to add a comma, and now I need to find the separator. Let's say I want this to be the separator. Now let's go out of debug mode, and you can see now I have a text, and the text is the first entry, then the separator, the second entry, then the separator. So join basically transforms an array into a text with every entry of that array separated by a declared separator. So here, as I just said, input is array, output is text. Here it doesn't matter if you have a normal array or an array of arrays, for example. Even if you have an array of array and so on, at the end you will get a text. You don't have to worry. Now also for this one, I prepared a slide to maybe make this visually a bit easier. So here we have join. So we have, for example, an array, and in there we have task 1, task 2, and based on that input, which is an array, we create a string, and we have task 1, and then we have the separator here, task 2. So this is just normal text. I hope that is understandable. Because now that we have this, let's move on to the add function. So let's go in the window here. Let's select add, scroll down, where is it? Add. And what add is doing, remember we have this chest of drawers and every drawer has a number. Now add is a function for that this becomes relevant. So here again, I want to use my tasks database. So I write tasks, and then I need to specify what element I want to have, what chest of drawers I want to open and get the value. Let's say I want to access number 2. Remember, we start from 0. 0, 1, 2. So now I got 2. And here for this one, the input is either an array or even an array of arrays, and the output is either a normal data type like this one here. Block is basically, I think I forgot to mention this at the start, but block is basically page. This because a page is a basic block. Just as an addition, it could also be an array or even an array of arrays. Also important when you want to access this, let me create another array. Now I have an array, and that array actually has two elements. This one here, the array of array, is at position number 0. This is position number 1. So number 2 doesn't exist. If I go for 1, I get the 4. If I go for 0, I get that array. So here I also created you another slide. So let's move over to that slide. Here you can hopefully see it a bit better. This is for the add function. We have input and output. And here we have the tasks relation. Task 1 is element 0, task 2 element 1, task 3 element 2, task 4 element 3. So if we go for the 2, we will get task number 3. If we go here for the 2, we will get the 3. Here we have 3 elements. Every array in that array is an own element. 0, 1, 2. If we here go for the number 2, we will get that third array. I hope that was understandable. If you need more time, just pause the video. Now let's move on to something similar, a bit easier. Let's talk about first. Again, go here in the code window and type in first. And first is actually easier than add. So if you understand add, you will get first. First will just return the first element of an array. So if we use the tasks relation, you can see we get right the title because it's the first element of that array. Again, here the input can be an array of arrays, a simple data type like here block, or if I create an array of numbers, a normal number, or even an array or array of arrays. I could also create this example here again, where I say I have an array and the first element is an array and the second element is just a number. Now this has 2 elements, so the first one is this one, which we will get. Here you don't have to specify the position because you want the first one. The other one, the corresponding one, is last. And you might have guessed this will give you the last element of an array, of a list. Here, let's actually keep this. You can see the last element is that 1. If I add another one, now it's the 2. So here, same as first, also same with the input and output. Just remember first for the first element, easily last for the last element. Now with that out of the way, let's actually experiment a bit with the array. The next function that we have is slice, and slice is basically like, if you remember, text, where we have the function substring, so we can only return a part of that string. With slice, we can do the same thing, but for arrays. So let's use our tasks array again. And let's say I want to start. So here you need to put 2 numbers in separated by a comma, a start and an end. So here we start with 1, so with this one, and we end with 3, so after this one. So we get these 2. I could also say 1, 4. Then I will get these 3, only as a part, which is also an array. So here the input is an array or array of arrays, and same as for the output. So basically, to understand, as simple as 0, 1 will get you the first element, 0, 2 will give you the first 2, and so on. This is the basic mechanism. And even if we only choose that we want to have the first one, here it's an array. this is not a normal block. This is a list of blocks. This is just something I want to tell you so you don't get confused when you slip up by using slice. Now for slice, I also prepared another slide. Now let's take a look at that. Here we have the slide for slice. So you can see we have 0, 1, 2, 3. Now what we can do is we can slice out, for example, only the third element here. Then we will get this, but you can see here, everything is at least a normal array. Here, I could only get the array with the third element, and here also only the array where it is at position number 2, which is the array that holds the array with the elements 5 and 6. So this is basically the slice function. Now back in Notion, another function that we have that has almost the same name is splice. Splice removes specific parts of an array, and optionally you can insert another element. So you can remove and insert. Here the input is either an array or array of arrays, and same is for the output. So we could, for example, here again use the task database, and then with 0, 1, I can remove the first element of that array, and then you can see here, now I only have design, film, and edit. Now for this, I also created another slide. Let's take a look at this. Here you can see it, we have splice. So we have 0, 1, 2, and 3, and the elements are 1, 2, 3, 4. I could, for example, with 0, 1, remove the first one and get the output array 2, 3, 4. Now this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. And additionally, I can insert a new element. Let's say I want to get rid of this with 0, 1, and I can then say insert this. So then I would get 9, 2, 3, 4. That is possible. So this is splice. Now let's move on to sorting arrays. Because of arrays are structured, we can sort them. So click in here, remove this, and look for sort. So we can sort an array. Let's take the tasks relation as an example. Here again, input is an array and output is an array, because the only thing that we do is we take an array, sort it, and return it. And here you can see we have an array of blocks. So this is text. And what happens with text is it gets sorted in alphabetical order. So here you can see D is in front of E in the alphabet. So it comes first, then E, then F, and then at last W. So this gets sorted in the right order alphabetically. Then we also have another thing related to that. We have reverse, and reverse reverses the order of an array. So if we take the task database, we have now the whole different order. We have it flipped, edit at the top, then film, then design, then write. So basically just flipped. And here again, input is an array, output is an array. If it is text-based, for example, then it's alphabetically. Now that we talked about how to sort an array and also reverse it, we can talk about the function, where is it? Unique. And unique will only return the unique elements of an array if there are any duplicates. Now let's create our own array. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 again. And unique C's, we have 5 2 times. So we will only get the array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because we only get unique elements. And here again, for input and output, it's either an array or an array of arrays. One thing I want to show you is that this, an array with the number 1 and number 1 is not the same. This is why we get 1 and 1. With debug mode, you can see it clearer. We have an array with 1 and a normal one. So just keep in mind the array with the number 1 and the number 1 are not the same, like with uppercase and lowercase letters. Our next function is includes, and includes basically gives you as the result either true or false. And includes checks if a specific element is in that array or not. So let's take a look. Let's build our own array with 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's check if 2 is included. And we can see includes checks that array and it finds the number 2. So we can see this is correct. This array includes the number 2. Now, why I don't use it with the task database is basically because I need to do something that I haven't shown you, and I need to combine different functions, which is something I also don't want to do now. Here, for this, as I just emphasized, the input is an array or an array of arrays, and the output is a checkbox, either checked or unchecked. And also here to say is 2 is included. But if I search for the array with 2 in that, it's false because they are not the same. And the opposite, if I have the array of 2 in here and search for 2, I will get false all the time. This is just something to keep in mind. The next function is find. Just type in find and select it. And find will basically look for a declared set element. And find will give you the first match as a result in that array. So maybe you need to do some sorting. So let's say I have an array with the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 again. And I look for the number 1. Then it will give me this one, but not this one. That's because find will always return the first element. So here for find, input is an array and the output is just the normal data type of which that array is of that you put in. So it's like the replace function for strings. In this case, for an array, it will find the first instance and only that one. Now with find, we got that first instance. Now we also have find index. And find index will give you the index, so the position where the first element that matches is. So if we use the number example again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, and we search for the 5, and then here we need to write current equals 5, then we can see it is at the 4th position. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we always get the position of the first finding as a result. If I search for 1, I get 0. This is ignored because that's the second finding. This one is relevant. And same here, the input is an array and the output is the data type of the array. With that being said, let's move on to a very powerful function that I use all the time. And this is filter. And this is like with database filters, but now you don't filter a database, you filter an array based off a specific criteria. And only the items of that array that match the filter criteria get displayed. So what I can do is I can say I have my number array again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as an example. And then I can filter here again. I always need to write current. Current is very important because we take the current state and then we say where the number is bigger than 2. Of course, we need to add a comma here, but now you can see we get as a return only an array with the numbers that are bigger than 2. So here we get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because only these numbers are bigger than 2. And here the input is either an array or an array of arrays, and the output is also. Now, if you work with array of arrays, this gets a bit more difficult because you can't just, let's say, I create another array and I have array of array elements like 1 and 3 and 4. Now you will get an error because you can't compare an array with a number with a normal number. How should this be possible? How can an array of 3 be bigger than 2? That is not logical. So this makes things a lot more difficult. So for now, let's focus just on normal numbers. And here you can basically do that. Next up, we have sum. And sum basically checks if there is, you need to specify a specific criteria, and then sum will check if there is at least one match in that array and either returns true or false. So what we can do is we can say sum. Again, let's create our simple array. And then we can again say current, of course, always a comma before that. Current is bigger than 2. And now we can see this, and this. So at least one element in that array is bigger than 2, so we get true. If we say 7 as an example, we get unchecked because no element in that array is bigger than 7. Here, the input that you give it is either array or an array of arrays, and the output is always Boolean, so a checkbox. On the other hand, to sum, we have every. And every means that this checks if every element in that array matches our criteria. Now, we can see in that array, not every number is bigger than 2, so we get false. Let's do this with 0, bigger than 0. Then we will get true. We could also do things like bigger than 1. And here you can use all the different comparison operators, like for example, unequal and so on. You can use them here. And here, same as before, input and output are same as in sum. But important to understand here is every element needs to match, otherwise you will get always false. The next function is, besides filter, also the one that I use the most. And this is the map function, also a very powerful one. So let's take the tasks database. For this, before we move on, let me show you this. In the task database, we have different properties. Of course, the other relation property, then the status and the date. So then let's go in here, and then we want to map the status. We want to do that by writing comma, then of course use current, and then we need the dot notation. So dot, and by writing current and then dot, we can access other properties in that database. So now I go into the task database with current dot, I can then access the properties, and then I can say that, and I can then see the status of the task. So write title is the status done. Design the thumbnail, the status is done. Film is in progress, edit is not started. Let's see if that is right, and that is the case. So with map, I can pull over things from the other database. I could also pull over the date if I want to. So the input here is an array, and the output also is an array. And here you can see the parallels. This is also what we could do with a rollup. So map is the roll-up function if you want to in the formulas, but you have a lot more that you can do. We could, for example, here to every date add 1 day, just as an example. And also, if you have a roll-up, you can't roll up another roll-up property. But with functions, you can really dig through the different databases. So you could theoretically achieve a roll-up of a roll-up with a formula in one property. So with map, you can do what you can do with a rollup property, but even more. This is also why only I think in the last time in 1 or 2 cases I use rollups. I use the map function all the time. More to that also later in this chapter. But before we move on, for the ones that maybe didn't understand this, I prepared yet another slide that I will walk you through. So here, this is the map function. And let's say we have the task database and we have the content database. Then I created a relation between these two databases. So I related these two tasks to that one video, as you can see here. Of course, then I in here have a status property and a date. And now this is the formula property. And here I use the map function and I access the relation and I say map current.status. And then for these two tasks, I pull the statuses over. This is everything that map does. Now, let's actually talk about the last function, and this is the count function. Now here, write count, and count will actually return the number of elements for which a condition is true. So let's take a look at the legendary example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, if we, for example, again here say current bigger than 2, we won't get an array of the numbers that are bigger than this. We get the number of entries of that array that match this criteria. Currently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 match that, and this is also why we see 5 here. And this is also why the input of this is either an array or an array of arrays, and the output is always of the data type number. Now, these are all the functions. Now, let me show you some combinations. What we could, for example, do is we could take the task database, add dot sort, so we sort it in alphabetical way, and then we can say reverse. So then we first sort it alphabetically and then we flip it. So now it's reverse alphabetical. This is one combination of two different functions. I could also again use the task database, and then, as I said, with map you can do more. I can say map current dot status, and then I can say only give me the tasks where the status is done. And here I will now see this applies to the first two. So I get 2 checked checkboxes and 2 unchecked checkboxes. What we can also do is we could even go one step further. We can say filter current dot status is not done. Then we only get the 2 entries. This is in progress and this is not started. And then again, we can add the map function after that and say map. And from that array that we have with film the video and edit the video, we can then map, for example, if we say current dot name, now we map the name, film the video, edit the video, and we can also now do string operations. Like I could add this arrow next to it, and then I can also use the status. Where is it? And here, for every single property that you want to map over, you need to again write current dot. So now I can also access the status. And now I get film the video, this arrow in progress, edit the video, this arrow not started. So this is a very powerful combination. Now, if that was a bit too complicated, just skip a bit back in the video, watch it again or pause and take a look. It's, if you understand it, not that complicated. I just want to show you what is possible with formulas. The third combination that I want to give you is we want to stay with the status is not done, but then we want to sort them by current dot date. So now we sort them by the date. Now the order won't change because the date for this one is before this one, but I could also now say reverse, and now edit comes before fill. So pretty powerful stuff that is possible. You can go even more complex if you want to, but these are some combinations that I want to show you. Now let's talk about regular expressions. And regular expressions are patterns that act as a somewhat supercharged condition. For that, we want to be in the regex database. For this, in the materials, just go here. And then you can see the first property is the code property. And here I just added numbers connected by minus, but this is a text property. And now let's go in the first formula property. And here, let me copy the formula over. And what I want to do with this replace option is in the code property, I want to replace, and these are regex expressions. \d means all the digits, so all the numbers. So here I say replace all the numbers with a hashtag. Now I could also list out any single number from 0 to 9, but this would be too long. I could just write \d and do that. That is one example for regex, regular expressions. A second example is for this email property. Let's go in here. And here I just want to get the name in front of the @ Everything after that I don't want to have. Now you could say, just give me the substring of the first 4 letters. But let's say the name is 3 letters long, or 5 letters long, or even longer. You want to make this variable. And you do that by saying, first of all, if email is empty, then just return nothing, because there needs to be something in the first case. Of course, we could also edit this here. But what is important is we then say we want the email address, and then we split it by the @ symbol, and then we only get the first element. So this is also possible, so you don't have to write complex code. Just split it by the @ and then get the first element. Now, the third one that I want to show you is with a domain. For this, again, we want to use our email property. And here what we do is we say we want to mask the domain. So we only see the name, the @ and then this .com, so the ending. Everything else should be masked. So what we do is we say email, replace, and then we use this very complex regex. Now, this is an example of regex at its best. I could change this to company, this, and still I will only get the mask. So this is very powerful, and regex allows you with these sort of complex arguments to do specific things like, for example, here only mask the email domain. But as you can see, this can get pretty complicated. This is kind of easy. But here for regular expressions, I would really suggest to use AI, and I will also show you how to do that in the AI chapter. Now let's follow off with some special things for Notion formulas. Now for these special things, let's open again the database on the left side, and then we will move over to the right. So the first thing here that I want to show you is this expression, which is a string, which is in quotes \n. And what \n will give you is it will give you a line break. So as you can see here, normally, as we previously did it, we would see these tasks in one row. But with the join function and then the line break, we will create a new line for every single entry. So \n is for creating a line break, and you can combine it to create multiple. But now let's rebuild this. So now let's go over to the right side. Let's open this and create another formula. And here we want to use the task database. We want to write .join, and then in quotes we want to use \n to create a line break. Without this, you would see that it looks like this, and with line break like this. I could also, let me save this and delete it. I could also write things like Leon plus, and then I could write \n plus Leon, and in this way I will also create a new line. Well, now what do I mean with combining? I could also in here add another \n, so I don't need to write plus \n plus \n. I can just write plus \n, and this will create an empty line in between. So this is \n. Now another thing that you can add, and let me do this instantly here, is you can add emojis. And here I really only mean emojis. Icons and custom emojis are not possible. So what you can do is you can, for example, go behind here, and in the strings just add, for example, this smiling smiley, and it will just show up in the formula here. You can use all sort of different emojis to make the formula even better, even more colorful, to separate things better, whatever you think of what you want to use emojis for. But in strings, you can also use emojis. The last special thing here that I want to show you is if we go on the left side here, you can see I have this brown code here. I have a slash, an asterisk, and then the normal text. And these are comments. So here you can see this just explains it. This is not code that works. This is just text to explain what the code means. Here you can see this formula displays all the done tasks for this day with a line break to show them under one another. And we can basically also create this on the right side. For this, just basically at the top here, and this doesn't matter, you can write code anywhere. It's not like variables. You can write code everywhere you want in the formulas. There is no rule, but normally you would add comment above the code the comment is for. So here, the way you write code is you start with slash asterisk, and you will also end with asterisk and then slash. This will create a comment. And here you can now write whatever you want. So now that I talked with you about this, let me move on to the last section for chapter 7, formulas, which are advanced use cases. For this, again, let's go back to the materials and let's open advanced use cases on the left. And the first thing I want to show you are display formulas. So on a board view, you could see, for example, here. Now, if I hover over this, you can actually see it in a preview. But now, if I don't hover over it, at the first view, you can't see what is the name for the property. You can just see numbers here, 3 numbers. Now here, these are different videos. And of course, you could say, if I tell you which are the comments, which are the likes, and which are the views, you might guess it because views are the most, then you have likes, and then comments. This is normally the hierarchy. But if I give you another use case where it's not clear, you can't identify what is what. So what I could do is I could add a formula with the name of the property followed by a double dot, like here, and then I could add the property value. So now, compared to this, you see here views 1500. Now the advantage is that at first glance, if I do it this way compared to this, I see views 1500, everything I need to know. The disadvantage is here I could change things. This is a formula. Here I can only see the formula, I can't change things. So this is something to keep in mind. The other thing that I can use a display formula for is I could either do it this way with name, double dot, and the value, or I can say I will add a display formula and then under there show the actual property. And here I could now see things. I see views 1500 and I could change it here. Now the thing is, if you do it the second way, you will create a sort of longer stretched view. With this one, it's more compact, but you can't change things here. So if you build views where you want to use this, think about what you actually need. Do you just want to see things, or do you actually need to change things? Let me actually show you the view that you see it. We have here views, likes, comments, a formula with nothing as a sort of empty line. And then we have the views display formula, here views, the actual property. Then we have the likes formula, and then we have the actual likes. Now let's rebuild this on the right side. Click into here and let's actually do it the way that we see the name and then the value. So I can add a formula property in here. So now in this formula property here, we want to write the name of the property we want to display. In this case, views, then a double dot and space. So we have space to the next element, then quotes again. Then we can add a plus, and then we can use the views property. And now you can see it says views 1500, and we can also see it here, views 1500, views 2000, and this property is displayed. Now what we could also do is we can only write this views, then you can see it here, and we could move it over views. Now you can see views. We could also add a formula called comments here. Now we can see views and we could change it from here. Now the next advanced use case for that, we need an analytics helper database because I want to build a top 3 view for content. For that, you can see here on the left side, we have video 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the best ones are video 2, video 3, and video 4. Normally, you can't say, okay, only show me 3 items. That is not possible. Now, we could go and create a filter that says, only show me things that have over 2000, but I can't say only show me, for example, 3. But this is what I built here with an analytics database and a formula and then a filter. Now I only see video 2, 3, and 4 here. And this will also change. So before I manipulate that, you can see here we relate the different videos to another analytics database. And you can see in here, we only have a relation to the content database. This is everything we need. So with that, we can then create this top 3 view. Now let me change this to 3500. Now the best videos are this, and this, 3, 4, and 5. And you can see it's changed from 3, 4, and 5. Now they are the most viewed. Now let's turn this back to, what was it? I think it was 1000. And now let's rebuild this. For this, go to the right side. Here we also have our content database and we have the analytics database. Now here I already created the relation because this is what I already showed you. I don't want you to manually do that because we already covered relations and databases. Now in here, what we need is we need to create a formula and then filter by this. And for the formula, I want to copy this over and then I will explain you everything in detail. Now for that formula, what I do is I access the relation to the other analytics database. And then on that relation, I use the map function that we discussed for arrays. And then what I say, I want to map the entries. So if I now get rid of the rest here, you can see in this here, I can for every entry see all the videos. Now with that, we then for this do a flat function because now we only have a single array. Remember, flat will turn an array of arrays into a single array. After we created that we only have one array with all the videos, we use another map function. And in this case, we want to map the views. We don't want to see the pages. We want to see the views. So if I now show you this, you will see then we don't have the pages anymore. From all the videos, we have all the views. These are the top videos. These are 3, 4, and 5, I guess. So now that we have this, we want to sort this in reverse order. And if we do that, we now see we have 3,000, 2,500, 2,000, 1,500. And then what we do is we use an add function with the value 2. And this will give us the views of the third best video. Remember, we had with the videos, let me add it again. We now have 3,000, 2,500, and with this add and in parentheses 2, we access this element of the array. Remember, element 0, element 1, element 2. So now we say, okay, if we want to create a top 3, what are the views of the third biggest element? And this is what we do with add 2. And then we just say smaller than views. And then we have a comparison, which is smaller than, and then we compare this to the current video. And this will give us then a checked entry for the biggest 3 entries. You can also see here, video 5 has only 1,000, so here it's unchecked. Here it's checked. And then we just filter by biggest 3 is checked. And that's basically everything. Now, this is something that I at the start of formulas told you, this is not possible by default, but with this workaround, with this formula, the relation and the filter, it is technically possible. Formulas is where it gets tricky for almost anyone in Notion, or more precisely for anyone who is new to Notion. So let me know in the comments down below, which is the thing in regard to formulas that you struggle the most. And if enough people in the comments, I will read the comments, share the same problem on formulas, I could make a separated video on this. So, and that's it with chapter number 7. Let's move on to chapter number 8. In this chapter, I want to cover with you buttons, database buttons, automations, and global variables. For everything that we want to do, if you do this later in your workspace or in a company workspace or whatever, I can definitely only recommend, especially if you start out with building these things and you don't understand them that well, to do it in a sandbox environment. So where you don't accidentally mess up data. So the first one of these 3 Notion buttons, Notion database buttons, and automations I want to show you is Notion buttons. Now for buttons, you will see there are some things that are only available on current plans. I just want to tell you this, not everything a button can do is available on the free plan, but most of it is, almost everything. Now for the functionality of buttons, I want to open yet another slide. So for buttons, every button has a trigger. And in the case of a button, the button that you then click is the trigger itself. The second thing every button has is an action. So first you trigger the button by clicking on it, and then this triggers an action. Now the button and later also the button property and the automations, but now because I talk about buttons first, The buttons allow us for the first time to do more than one thing with one click. Like for example, changing two properties with one click. You can use buttons which are free and later automations which are available from the Plus plan on to automate multi-step workflows. Because buttons and also the other features that I will talk with you about allow you to shortcut workflows that normally, if you do it manually, take more time. Let's take, for example, time tracking. Instead of for a current work session setting the status to done and then filling out the completion time manually, you can build a button that will do that automatically if you click it. And this example with the time entries where you can stop it, so set it to done and then set the completion time to the current date. This is just a very basic example. There is so much more possible. But for now, just remember we have buttons. Buttons have a trigger, and in this case, the button click is the trigger itself, and then this will trigger an action. In this example, I only set 2 actions because it's very short, but you can create even longer actions. Now, let's move over to Notion. Now, in Notion, we can close the 7th toggle and open toggle number 8, and here the buttons. So first, let me introduce you to the design of the button. So this is a button. Currently, there is this attention sign because I have no action assigned. Now let's create that ourselves. Just write slash and then click on button. And here you will see the button will pop up instantly. The first thing that we can do is we can give it an icon or an emoji. Let's just give it this stopwatch icon just as an example. The next thing that we can also do is we can give it a name. Let's, for example, call it button 1. Now, what you can also do for this, you need to go into this 6-dot menu. The first thing that you can do is you can change the text color. I could, for example, set the text here to red. I can also say, for example, let's set the background color to orange. Now the background color is orange. Important is I can only change one thing at once. I can't go for orange background and red text. Only one thing is possible. The next thing that you can do is you can assign a click effect. Like for example, I could say confetti. And if I now click that button, if it would have an action, just let me add this. This was very fast. I will go over this in depth in a second just to show you this confetti effect. Then you will see we get this confetti effect. It's very playful. You don't need it actually. It's a very fun little feature. For now, let's get rid of this and let me go on to the last thing here. Open the 6-dot menu again. And also here we can edit the icon if we want. The rest is basically same. So the first use case is something you just saw, and this is to insert blocks. I could, for example, click this button and then I will insert this under it. I will insert my name as a mentioning, followed by a space, a minus and a space, and then I can start typing. I could do it again, get the same thing, can start writing, and so on. Now let's build that on the right side. Just click on edit button. Then we have this action field. Here you can see this is the trigger. This is the action field. So now click on new action. And then we want to use the first option, insert blocks. And here you want to write add, then me. So always the person who clicks this button will get mentioned. Then space, minus, and space again. Now, before we click on done and test everything, we have different options here. We have below button, which is this one. Then we will add the buttons below the button. We have above the button. Then we would add everything above the button. We have at the top of the page. Then we will add it at the top of the page. And we have at the bottom of the page. So then we will add it at the bottom. The ones that you usually need if you do that are basically just below the button or above. So now let's click on done and let's test if our button works. And as you can see here, everything works. Now with that, let's actually move on to the next use case. And the next use case is adding pages to one or multiple databases. So the next action, what this will do is if I click here, you can see I created a new entry in this database. For this adding pages, we also have another one, and this is hidden here in the body, because you can also, if we go to database templates, just add a button here in the database template. And what this button in here will do is this will add an entry to the task database, and then it will relate this new entry to the project that triggered that task. And this can be achieved by saying add the page to, select this database, and then for that new entry, set this page as the related entry. Now let's give this the name page 1 and let's click on this, and you can see we added a new entry and this page is automatically in the relation. So now let's recreate this. Click in here and then click on new action and click on add page 2. Then we need to search for the database. The database is called projects database and then lowercase add pages. Then just select it. We can remove the name, and this is everything we need. And now if you click on this, we will create a new entry here. For the second button, you see I already prepared the button in the template. What we need to do here is again, click on new action, add pages to, and then we need to search for tasks database, add pages. Again, we can remove the name, but what we need to select is the project database. And in here, we now have the option this page, which is dynamic. So it will always insert the page like a smart filter in the body of the page, in the linked views or in database tabs. And if we select this, this will always set this page in the project's relation of the created tasks. So now let's click here and you can see we created a new entry here and related this entry automatically. Now I already showed you two things. Now let's move on to the third use case. So the next action is edit pages. And for this, I added an empty table view in here because here again we have a today filter, and what you just need to do is you need to change task 2 to your today's date, task 3 and task 1 to today's date, so the day that you do this. Then for task number 4, change it to tomorrow, and for task 5, change it to yesterday. This is everything. Now then go for task today. And now let's talk about edit pages. So what we have here is we have different tasks. We have a today view with all the tasks that need to be done today, tasks that are for tomorrow, and tasks that are done. These are the three views I have. And what I want to do now is I want to push all the tasks that I haven't completed today to move to tomorrow. And I could do that with edit pages. Now you can see I moved all of them automatically to tomorrow except the one that is already done. And this is what edit pages does. So now let's build that on the right side. So click here on edit button, then click on new action, and here we have edit pages in. Then we need to select a database, and here select tasks database, edit pages in lowercase. And then we need to specify a filter, because now we need to specify for the edit pages button, which pages do we want to change. We only want to change the pages that are not done and that are due today. So let's specify this in the filter here. So here, change this to due date is today and status is not done. This is what we want for the filter. Then the next thing is we need to edit the property. And what we want to do is we want to change the due date to tomorrow's date. So click on edit property, select the due date, and in here we now have the option to create a custom formula. And here what we want to do is we have something that is called date triggered. So today is May 10th. If I trigger this, we can access the date that the button is triggered on. And now let's actually do this. Let's click on date triggered dot. Then we want to use the date add function. So write date add, because what we want to do is we want to add one day to it. So what we now do is we have today, we click this button, we filter for tasks that are due today and that are not done. And then we say for the due date, add one day to this. And this is basically everything you need to do. So let's click on done and let's check if everything works. Now you can see everything got pushed to tomorrow except this one, so everything works. But here, very important to say, if you mess up the filter, for example, or you do anything wrong, you can really mess up your data. So if you do this for the first time, or if you do that in a real case environment with real data, check that button automation in a sandbox environment and then establish it in your real database with real data. Every time check this, especially for edit pages in a sandbox environment. Now let's move on to the next use case, which is send notification to. And for this, again, I added this in the body of this page. Because this is a wiki database, you can see we have the entry how to edit a YouTube video. We have a verification, an owner, and a status property. Now for this, I also want to open the inbox so you can see, because now we send a notification. So let me show you what this looks like. I have this button here that sends a notification to the owner of this entry. So let's click here. And you can see I got a notification here, which says, hey Leon, the SOP, how to edit a YouTube video, has been expired. Please review if it's up to date and set it live, or update it and then set it live. So this is just a message that you don't have to write out manually. You can just configure a button. And then if you see, for example, the verification has been expired, you just click on the button and send a notification to the owner. In this notification, as you just saw, I want to do two actions at once for the first time, because here you can see I didn't only send a message, I also set the status to in review. So now let's rebuild this. Let's go over here and let's write /button, call this send notification, click on new action. And the first action that we want to do is we want to edit a page. More precisely, we want to edit this page. So click on pages in, and then besides the databases, where you can then specify what pages to edit, you also have the option to select this page. So now the only thing that you need to do is you need to set the status and here set in review. This is our first action. Now click on add action. And the other one that we want to do is we want to set a notification to someone. And here we want to select either you can go for specific people or a person property. And in this case, I want to select the owner property. So whoever is in this owner property will get notified. And here you can see I have a message window that I can pre-fill. And here again, I have the option to just add mention people and write text, or I can also add a text with a formula. And what I want to do here is I want to say, hey, and then you can see here it got my name as an ad mentioning. And I can achieve that by saying, okay, go into this page where the button is and then mention the owner. So if I would now here add my second account, Leon2, this message would have been sent to my other account and automatically would have said, hey, add Leon2. So here we dynamically address the owner. Then we say the SOP, and here we don't need to add the name of this as text because then we need to do it manually. We just say this page.name, and this will then give you this, how to edit a YouTube video. This was from this page.name. So by using this, we dynamically say what page has been expired with saying this page.name and not writing it manually every single time. And then we just add another text that says, this SOP has been expired. Please review it if it is up to date and set it to live, or update it and then set it to live. So this is what we do with this button. Now we can click on done. And let's see if it works. And as you can see, I also got the second notification, so everything works. Now to the next two options, but I won't cover them because they are external tools. They are sort of what we just did with notification, but in different tools. The first one, let's just go in here. The first one is to send an email. You can also send an email from here, like with notifications, and you can also send a Slack notification, but I won't cover these two. Now with notifications out of the way, the next thing that I won't show you in depth because it's also related to external tools, but that I want to show you that is possible. And for those who don't know what this is, I want to give you a short explanation. The next thing that you could do is you could send a so-called webhook. Let's say you have a content database, and this entry is an Instagram post, not an entry of a wiki database. And you automatically want to post this via a click of the button here to your Instagram account. Then via a webhook, you can send information from that page to a third-party tool like, for example, make.com. And there, make.com will receive that data from the webhook, more in detail from that page that triggered the webhook, and then will use it to automatically publish that to Instagram. This was just an example of what is possible with a webhook. So in short, a webhook will grab data and send it to, for example, an external automation tool that then works with that data. Now that I briefly covered three things, mail, Slack, and webhooks, let's actually go to an example that we can really build again. The first one is for the action open pages, and this is a home button. So actually for open pages, as you can see here, I prepared 1, 2, 3, 4 examples. The first one, now let's minimize this. The first one is here on this page, and this is a home button because this will open the materials page as a full page. So wherever you are and you ever feel lost, for example, in your system, or you don't want to go back multiple times in that breadcrumb, you can create a home button that will instantly bring you back to your homepage. In this case, it's the example page. So I am here, I can say back to home, and this will bring me to this materials page that I here define as the home page. Now let's go over to the right side and let's actually rebuild this ourselves. So click here on edit button, let's call this home, and then you click on new action, and here you click on open page. Then you click here, and then we can select the page that we want to open. We want to open the materials page, and here we have the three different options. Like we already had this in database. Here we want to go for full page. And if you now click on this, This will also open materials as a full page, so it works as a home button. The next thing is that you can launch your email provider from here. So if I click this here, you will see it will ask me, do you want to open Notion Mail? And if I would now open this, now it's on my other screen, so you can't see it. This just opened a new mail. Send it to the recipient that I specified here, and I could instantly start typing. So I don't need to open the email provider, then maybe from the page copy the email, add it to recipient, and so on. I can just do that from here. And now I want to show you how to do that. So what you just do is you click on Edit button, click on New Action, click on Open Page, and here you now just write mail to ... and then you write the email. Let's actually say this is for Notion, then I can use team@makenotion.com, which is the email of Notion, and then I can here click. Now I click on Done, and if I would now click it, it would open Notion Mail, my default email provider, and it will instantly open a new mail at the email team@makewithnotion.com to the recipient, and I can instantly start typing. The third example is for an IT help desk database. And in here, we have a form for that database. And you can share a form and get the URL, the link of the form. And what you can then do is you can put that link in the button, and now with the click of the button, I can launch that form. This is also possible. Now, if you want to reboot this, you need to go in the IT help desk database, go to the form builder, then share the form, click on copy form link. If you have it internal, of course, anyone at your workspace. If you want to have it external, you need to publish it to the web. Now I want to keep it internal, and now I can go to the button. Again, click on New Action, Open Page, and then I can paste the form link in here. And now I can either decide to use this internally. If you have a form published to the web, you need to go for the second option. Now, in this case, I also went for the second option. So this is also possible if you have it internally, but not if you publish it to the web, then the form won't be accessible. So now I can say open the form, and this will also open the form, and I can now fill it out and submit. The last use case in regard to open pages is to launch a website or a specific URL. Like as you can see here, I can click on open pages, and this will open Notion's website. How you can achieve this is here you click again on Edit button, click on New Action, Open Page, and here you just type in the URL like www.notion.com and then select the link, the URL. And if you now click the link, you will open the website. And that's basically it for opening pages, the action. Now let's move on to something that can be really useful if you don't want to mess up things. And this is the action show confirmation. And what this will do is if I click on this button, I will get a pop-up that has text that you can manipulate. In this case, I said, hey Leon, are you sure you want to continue? And then you can click on yes, continue, or no, cancel. Yes, continue will then bring you to the next action, like for example, edit a page. No, cancel will then not trigger the action. So this is literally a pop-up that you can implement that if someone accidentally clicks this, the action won't instantly start. They would get that confirmation first. So now let's reboot this. Click on edit button, new action, and then here we have this show confirmation. If you click on this, you can see you can manipulate the message and the two texts. Now here again, we want to create a custom formula. So click in here, and here we want to write hey space. Then besides the date triggered, we can also see who clicked this button and then access their name by this. So this will give us hey. If I click this, this would be me. And then I can format this. So now this is no longer a person. It's in a text format, and I can then add, are you sure you want to continue? And then if I click this, it will say, hey, Leon, are you sure you want to continue? Let's say your name is Ben. You click this, you are part of my workspace. You get, hey, Ben, are you sure you want to continue? The next thing that you could then manipulate is you can change this, for example, yes, continue, or no, cancel, or whatever you want. Here you can't add formulas. Now the last option, that is actually a very new option, the newest addition to this before I go to advanced use cases for buttons, is this archived pages option. And what this will allow you to do is, remember, we can archive pages. There is a new option in Notion to archive pages. We did that on a normal page, and we also did it in databases. Back then in the database chapter, we did it manually. Now we also have the option to do it with buttons. So now if we click on archive pages, you can see they disappear. And if we then go to archived pages, they show up here. So how do we do that? Just go to the three-dot menu here, click on New Action, and here we have Archive Pages. Then click on Archive Pages, select the database, Wiki Database, and lowercase Archive Pages. And then for now, because I showed you that you can literally archive everything, let's not set a filter. Let's say we want to archive everything. Then if I click on done, now we have the button set that all the pages get archived. And if I do this, they get archived. So it's literally like edit pages, but in this case, it's added as its own option, the option to edit pages in the way that we archive them. So we access the archived feature. Now, the last two things that I want to show you before we move on to database buttons are combinations and special use cases. So the first combination is a combination of two things, like I already showed you. But here, what we could do is, let's say I want to add something here, and I don't want to do it via this here or just here. So here I would click out and open it, but I don't want that. Then I could click a button. This will add a new entry, and instantly it will open this in Sidepeak, so I can start filling out everything. So we have the step that this gets added. We already have some properties filled out, and the new page will get opened in the sidebar. So how can we achieve that? We say we want to add a page to a database. For this, we want to use the task database combination. And here we want to adjust two properties. Let's say we don't have a database template where we, for example, can set whoever clicked, whoever duplicated. We could also use this in the button. We can say for the assignee of that entry, please select the person who clicked the button. So this will get this assignee property filled out. And we can also hard select things, like in this case, I want to say, because this is our new prior one task button, I want to pre-fill the select option 1. Now you can do that in combination with database templates. You could also access if that database, now let me add one here that just has nothing in here, and then if you click in the button, you can see we now have the possibility to choose templates. So you can also combine database templates with selecting properties here. Now, my recommendation is, if you have the possibilities, put as much of the pre-filling options in the database template and only the things that really need to be here in the button. For example, this can be in the database template. This can be in the database template. Now, I just added it here because I want to show you what is possible. Then the next thing we need is, because now this will only add a page, we need to open the page. And for this, we need to add a second option. And this second option is open a page. And what we want to do is we want to open the page. And here you have the option to access all the pages that you previously added in any steps. Now, if I add 2 pages, for example, you can see we have page 2, which we added, page 1, which we added in page 1, and we have page 2, which happens in step 2. And by doing this, we can access things we did in previous steps. So I can say the page that I added in step 1, please open this in SidePeek. And now this will create a new entry and it will launch it in SidePeek. Now, if you select a specific template, it will automatically also apply the template you selected. The second thing, the second advanced use case, is for hiding entries. For this, we again need to reassign the entries. We want to assign both entries to your main account. When you did that, then go back to my tasks, and here you can see we have filters applied. But actually I just see we also need to change due and due date to today. So let me quickly do that. For the second one here, we need to select tomorrow, and also I did it here because I need it now. You only need to do this here. Also 11th, and then here 11th, here 10th. So now that we have this, we have the option to hide entries and show. Let's say, for example, now I want to narrow down my view and only show me the tasks for today that are due today. So I can click on hide entries, and then I only see the task that is due today. Now with show all, back again, I can see all the tasks. For this, 2 buttons are needed. For this, in button, select the action edit pages. And we want to first access this database, and then we want to say we want to have the dates where the due date is today and the due date is after today. And this will then access this page. And the only thing that we then need to do is we have a little helper property here that we need to set to checked. And this little helper property is actually needed to do that, because in this view, we say the assignee contains me. So this is irrelevant actually. I just added it so it will really only show me my tasks. And then we say helper is unchecked. And with this, we say we want to access the entries that are due today, but not due today. And we want to check that helper property. And if we check something, it will not be displayed in here. And this is what we take advantage of. So we can click on hide entries, and now it's hidden. Now we need to also manipulate this button to actually get this back. We need to again edit pages, click on this database, and say we want to access entries where the due date is today and the due date is after today. So the same filter as previously, and here we need to inverse what we did. We need to set this to unchecked, and if we now click on show all, we will get this task back. This is something that can be really useful if you don't work in Notion calendar. If you work in Notion, you have a task database and you actually say, oh, I don't have that much time, really only show me the entries that I need to do today. And now that I walked you over this, let me actually in more detail show you this menu, because there are some things like this or this that I haven't shown you. So what I showed you is icon, name, these toggles, and how to add things, as well as click on done. Now we have the option to collapse. Then this will only show you this, so a preview. And then if you need this, you can expand it. Now, sometimes automations and button automations can get very long, and this allows you to get an overview of the single steps. The other option is this here, and we can, by clicking this, same to the normal table database where you can add entries to the left and right. We can say add, for example, another action above this directly, or for example, below this directly. So we can add things above or beyond actions and don't need to actually add them here and move them where they belong. Now, with multiple things, you actually also have the option to move this down. For example, I can say move this down and move this down again, or also move this up. So I can change the order of my actions, but actually the faster way is hold here and then drag things around. That is even faster. Now that's basically it. You can also, of course, duplicate things and also delete things if you no longer need action steps. And that's basically it for buttons. Let's move on to database buttons. So hide this, where is it? This buttons toggle and open database buttons. Same here as with buttons, you will see some actions are actually not available on a free plan, but most of them are. For database buttons, before we start here in Notion, I will also walk you through another slide. For this, I want to again open the buttons, because database buttons and buttons are pretty similar, because also database buttons have a trigger, which is the button itself, and then you also have an action that follows if you click on the button. Now the difference is that a button is a text block that lives on a page, like you can create it with slash and then write button. A database button is a database property, so it lives in the database. So now let's move over to Notion, and here you can see we have this button here. This is a database button. So let's first actually add a button. Click here and then select button. And what you can do here is you can also give it a name. Let's say, for example, we call this vote. And if we do that, we get vote here. So if we click on this edit automation, we can change the name of what is on the button, but we can also rename the property, like for example, call this vote and here change it. Now I want to actually leave it. So this database button is a property, so it lives in the database and you can create it like any other property. Now let's move this over and make this smaller. Here you can also edit the automation, and you can see here, except for one that is changed, we also have all the other options. That's why I won't go over all the ones that we previously had. They are literally the same. I will show you the new one, because here, due to the database button not being on a page, we don't have the option to insert blocks, but we have a new option that says edit property. And for this, let me actually go to the left side and first demonstrate you what this will do. And if we click on this, you will see we will edit this people property. Now I am in that, and if I again click on this, I will be removed. So I can edit this property. The votes property will then just count how many people are in here. Now let's rebuild this. What we need to do is we click on edit automation, new action, edit property, and then we need to select what property to adjust. Of course, here we can't edit formulas. Formulas work with other properties. Then we want to select people, and then we have the option to also here select whoever clicked. And this is what we want to do. We want to say, if we click the button, we want to put ourselves into the person property, and we select ourselves by using this whoever clicked. This will default to the person who clicks. And then we have different options. We have, for example, the option, if this is set to say, if I click this button, I will replace what is in the person property with whoever clicked, so myself. I also have the option to add myself. So if unlimited people are possible here, let's say, for example, Ben is already in here, then I can just add myself. And now there are 2 people. And this will also say then 2. I also have the third option to remove myself. So let's say Ben and I are in here. Then I could have a button that removes myself. So then if I click this, I will be removed and only Ben would remain. And last but not least is what we used here. We have toggle, and toggle means that if you click the button, you will, in this case, get added here. If you click the button again, you will toggle out, so you will get removed. So it's add and remove in one thing. So let's say I now click, I will add myself. If I click again, I will remove myself. And this is a very nice mechanism that is possible only with database buttons with this edit properties option. Now let's get to special things and advanced use cases for database buttons. And here what we can do is we can create a toggle button, for example. This is a button where I deleted the text and I only said I want to show this emoji. And if I click on this, you will see the text appears here, which is a formula, and I can also say hide it. This is great if you want to build flashcards in Notion. And the way this works is I have an answer property, that is a text property. I have a answer formula. I will show you this in a second. And I have a reveal and hide checkbox. And what I do here is I say, if this checkbox is checked, please show me the answer, otherwise show nothing. And I don't want to click this here, so I say, for this, please edit this page and please check and uncheck the reveal mechanism. And you do this by saying not this page dot reveal hide. So this might sound complicated, but it's actually very easy. I say, if I click this button, please edit in that page where the button is clicked the reveal and hide property. And I always want to set it to the opposite state. Remember, we have checked and unchecked. If it's checked, set it to unchecked. If it's unchecked, set it to checked. And then we basically have this checked, which will display this, and hide it like you see here. Now let's rebuild this. We go to the right. I already wrote the formula. Now let's select a button property. Here we can remove the text, and for the property we can call it reveal and hide if we want. And now we can give it a name. And here we can also paste emojis, and we can also only go for an emoji. Now our button looks like this. Now the last thing that we need to do is we need to edit pages, select this page, and say for reveal and hide, custom formula, set it to not this page dot reveal and hide. So it will set it to the opposite state. If we click on save, we can see it works perfectly fine. The last thing here that we need to do is we need to show the button property, drag it over here, and now we can hide and unhide, which is a pretty cool mechanism. And now that's basically it for database buttons. Let's move on to automations. Now, automations are a paid feature and automations are available on the Plus plan or above. Now, for automations, to explain them to you, let me open another slide. Automations, same as buttons, also have a trigger and then actions that follow. But here, the trigger is that something happens. The trigger is no longer the click, for example, on a button. Here, the trigger is something that happened in your database. Like, for example, added pages on a schedule. Or like, for example, a property change. You can then say, if this property changes, for example, more precisely to a specific option, then I want to trigger an automation so they can trigger autonomously based on things in the database. So now it's possible to not only work with properties to show them in a formula, like to show if a task is overdue, or clicking a button to move the tasks from today to tomorrow. We could create an automation that, based on a time trigger, automatically moves the tasks from today to tomorrow. Same here as with buttons. I only implemented 2 actions in here because it's very short, but you can also create more than 2 actions, obviously. One thing I also want to mention to automations is that an automation can apply to only one entry in a database or to multiple entries. So you could, for example, have an automation that updates a bunch of entries in your database. So they are pretty powerful. Now let's move over to Notion. Here in Notion, you find automations with this lightning here. And if we open them, you can click on New Automation and then here also add actions like with buttons. Again, we already covered some things in buttons that also show up in automations, but I won't feature them again. I will only show you the things that are new. So the first option available is, let's go in here, is to define variables, which is this one at the bottom. For this, I will go into this window here because it's actually something that happens in the background that you do in these building windows. So define variables allows you to, like in a formula, define specific variables that you can work with. So for example, here I have a variable that is set to trigger page and then based off that a property, which is a relation to this other database. So now how do you create a variable? You just go in here. First of all, here we just create a new automation. It's the same like for buttons or database buttons. We can give it a name, like in this case, update helper database entry. Then that we have this, we need to define a trigger. So in this case, the trigger is no longer the click of the button. So before we actually define the variable, let me actually set the trigger with you. And here the trigger is any property updated. This is the event. So I say this automation should trigger if any property is edited. Now, don't worry, I will in a second walk you through all of these different triggers. So for now, let's set this to any property edit and let's define our first variable. Let's call this helper entry because here we link this entry to the other entry in the database. So here, let's click on the formula, click on trigger page. So here in automations, trigger page is the same as in the buttons this page. In the button, this page will access the page where the button is clicked. Here in databases, this page would be trigger page because here we go for which page of the database triggered that automation. And we say trigger page dot, and here select template database to any property edit. So now we have a variable And now let's say we want to send a notification, just as an example here in formulas. We now have that variable available that we can work this. So we don't here, for example, have to write out this again. We can just use the variable. But now this should be it for variables. Let me walk you over these different triggers. The first trigger is what we just added. It's any property edited. So regardless of which property I added, I manipulate, this automation will trigger. So the setup is we have an entry, and this is a database that stores all my templates that I launched to the Notion marketplace. But let's say here I have an entry which is called notes, which includes a confidential note. And currently in Notion, you can't share databases and then hide specific properties. That is not possible. So what we do here is we create a copy, and then we have a private version for ourselves, and here we have a public version with the exact same details except the confidential ones we don't want to share. So this remains private, this is public. And then with automations, we want to keep them in sync automatically. So if I change this name, this should also get renamed to this name and vice versa. So we want to keep this in sync so that we don't need to do that manually. So that's why we set any property edited, and then we define the variable as the relation. The next step that I want to do with you now is, first let me rename this, update helper. The next thing that we need to do is we need to also define the properties that we want to sync over. We need to say edit pages in, and then we want to select this helper page. So now we say, please edit this page, because we say our variable is the related entry here. And then we say edit the variable which holds this entry. And in here, we can now say, please set the status, and here click on custom formula, trigger page dot status. And this trigger page dot and then the same property allows us to, let's say this is the trigger page. I change the status to, for example, active. Then this automation will see, okay, this got edited. Let's access this entry and let's set the status to the status of the trigger page. So this will map this over. Now we need to do this for every single property that we want to move over. Trigger page dot store link, and also for name, trigger page dot name. Now this is okay, and now this is our first automation. So if we click on done, and let's say, for example, I switch this to not started, you will see in a second this will switch also to not started. And this is the case. Of course, if I change this here, it won't update here, because here I would need to add the same automation to make this also possible the other way around. The other trigger that we have, let me actually use this automation, is we have, now click on here, is we have page edit. And page edit means that this automation gets triggered every time a new page gets added to that database. So for this, we create a new automation. Let's call this create helper, because now what we want to build is we say, if we add something here, also create a helper in the first case and link it here. So we have the perfect setup. And then if I make changes, this will also via the first automation get updated here. So here select page edit, and then let's say add page 2. And here we need to select the database 2, any property lowercase, and we need to select the relation and there select trigger page. So now if I add an entry here, this automation will get triggered. It adds a page here and relates the trigger page in the relation. Now that's it. So I can click on done. And if I now add a new entry here, you will see in a second a new entry appears here. And this is the case, and it's also instantly linked to this entry here. And if I now change this to not started, the first automation that we built will kick in. And these are the first triggers, so any property edited and page edit. Now let's move on to every. And for every, I want to move on to the next database that you can find under third. And every allows you to run automations on a schedule. It's the same feature that we had with database templates, where we can also say, okay, every day at whatever time add an entry with that database template. We could also do this with automations, like say every time at this and this time run this automation. This is the every trigger. But here with this automation, you can do so much more than with this feature in database templates. This is like this feature in database templates, but on steroids. So what we have here, as you can see here, also a lot of entries got added, because we say every day around midnight, starting March 11th. So here I have the same options, but better. And a great example is, let's say you have a days database and you do, for example, journaling, and every day manually you normally would add a new entry to this. Now this can be automated with an automation and this every feature. So what we do here is we say add page 2 and then select the database. We select a name, in this case to the date triggered. So we always see the date triggered as the name, and for the date, then the date triggered. Of course, this can also be achieved with a normal database template. There are possibilities where this is superior to templates, but for simplicity, now I want to show you this simple example. So let's rebuild this. Let's go here, go to automation, and call this new day. Then for the trigger, select any. And for the recurring option, select day around midnight, starting tomorrow, ending never. And then we say we want to add a page to days database, and then every small, select for the name, add, and then date triggered. And for the date, then the date triggered. And now, as of today, starting today around midnight, a new entry in this format will get created. The last trigger, which is the fourth trigger, is a trigger on a specific property. Now this looks a bit asynchronous because I have too many entries here. You could delete them if you want to. I think this works fine for now. What we need to do first is we need to add two properties, a first and a second person property. The first one we want to call assignee, and the second one we want to call reviewer. Now with these two properties, let's actually display both here. We can now build an automation that sets if the status is set to review the reviewer person to the assignee property. Let's say we do this, and now you can see the reviewer is the assignee. And now let's recreate this. For the reviewer, select either your account, but then you won't see the change, or select another account and as the assignee your account. And then under automation, let's call this replace assignee. And then we say if the status, and here we can either say any option or set to in review. Actually, we need to not discard it, add the option in review. So here, add in review, enter, drag it down and make it purple. I like to do this. Then go back to automation, call this replace assignee. When the, and we are back here, status is set to in review. So now this automation is triggered when the status is set to in review. And what we then want to do is we want to edit a property. We want to, for the assignee property, and here we can say replace. We want to replace it with a specific property. And here we can create a custom formula. We want to replace the assignee with the reviewer of the page that triggered it. So this page triggers it by setting the status to in review, and then we say replace the assignee with the reviewer of the page. Now let's test this, and this should change to my demo account, which is the case, so everything works. Another thing is that I want to show you is you can here at the top create multiple triggers. And let's say I also want to replace the assignee with the reviewer if something else happens. Now I can't think of anything that makes sense, but let's say there is something else, then I could also define another trigger. And the last missing piece for this is here this all or any. And this allows you to say, let's say I have two triggers in here to say when both triggers apply, then do this, otherwise not. If we have two and only this applies, the automation won't do this. But we also have the option any. So if we have multiple, only one need to be true in order to trigger this action. So let's say I have my trigger 1 and trigger 2, and trigger 2 actually happens, but not trigger 1. Then if you have any, this will get triggered. The next thing in this window that I haven't shown you is you have this view where you can decide where the automation in which view to apply. You can say for all pages in the entire database, but you can also have automations only for specific views. Let's say I have this view here and I also have another view. Then I could also say, okay, I want this automation to only apply for this other view. And then the automation is not for the whole data in the database, it's actually only for a specific view, and it will only listen to the entries in that view. This is important to understand. I personally can tell you I always choose all pages in my database. I never use automations only for specific views, but if you want to do that, you can definitely change this here at the top. The other thing next to this is for the automations if they should happen or not. Because if we have this and you say, for example, I don't want this to, you don't have to delete the automation, you can just make it inactive. And if it's inactive / paused and the trigger that normally triggers the automation happens, if it is paused, it will no longer happen. So you don't have to delete your automations if you no longer need them or you don't need them at the moment. You can just pause them. Two last things I want to talk with you about in regard to automations before we move on to global variables are that automations can't trigger automations. So if I would build an automation that sets the reviewer as the assignee when the status is set to in review, and then I build another database automation that says if the assignee is, for example, edited, then trigger another automation. If this is then edited by an automation, it won't trigger the automation, only if you do it. So keep this in mind. An automation in Notion can't trigger an automation. You can't chain them together. The last thing to say is automations also work for forms. So if you get new entries based off forms, you can also use automations because forms are literally just another way to add data to the database. So you can say page edit and build an automation. But now let's move on to global variables. For global variables, I want to show you another slide I prepared. And global variables are available if you use the option define variable in a button or an automation. Remember, we had the option to define a variable, like for example, say the variable is now the pages that are in the relation, and then we can use that variable in a formula in another step, or use it, for example, to say edit pages, and then there select the variable because it holds the pages. So you can use that feature when you use the variables feature. So you can see this here. We have a database, and I called this database Global Variables Database because it's built in the way that for the database, we have different entries, and then we only have a value property that holds the value. So we have entry 1, this is a variable, and this is the value of the variable. Remember, in formulas, for example, we had the name, for example, phone number, and then we have the actual property, which is the value this variable holds. So we have entry 1, an example value. We could also have entry 2 with an example value, and then we could use that information in different automations. Like, for example, I have automation 1 in my templates database, and here I have the step variable, create variable, and here I use this value of the other database. Also here in the other automation in the same database, in the variable, I can use the information from that database. Now, this might sound very complicated, but I will give you a practical example. So first, I will show you this on the left side, and then we will rebuild this on the right side. So as you can see, I have a variables database, and here I have one entry that is my Notion templates domain. That's the name of the variable. And I have the actual value, which is https://www.notion.so/templates/. This is the Notion templates domain. And then I have another database, which is my templates database. And this holds all the templates that I have published. For example, let's say I have Content Calendar Pro. And then I have a button. This will get important in a second. I have the full URL, and I have the slug. And what this will do is, let's say I also add content calendar light. Let me make this way. I have also content calendar light. And now if I press this, the full URL and slug automatically get created. We have notion.so/content creator light. So this base domain and the name here, and we have the slug content calendar light. So this is a very good way where we can use that value here. Now I can also, let's say it's no longer templates, it's templates, just as an example. And now I could change this. I could change it here, and now here it will change. Now it says templates, and also here. So this will be used in the button. Now let's change this back from templates. I think this is the way to templates, and we can also change it here. And now I have my entries. Let's get rid of this one. And I have the full URL that got created when I set this, when I create a new entry, and the slug that I can now copy and paste it in the actual Notion marketplace. So now let me show you how to do that. The first thing before we do that is I want to show you what's inside of the button because it's a bit more complicated. So here in the formula, I could just for the full URL write HTTPS and this same thing just as a normal string like HTTPS and so on. and then add it before here, and then this page dot name, and I would also get the URL. But then let's say this domain changes and I have multiple buttons or automations that work based on this variable, then I need to change that in every single automation or button. So what I do now is I put it in a specific variables database. So I only need to change it here because I reference it in the different buttons and automations. So here I don't write it out manually. I just say variable1, and variable1 is Notion templates domain dot value. So I don't put it in manually. I have a value for a variable that I can reference in different automations and buttons. So now let's recreate this on the right side. Let's go in here, click on Edit Automation, and I prepared everything that we just previously did in other chapters. I prepared the define variables section. I also showed you how to add that. I added the other section. I also showed you how to do that. I added the formula because we covered formula in a previous chapter. So what we need to do now here is we need to go on the add option and look for the page name. It's Notion templates domain. And here the lowercase one on the right side. So we do Notion templates domain, and then we go into formulas here and just write dot and then value. So we have the name of the page, and that's why it's called global variable, because we access a page from a completely different database. We, in this variable, don't access a property from our database. We use a page from a completely different database. And then by dot value, we can access, of course, it's behind here in that database, we can access this value. So now the last thing we need to do is here, we need to reference that variable, and we are ready to go. So now we create this new entry, and we don't want to write the full URL ourselves or add the slug. We just click here, use this, which is always the base, and everything gets created. Now the downside / the limitation is if you change something here, like we previously did it, you need to go into every entry, if we have multiple, and click the button again to apply the change. But now let's change this back. New entries, by the way, if we change this to with an A at the end and add a new entry and set the button, then of course we'll get the new version of this. Now you can see Notion can also do things for you or multiple things automatically. And this is very powerful. And building these, for example, automations can become very difficult, trust me. So if you want to leverage this power of Notion, but you don't have the time to wrap your head around everything to create them on your own, and you want to get this done for you, I can build a whole tailored workspace for your needs, and of course then implement all the different buttons and automations that you need. For example, let's say you have a process, like for example creating a YouTube video from start to finish, and at the start of every video you create the same task all over again and link it to the new video. This is a use case where an automation can speed up the process a lot. So if you're interested, there is a link in the video description down below where you can work with me. But that's it for global variables, and actually also for chapter number 8, which was pretty fast. Now let's move on to chapter number 9, the AI chapter. Now, AI features are available on the business or enterprise plans. You have a limited amount of AI actions on the free and the plus plan, but they are basically some limit actions, so you can play a bit around with it and get your feet in and see what is possible, what you can do. But really, AI is only available on business or enterprise plan, and later at the end we will even get to custom agents, and custom agents are also available on the business plan or higher, but they consume tokens. So you have to pay extra for them. But we will get to that at the end. So on free and plus, you have a limited number of actions to play a bit around with AI. They are normally AI is available on the business plan, and then we have even custom agents that for which you need to be on a business plan, and then you pay by tokens. Now, the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to quickly open the settings again. And there I want you to go to the Notion AI tab. And what you can do there is you can basically decide if you want to share your data to improve AI or not. Maybe consider if you have like very sensitive information in your workplace or not. If it's just some notes that are not that relevant or don't have that personal kind of information, then you can toggle it on, which would help Notion. Otherwise, you can also toggle this off, and then you don't share your data to improve Notion AI. Now, let's talk about the usage tab. And for now, I will skip this because you don't have an idea what Notion credits are. You will learn what this is in the custom agents section of this chapter, and then we will revisit this section again so that you know what this is and you will understand this setting when I then explain it. But now let's talk about the usage allowance here. And some people might be familiar with this concept, for example, from Claude. And what this basically is, in Notion, we have two different types of AI. We have on the one side things like meeting notes and personal agents that you can use. And then we have things like custom agents that work autonomously. And these things like meeting notes or your personal agents that don't run autonomously, they count towards this usage. This is also written here. So products that use credits, like for example, custom agents, don't count towards this. This is something how they are priced for their section. But here you have a rolling window and you have a monthly window. You can see my rolling window. This window is always for 6 hours. It resets in 51 minutes and I used 0%. Because I haven't used Notion in the past 6 hours. And then you have your monthly limit that resets every month. And for these two, for the rolling window and for the monthly window, I could, for example, use this. And then if I used 100% and there was, for example, time left, like for example, 50 minutes, I can't use, for example, my personal agent anymore because I used 100% usage for my rolling window. Then let's keep this out here. If we keep this out, I need to wait until this window resets. And then I can use my meeting notes, my personal agent again. Same here. If I hit my monthly limit, I can't use, for example, this agent anymore until this resets. So previously that was also in Notion, but it wasn't that clear. Now you have this here in the AI usage tab, and you can see how much have I used for my rolling window and how much have I used for my monthly window, and then think if every request should be handled with Fable 5 or not. And that's basically it with usage for now. Now, the other thing is let's move over to AI connectors. And here you can see all the AI connectors, which will later become relevant as a little mention. To the rest, which is also here, we will later revisit the settings throughout the entire setting in the dedicated AI sections. Now, the first thing I want to do with you is I want to cover image creation. And AI image creation is actually something that isn't that long in Notion. So now you can create images inside of Notion. You don't have to leave the workspace, create the image somewhere else, download it, and then upload it here, you can instantly do it in Notion. AI image creation is available in the Notion image block, in the page covers, and also later in the personal agent, which lives down here. So let's start with normal image creation in a image block. So as you can see on the left, here we have an image block that contains an AI created image. So we can recreate that. Just write slash and then image, and here AI image. Now, as you can see down here, you have a list of different things that you can do. Photo, slide, diagram, chart, mockup. If we click in here, we have even more options. We have all these styles, all these things that we can do. And then we only have our context window. If we want to add pages ourselves, we can just mention them and add any page that we want. Let's say, for example, we have a page that holds information about the style that we want to use. Then we can mention that page here. So this is very powerful in Notion. You can just bring in context by mentioning pages that hold the context. This is an advantage of doing things in Notion in regard to outside of Notion. But now enough talking, let's actually create an image. And for this, I want to use this prompt now. I don't need this. We have this prompt. I won't read it out here. You can read it out if you want. So if you want to have pictures like this, you need to write a really precise prompt. This is what I did here. And then if you have everything, you can send this off and Notion will create a picture. So let's send this off and you can see Notion AI will start creating that image. And now, as you can see, Notion AI is finished and it created a picture of what I asked for. Now, of course, it's not the same. In generative AI, you will get different things even based on the same prompt. But this is basically what we want. Red car, white rims, leaves, autumn, and so on. So this is great. Now let's move on from no context to context. In this case, I have some data listed out and then I created a chart. Now let's do the same thing but with context. So write slash image and then AI, and then we can create this overview here. Let's just keep it on general because Notion AI can also figure out what is the best format, and just say use the information in the context toggle about top languages spoken by total speakers. And then if I send this off, Notion AI will create an AI generated image based on this information. So now we need to wait a little bit and I will now make a cut to when this image is ready. Now you can see everything is ready. As I said, if you use AI image creation, you won't get the same result every single time. You can get close to it if you use a very long and precise prompt. In this case, I just said use the information. I don't specify that, for example, I want a horizontal bar chart. So in this case, it just uses the information. And as you can see, this is correct. Everything correct. It looks a bit different, but the same thing, the same purpose is fulfilled. I created something based on information. So this is also possible when you create a presentation in Notion. You can also, based on specific sections on that page, create AI images. Now that we cover AI images in image blocks, let me also show you how to do that in the cover. So here in the cover, we can click on Add Cover, and then we can click on Generate. And this will just generate a random, like sort of banner that the AI thinks is appropriate. And this is what the AI generated. Now we can also click on Change, click on Notion AI, and here we have two different options. We can go for photo or we can go for pattern. Let me actually go for pattern, get rid of the context, and just use a basic prompt. I say create a bunch of balloons rising to the sky, feature a bunch of different colors. So now I ask Notion AI to create that pattern. And here you can see we have a bunch of different balloons rising to the sky, and it's a repeating pattern. Now, of course, I didn't mean these kind of balloons. I mean the sort of air balloons rising to the sky, but this is also okay. Then I need to be more precise. Now that we covered where they are accessible, there was actually something that I didn't tell you. And for this, let's actually go here. And you can also edit them. You can go in here and edit based on a specific picture. So I could say, turn the car into a midnight blue, just as an example. Turn, and then I can send this off and wait. And now, as you can see, we got a really beautiful midnight blue oldtimer. If you want to go back, by the way, you can always press Command Z, and this will bring you back to where you started. So it's not that if you do something, it's irreversible. You can always go back with Command Z. And now that's basically it for AI image creation. Now let's move on to AI meeting notes. So the next thing I want to talk with you about are meeting notes. And for meeting notes, I prepared another slide. And here, this is the basic flow of using AI meeting notes. That's the exact workflow that I use. So the first thing that you do is when you have a new meeting, you have a meetings database, obviously. Then you create a new page in the meeting notes database. Then the second step is you add all the attendees and you fill out all the database properties. Once you did that, in the body of that new page, you write the agenda for that meeting. After that, you join the meeting. So when the meeting actually happens, you join it. Then in the meeting, you start transcribing. With that, you will see that in a second. There is an AI meeting notes block. You transcribe the meeting with that. And after that, you just leave the meeting and the meeting notes will automatically stop. This is the basic workflow. Now let's get to Notion. So if we go over to the left side here, you can see we have this big block, and this is one block, the AI meeting notes block. And we can also recreate that. Just go over here, write /meeting notes, and then you can edit. And the first thing that you can do here is you can rename it. You can call it meeting whatever. So here, just to show you this, you have the option to rename it in a way that you want. The next thing next to it is something I won't show you, because for this you need to connect Notion Calendar. But basically what that means is that you can add meeting participants from Notion Calendar. Same as this one here. For this, you also need to connect the Notion Calendar app. So basically, as of now, you can change the name. This will allow you, but for this, you need to connect Notion Calendar, allow you to see the underlying event. So for which event in your calendar this meeting note is. And here you can manage the participants from the meeting in the Notion Calendar. And from here also grant permissions. Now let's go to the settings of this block. Now, what Notion also just added is here you could upload audio or video. Let's say, for example, you record your meetings with another software, and then, for example, you get an audio file or you get a video file. If you also want to have the video, then you could paste this in here, you could upload it here, and the Notion meeting notes block will handle it, transcribe it, summarize it like a default meeting that you transcribed with Notion natively in the first place. So now you could just here upload audio or video from a meeting where you used another software, and Notion meeting notes will handle it. But I will also show you this in a second. The first option that you have here is the language. And here you can change it to any language that is listed out here, and then the meeting notes will get transcribed in that language. The next thing that we can do here is we can adjust the instructions. So basically the format of the meeting notes. If you choose auto, Notion AI will automatically decide which is the best format. But besides that, we also have candidate interview, we have customer call, we have stand-up. For every option here, we have the option to set it as default, remove it from the menu. If you want to, you can also edit it. Then this will open the underlying instructions, because all of these here are a page and you can adjust them. And you can also say that you want to select the instruction. You can also, by the way, change it down here. The last thing, besides making something default, which is best for if you add the meeting block in a database template, because then you can create different meeting notes templates, for example, one for weekly sync meetings. And let's say you have an instruction for these meetings, then you can set it as default for the specific database template. Now, as I just said, the last thing that you can do is you can also add custom instructions, maybe tailored down instructions, how the summaries should look like to your specific use case. This is also possible, so the instructions can be managed here. The third option is the consent, and this is basically a legal requirement that you need to play this consent message before you start transcribing a meeting to get the consent. Now, what you can do here is you can say autoplay the consent message or not autoplay. If you toggle this on, when you start this message will automatically get played, so you can't forget it. The other thing that you can do here, I think if I play it, you won't hear it, is you can play that consent message automatically. And if you do this, you can now listen to it, what it sounds like. The next thing that we have is also here, the default ones, copy link to blog, move to or delete. This is just what we have with other blogs. Then here it says connect calendar, because I haven't connected Notion calendar. But if you have Notion calendar connected, you can from here add a calendar event to link the meeting notes to the meeting event in your calendar. The next thing that you can do is you can download the Notion app, because currently here I am in the browser. What you can also do is you can watch a demo of the AI meeting notes, I think on top of this. If you want, you can also do this. So here you get a little like inbuilt demo that will guide you through this in your Notion app here. And the last two things are feedback. If you want to give feedback on this, you can do this via this option here, or you can learn more about meeting notes if you click here. But now that's basically it for this settings menu. On the right, which is what you can do now, you can now also play the consent message. For example, if you don't activate autoplay and you started transcribing, you can play it here. And right next to it, you can also copy the consent message if you want. The other thing, now we talked about this here, the setting menu, this is something that you only get in the web app. Currently here I am in my browser. If you are in the Notion app, you won't get this. This just basically says that Notion AI meeting notes are better in the Notion app, which is definitely the case. I can tell you, if I transcribe my meetings, I always use Notion in the Notion app, and then in the browser only have the meeting. But now, because I have my Notion app on another screen here, I will just do it in the browser. It's also fine for showcasing things. Now, the next thing that you can see here is we have this notes section, this notes tab, where we can put in information. And this is where you can add the agenda for the meeting beforehand. So here you can write everything out that is important for the meeting. And here you can also spawn all of the other blocks that you have available in Notion. And you could also do things like in a meeting, in a template, for example, enter a AI meeting notes block and prepare a specific agenda outline here. And this will also get duplicated if you spawn the database template. So If you want to do that, you can also, of course, prepare templates, put an AI meeting notes in there, and prepare a default layout for the agenda, like the headings, and then you just need to fill out the agenda, but the pattern is already created. Now that we've also talked about this, let's talk about the last section, which is this section over here. What you can do is you can click on Start Transcribing. And if you do that, now this will get opened on my main desktop, so you can't see it here, but if you do it yourself, you will get a little pop-up at the top that you can just click away. Now I actually switched to the Notion desktop app and have my script now in the browser open on my other screen so that I can really show you the things. So I just said you get this little pop-up that you can click away. And another thing that you will see in the tab, now we have this page displayed open, you will get this red circle, which indicates that on this page an AI meeting notes block is currently running. So you can always see if something is running on a page in a tab. Now here we get if the meeting is actively getting transcribed, another block, which is the transcript. And here you can see the whole transcript as of now. Two other buttons that show up here is you see pause, where you can pause transcribing, or stop, with which you can stop the transcribing. The third button that you get to the left side is this settings block, and this is a bit different than the settings block if the meeting hasn't started. So here you have the option to pause the transcription. You can also stop the transcription. Under there, you can change the mic, you can change the audio. And again, we have the other settings like language, instruction, consent. Here also delete transcript, so we can delete the transcript and all the other options that I previously showed you. Now, what actually happens if you pause it? If you pause it, it will stop, and then we only have one option, which is the resume option. And if you do that, the transcribing will start.
Notion AI is transcribing this meeting.
And Notion AI will again start transcribing, and you can move on. Now let's actually stop this and let me show you what happens then. If you click on stop, it will automatically stop and start creating a summary. And the structure that you will get here is influenced by the type of instruction. So you see the type of instruction that you use will then give you the output format here, and this varies from instruction to instruction. What you can also see in this new summary tab is you get these small numbers. And this is basically just a reference for you to see where in the transcript the AI got this from. So if you think, where did I say this, or where did we talk about this text here, you can just see where the original part in the transcript is and double check. Now the last thing for this block is actually the share option, and here you can share the summary to other people. Now that we covered this entire block, I can also show you what this looks on the left side. Here I did an example where I also created action items. I just said in the meeting I need to finish the ultimate guide, I need to finish the editing. So you also get action items if you say that you want to do things in the meeting. Now I will show you, as promised, how it looks like if you upload audio or video, in this case audio, to the meeting notes block. So here I added another meeting notes block, and here I could now upload audio or video. And now I uploaded my recording and the meeting block starts transcribing. And you can see the only difference is here at the top, I can play the original audio, I can mute it or adjust how loud I want this playback to be. I can here also download it again if I want to. I can adjust the playback speed from here. And then I have a summary of what I said there, the action items, the summary, and I also have the transcript. So the same as if I would have done this natively. Now let me move on with you to the sidebar where we also have an AI meeting notes section. So here we have this meeting section that we can expand, collab, hide, or move up and down. From here we can create a new AI meeting note, and from here we will get pushed to the third section, the meeting section. And here we can see all the AI meeting notes, and we can also add a new one. And here, this is the one that I just did with you. So here you can see at one glance all the AI meeting notes blocks. And here also currently you can see you have this transcribe icon. If you really connect Notion to Notion Calendar and you then connect a meeting notes block to a calendar event, you will see the Notion Calendar icon show up here to see that this meeting block is linked to a real calendar event. Last things before we move on to the settings, you can do here with the three-dot menu, you can make this available offline, and you have the other options to copy the link, duplicate, or move this to, as well as here the option to add a page inside, which is what I don't want to do. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to open the settings, because in regard to meeting notes, we also need to cover some settings. So here we want to go to Notion AI and then to the section meeting notes. And here we have the option in the first case to enable meeting notes for the workspace. So you can toggle this on and then you can use the AI meeting notes feature in your workspace, but you can also toggle this off and then this feature is not available in your workspace. The next option that you can do is you can allow members to store audio locally. So this means that you allow members to temporarily store a local on-device copy of their meeting notes audio for added reliability. This is something that is really individual. You can toggle this on if you want to allow this, but you can also toggle this off if you don't want to allow this. And this is then only available for the actual recorder. So the person who pressed to record this meeting, and it's only for the last 10 meetings. So by default, this is not enabled on any plan. If you want to enable that for whatever reason, you can do that. Then the next option is actually something that I can't cover here, because for this we need to furthermore upgrade to the enterprise plan. But what you can toggle on is you can enforce consent for all workspace members. And this means that you force that this audio snippet is played when the transcribing starts. Currently, on this account, this is toggled off. So I had the available to toggle on, autoplay, or to toggle off. If I toggle this on, this option will disappear. Then your members don't have the option to toggle this off to say, no, I actually don't want to play this. If you enable this, you enforce consent when a meeting note starts transcribing. Now, these are the workspace settings. Now let's go over to the personal preferences. And the first one is call detection. And here Notion can then detect if a call happens. So Notion can then detect when a call starts, and it will also stop the recording if you leave a call, which is pretty nice, which I have enabled. So every time I want to stop the meeting and stop the meeting notes to transcribe, I just leave the meeting. Now the next option is for hiding this meeting notes tab here from the sidebar. And here you have the option to never hide this or to always hide this. I, for example, created a meeting notes dashboard for me with a meeting notes database. So I never use this section. I have my own little dashboard with all my meeting notes. So I can click on always and then it will disappear at the top. This is just personal preference. If you want to have it in your sidebar, this will never go away. This will always show up here. But the other section, then you can say always hide it or never hide it. You also have the option later in the library to hide that section with the library feature. Now, the next option that you can activate is auto share with internal calendar event participants. And that means is when you have a meeting, you have an event, a slot in your calendar, which is the time block for the meeting. And there you can invite participants for the meeting. And what you then do is you link the meeting notes block to a calendar event. And then we had this section to the right where we can rename it, where we can see the participants. And if you toggle this on now, you will auto share the meeting notes with the participants from the calendar that are in your workspace. Let's say, for example, Ben is in my workspace. Just as an example, Ben is a member of my workspace and Ben is one of the participants in the meeting. And then if I link this meeting notes to the event, the meeting notes will automatically get shared with Ben. And as you can see here, this is also written here, members of your workspace, but this only happens if a meeting notes is connected to a calendar event. So if you want to toggle this on, this will save you some work. But you can also say, I don't want this. You can toggle this off. But this is basically for when a meeting notes block and a calendar event are connected. You auto share the meeting notes block with the people from the event that are internal. The next thing that you can do here is, because you save all your meetings in a database, or at least you should be, then here you can select a default meetings database where you put your entries in. So this is like the task database. Now here you can say, this is my meetings database that I use for all my meetings. Now this last option is the auto place consent message on start. Here you can toggle this on or off if this option is not enabled. If you enable this, you no longer have access to this. And now that's basically it for AI meeting notes. We will later come back to this in the custom agents section where I prepared something. But for now, we can close this and we can move on to the AI block. The AI block, as it says, is also a block. And this is, for example, a block that you place at the top of the project in the body. And here you can see I have an example project. I have a date property, an owner property, a status. Then this is just a normal heading. This is the real AI block. And then I have an overview, a scope, phases, key deliverables, dependencies, risk and mitigation, success metrics. By the way, this was also entirely created by AI. But what I want to show you is this AI block. And this AI block automatically summarizes everything that is in the bottom here. So you get a nice small overview over everything in the body in that AI block. So now that I showed you this, let's move over to the right side and let's actually build this. So we will write slash and then AI block. And then you get this window here. So here the first thing that you can do is you can change the output. I will not go in the order from top down. The first one here, the middle one that I want to talk about, is just a normal page summary. The last option, key points, as it says, will give you the key points, so not a summary. It will give you key points. And the best option, in my opinion, is custom output, where you can write a custom prompt and you can mention people, pages, dates, so you can get really creative. So page summary will give you a summary. You can't write anything, same as key points. And with custom output, you can really get creative. So I prepared yet another prompt. And this is the prompt that I want to use for my AI blog. You can now pause this video and read through this, but now I will continue. The last thing here in that block is the using block, and here you can change the context. You can say, I want to only have the page that I'm currently on as context. So then it will just take a look at this page for the output, but you can also go for specified context. And then here you can provide different pages. You can use the add mention. And here you can even, besides Notion, connect Slack to also use Slack for that AI summary. For example, if you have a specific Slack channel by project, then you can, of course, first here name specific pages, add mention, people, dates, and besides Notion as the source, you can also connect Slack. So now let's get back to current page and I click on done. And now if I want, I can start generating this and then the AI meeting notes will start generating an overview. And now you can also pause the video and read through this so we have a good overview over the project. Now that we talked about this, let's actually move on to the AI agent. In this case, this little personal agent down here. To access this, same here as for the other features, you need to be on a business plan. This personal agent is available if you use it in line, for example, by pressing space. It is available here. And it's also available here in the sidebar if you want to chat. Now later we will also get to some other things like, for example, this window in the code window. But for now, just remember on the page with space down here or in the sidebar. So now let's start with on the page what I just showed you. You can access this by pressing space. So if you press space, this menu will open. So the first thing that I can do is I can just write space and then prompt the agent to write something or edit something. Like, for example, write a 50-word text about the white shark. And then I can send this off and the agent will start working. And in a second, we will get a 50-word text about the white shark. By the way, you can always stop if you want the agent to stop. And then once the agent is finished, it will say so, and you will get a preview of the text highlighted in blue. So this is not already inserted. This is just a preview. You can then share the feedback with thumbs up or thumbs down, regardless of if this is good or not. Then you could chat with the agent about this. I will show you that as the last thing here. You can say undo, so then we undo what we just did, or you can click on accept and then this will get permanently edited. Like here, the agent window will disappear. We just get the text. Now we could also say chat and then the sidebar will open here. It will get added here and we can make changes to the text. Now you can see this also edited here. So we have text 50 words about the white shark. The other thing that you could do there is you can see we can also add mention things. So we can say write a 50-word text about the white shark, use, then we can add mention the writing rules, this one in lowercase. And if we mention this, a text will now be written. We have the writing rules here on this page where it says always write like a pirate. And then we get a 50-word text written from a pirate. And as you can see, now we get the same text but in another writing style. Now let's click on accept. And what we can also do with the text, and this is something I skipped previously, is we can also access it in the editing menu. Like here, we can say, for example, improve writing, reformat, proofread, or whatever. So we can use the AI also here and say, edit this text with AI and say, for example, change the tone to whatever, and then this will change the text. So you can also access it by highlighting text and then using the AI. So now let's really open the sidebar where you can find the agent. And now what I want to cover is web search. And for this, again, open the settings, go to Notion AI, to AI connectors and scroll all the way down. And here the first option that you can select to toggle is enable web search for the workspace. So you can either say toggle this on and then the personal agent for every user in the workspace can use the web, or disable it and then no one's personal agent, also not mine, can use the internet. The next thing that you can toggle on is the require confirmation to web requests feature. And then the agent will ask you for confirmation if it is working. And the agent wants to load external websites that aren't available through web search. And then you will get a little confirmation button that you need to click and then allow the agent to do that. So if you toggle this on, you will get this. If you toggle this off, you won't get this. So for now, let me actually toggle this off. Then you can see here, if you look closely, the web search will get disabled. I can also enable it. And then later you will see I have manually the option to enable web search. The last thing before we move on to the functionality is here, as I just showed you, when you chat with the agent, you can always manually decide to disable the web access if you don't want the agent to access the web for a specific chat. Now let's get to functionality, and for this I prepared another slide. So what you can see on the slide is again our workspace, which is the white circle, and we have different pages, so different content. We have, for example, page 1, page 2, page 3, we have full page database pages, everything in our workspace, and then we have the AI agent, the personal agent, that sits on that whole knowledge. This agent can use everything in your workspace. So this is what I want to show you here. This agent has everything of your workspace as context, and context is king if it comes to AI. So now let's go back to Notion and let me show you what it looks like in Notion. The Notion agent is available here if you click space, or also here in the sidebar. So as I just said, this agent lives in your workspace and can, of course, also do work for you. Notion says up to 20 minutes of multi-step actions. And as I already showed you, it can also access the internet. Now, what you can do with this agent is, first of all, in here, you can change the model. With Auto, Notion decides which model is the best for this, but you also have all these other models available that you can use, and you can switch between models for every new chat. Other things that you can do here is you can see via this plus, you can give context. You can add pages, PDFs, or CSVs, like you could do this in any other LLM, like for example, in the ChatGPT app, in the Gemini app, in the Claude app, whatever, that is also possible here. You can mention pages and people. This is also possible via the add mention, and you can create images. The add mentioning can be pretty nice because let's say you have two different tasks database and you want to say that it should go into a specific database, then you can just add mention the database, and every page, by the way, that will get mentioned as this one, which is this page as context, will show up at the top here, and you can always remove it. Now, the agent can even handle files like PDF, PowerPoint files, Excel files, because now the agent has its own computer. So you could upload an Excel file, a PowerPoint file, but the agent could also create them. So the agent could, for example, create a PowerPoint or create a PDF. I, for example, have a very special workflow where I have a database, and for some data of that database on a recurring schedule, I create a PDF in a specific format. But for now on the go, let me really quickly give you an easy example. Let's go back to on page on the left, then we can highlight this, and I could here, for example, say, create me a PowerPoint. Then I can send this off. And by the way, as the agent is doing this, you can see this here, computer tools, and this is in alpha. And now you can see the PowerPoint presentation is ready, and it shows up like this. Also PDFs would show up like this with .pdf and other files like Excel files. And now what we can do is we can either add this to a page, then this will be added to a page, or we can first take a look at it. And here we can see we have the first slide, we have the second slide, we have the third slide, the fourth slide, and the last slide. Now it's very short, but I also gave it just a very short text. If you give it more text, more context, you will get more. You could also define the style. Now, what I really like is that there is a consistent style. You could also adapt this to your own style and prompt what color, what font type, what layout type, what constraints, what you don't want to have in a PowerPoint or any other file. So you can really customize this. And this is what you get if you just give it a bit of text and then a very short prompt. We could also present from here, again here, add this to the page, or via the three-dot menu, download the PowerPoint file to our computer. And that's basically it. Now, the other things that you can do here is you, of course, can see all your other chats that you had with your personal agent. You can from here start a new chat. You can change the chat mode from sidebar to full screen. Now, if you go to full screen, it will change and you will get this only AI screen. So it looks a bit more like your, for example, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini app. So here you have a full view only for the agent. The last thing are these two arrows here, and this is just to hide the sidebar where you can chat with your personal agent. Another thing that your personal agent can do is it can read and act upon comments. Now, because comments won't get duplicated, we need to create a new comment from scratch. So we directly go into this page. Now let's collapse this. And the comment that we want to add now is, can you add a short TLDR section at the top? This is the comment that we want to add. And now what we can do is we can open our agent and we can say, please read the comment and do what it says. And if we do that, we can now send this off. Now it acted on the comment and added a TLDR section. Now, of course, not at the top. I could also be more precise, like could you add a short section at the top above the whole text? Now I just said at the top, not at the top of everything. I could be more precise, but what worked is what I want to show you is it can read the comments and act upon this. So we have a short TLDR section here. Now, another thing before I move on is if the agent did something for you at the top, you can see this three-dot menu. And this is just to rename the chat, or you can also delete a chat if you want. Now, as I did that in a second, as I told you, I will give you a short example of what is possible. But first, we need to configure our personal agent. So go in here and then click on Personalize. By the way, another thing are these things down here. These are just suggestions of what you can do with your personal agent. But now let's click on Personalize and then we can give it a name. Let's call him not Leon and we can give him one of these accessories. Now let's turn him into a wizard. And then the next thing that we can do is we can add instructions for our personal agent. So let's click on Add Instructions. And here what we can do is we can use an existing page. So we can use a page that we already have in our workspace. We can browse templates because there are different templates people created that you can use. We have different suggestions of templates we can use, or we can create our own. We want to create our own. And if we do that, we get this page. And you can see at the top here, this page is set as your Notion AI's instructions page. So now we can manipulate that. Now, one thing being said is the personal agent is by person. So let's say I have another person in my workspace. Now, if I write something in my personal agent, it will only influence my personal agent. The other person can create their own instructions. But what you can do, and this is a workaround to have the same instructions for every single person, is you could, in your wiki database, you could add an entry where you add a page called agent instructions, and in the body you add these instructions. and you put them into a sync block. So you can put another synchronized instance of that sync block in another spot. So now we have an entry in the wiki database where in the body we have a sync block with our instructions for the personal agent that everyone in the company should use. And then we could go in here and get rid of everything else and just place the sync block. And every person can do that. So then we have the different instances of the sync block. For example, I have one here in the instructions for my personal agent. Another person in my workspace also has a sync block with the same information in his personal instructions, and the original block is in the wiki database. And if I then, for example, decide I want to change something in the agent instructions, I just do it in the sync block and it will get synchronized in every single person's instructions. So this is a workaround that you can use to make sure that everyone has the same information in their agent instructions, and you don't have to update it in your instructions and then tell everyone else what you changed, and they then have to do it manually into their own. You can shortcut it and do it this way. So before we actually write these, I want to show you this mechanism of also adding other instruction pages. So we open the other instructions page on the left side here, and here I just wrote other instructions. You can read through this if you want to. Now what I want to do is I want to go here, click on personalize. I want to click on, now you can see I have my instructions here, the 3-dot menu, and say use existing page. And now I can search for other instructions page, and then I can click on apply, and you can see now that page is my instructions page. So basically any page of your workspace can become your instructions. By the way, in regard to the name, also let me know in the comments down below what name you gave your agent. Now mine is very uncreative, it's just not Leon. I saw some with names, some other really cool things. Like, let me know what you named your agent in the comments down below. Maybe I can get some inspiration to give him a better name. Now let's reverse this and let's create our own instructions. So we are back here and now we want to manipulate this. Now I want to remove everything and I have my own instructions. So what I have is I have a general section. I said you are a Notion expert with years of experience and you know everything about Notion. Then another thing I added so you will see that the instructions really get applied is I say always greet me with my lord. Then I have the chat interactions. I always say please always keep your answer as short as possible, but leave nothing important out just to make it shorter. So I want to get the whole information, but only that as short as possible, but don't make it short and leave information out of your answer. Then the other thing I did, just as an additional guardrail, is I said before making changes to a page and database entry, always preview your suggestions and ask for my approval first. So that is chat interactions. The other thing is for memories. And here the first section is databases. So here you can mention all your databases. So I can really say task go into this database and then I mention my task database. And by doing this, when I then chat with my agent and I say, please add tasks to my database or please add this task, the agent knows exactly what my task database is. So in the instructions, I assign a persona to the agent. I adjust the memories, so the databases primarily, and I specify limitations, so what I don't want the agent to do. And then later in the prompt, I just give the agent a task, the context the agent needs for that task, and then maybe some additional limitations. Now currently, of course, there are some limitations for the agent, and I will now put you a list on the screen of things that are not possible with the agent. So what the agent currently can't do is the agent can't access settings such as billing or, for example, security or any other setting. The agent can't access permissions, it can't work with automations, integrations, database templates, roll-ups, buttons, location, ID and verification properties, as well as database layouts, automatic repeating word, linked views of databases, and maybe even more stuff I haven't found yet. So these are the current limitations for the personal agent. So now another thing, I actually want to show you how to keep this in sync. Now I will freestyle this a bit. I will add a full page database. I have an entry called instructions, and then in the body I add a sync block and I just write text. So let's imagine that these are the agent instructions. Then I can copy this, go into the personal agent, go into edit instructions. Now let's say I got rid of everything, so it's empty. And then I can put the sync block in here, and in the page where the original sync block is, or here, now it's the same mechanism as normal sync blocks. I can now make changes and it applies to every other instance. So this is pretty handy. But now let me get rid of this and let's actually move on. So what we want to build is we want to build a full task database, and additionally to that we want to build a content database. So the prompt that I want to use is this one. Now you can stop this video and read through the prompt, and then if you're finished you can continue. But for now, let me actually select another model. I want to use Gemini, and then we can send this off. And now you can see it says, my lord, which I did add to the instructions. I plan to create the following things: a full page task database with the following properties, a full page content database with the following properties, a two-way relation, and an empty page titled video setup SOP. And now the agent asks me for permission. I can set yes, proceed, and then send this off. And now, as you can see, the agent created everything. Now this is actually something I don't want to use. I just had it in the prompt. I don't need that, but we have our task database and our content database, and everything is done. Now let's collapse this. Take a look in tasks. We have everything that we asked for. We have a content database, which also includes everything we asked for. So now we have a skeleton that we can build on because it's not perfect. But for now, it's definitely enough. Another prompt that we now want to add is, now let's say that this is really the task and content database of our workspace from now on. I can prompt the agent to say, update your memory. Now these are the databases to use for tasks and content. Now if I send this off, the agent starts cooking. Now while the agent is working, now let me tell you, other things you could add to the instructions is to say, from now on, please speak more casual, or please speak in this and that way. This is also possible. Other things that I could now also do is I can tell the agent to add example entries to both databases and then relate them to one another. This is also possible. So the agent can also add entries and the agent can self-update its instructions. Now let's actually show the changes. And here we have our instructions, and we can see tasks go into the task database and content goes in here, which is what we want. Now, what you can also always do is here in the chat, you can see the steps that the agent did. You can open that. You can hear if the agent didn't do what you want, you can always undo, and everything that happened in the step will get undone. Then you can share feedback, you can insert a page, you can copy the response. This is also possible. So these are updating instructions. Now for the next thing, which are the AI connectors, I want you to open your settings. Now what do these AI connectors allow you to do? Now these AI connectors allow your personal agent to do an enterprise search, which means that the agent, if you ask him to do something, is not only limited to the knowledge in your Notion workspace, but it can also search through other connected apps. Like if I, for example, add Slack and activate it for the agent, then if I start an enterprise search to search for something, the agent will search in my Notion workspace, but also in Slack. So these AI connectors allow you to expand the reach of your personal agent. agent. And here, as you can see, these are all the different AI connectors that you have available. Now, one thing that is important that I want to drive home here, because I literally spent a lot of time figuring this out. If you want to, for example, connect Gmail or Drive, and with that your Google Workspace, the email you use for your Notion Workspace needs to match the email of your Notion account. More precisely, it's the domain. So if your Notion account is, for example, leon@mycompany.com, then in order to connect Google Drive and Gmail, your Google Workspace also to have the domain mycompany.com. Otherwise, I had my Notion account under a different email than my Google Workspace account. You will get an error and you won't be able to connect it. Now, this is one thing I definitely want to tell you. Other things that you can do with the personal agent, for this let me actually leave the settings, is you can ask the agent, for example, for a specific database, how many entries there are that match a specific criteria. Like, for example, how many open tasks do I have that say thumbnail? And then the agent can look into the task database and search for this and tell you, like, for example, you have 2 open tasks that have the word thumbnail in it. Just as an example, you can query databases for specific pages for entries. Or you can even ask the agent to update things, like, for example, find all the tasks that match a specific criteria and then change specific properties. Like, for example, set my video for this Sunday to in scripting and check off the thumbnail task. Just as an example, you can update entries in a database. Now, another use case for the personal agent that I already teased you is you can use the personal agent in your formulas. So the agent can write the code for you. Now, I discovered that I had a really long formula that I want to refresh. So I want to redo it because it was unnecessarily long. And I then told the agent to update that formula and make it shorter, but it actually didn't work and I end up doing it myself. But the formula, I have to say, was like this long, so it was pretty long. But for any shorter formulas, I can tell you the agent in formulas works fine and it can write the whole code for you. Just tell it in detail what you want. So not just like a few words what you want, but really in detail what you want, the whole workflow, and then the agent will build it. Now, what I want to build with you is, again, we have this email and phone checker. So we have a formula that checks these 2 properties. Now, let's rebuild this on the right side. Click into here, go here, and then here we can write a prompt. The prompt is just, now you can pause the video and read through this, an instruction of the thing I want to do. And if I wrote everything that I want the agent to do, I can send the agent off and it will now start. I can cancel at any time if I change my mind. And now you can see in a matter of seconds, it's what's like literally 3 or 4 seconds, it wrote the complete code and it perfectly works. It even added this check mark down here that I can now remove. And for this agent, it is not limited to a specific database. It can even access other connected databases via relations. So even relations and via this other related databases are possible. You can also use the add option. So if you, for example, have an entry or a page where you describe how exactly you want code to be written and you don't want to add it manually every single time, you can just mention that page and then describe what you want the agent to do. If the agent did something that you don't want the agent to do, you can always undo something to go back where you are, which is what I did. So now I am back at the drawing board. 2 other things that you can do with the agent. The agent, if you have a formula that has an error, you can tell the agent to fix the error, and it's pretty good at fixing things where you, for example, forgot a comma that will Maybe if the formula is longer, take you a long time to find, or if you don't understand a formula, if you copy it over, or if you have a template from another person, you can also ask the agent, as it says here, to explain a specific formula. Now, another thing you saw on the left is I want you to create a regular expression. So here I have a complex regular expression, and what I want to do is from this long string, I only want to get this in quotes. So this middle part is what I want, but not with that slash. And you see, for this, you need a very complex regular expression. And you don't have to do that manually. You can just ask the agent. So let's go over here, in here. So I basically say from this, I only want this. And now you can see the agent is finished. And from this string at the start, I only want this and I only got this. And the agent even found a shorter way than when I did it the first time to do that. So now I achieved what I wanted in a matter of seconds. Two small things that you can tell the agent is the first thing, tell it that it should use the shortest way possible and that it should include variables. So it creates variables so that the code doesn't get unnecessarily long. Of course, if the code is longer, then maybe sometimes you need to adjust things manually. In short cases like you just did here, it almost nails it on the first go, so everything is perfect, but sometimes it gets you like 90% there, and then this is why I included a very long chapter for formulas. It's very nice to know formulas, so you can then do the last 10% manually or reprompt it. But if you reprompt it over and over again and it can't fix it, but you know it's possible or it is possible, you can do the rest 10% manually, but the agent did like 90%, so the heavy lifting. But overall, if you are a beginner with formulas, the agent is definitely a nice support to have. Now let's talk about the AI side of the HTML block. Now what we want to create is, again, as you can see here on the left side, a sticky notes dashboard. This one was also created with AI. So now let's take a look at the options on the right and then we will recreate this. If you click in here on the plans where you don't have AI, you only have this. And here, either this is what we will do in a second, or you can choose one of these 6 prompts. And this will, if I click, will give you a prompt to create slides. This one will give you a dashboard, this one a report, and so on. So if I, for example, click on game here, you will see I get the prompt that is behind this. It's create a polished, playable game inspired by this page, include clear instructions, intuitive controls, and a complete game loop and a way to restart. This is the prompt that you will get if you use one of these pre-selected options, in this case game, but the other ones are pretty similar, but for their kind. Then if you are in here, you have first of all the page that the block is on, but you could also in this here add mention other pages. And besides that, before you could send this off, you have the option to choose between 4 models. Here you only have these 4 available. But this is not what we want to do. We want to create our own. Here again, we can write our own prompt. I want to use Fable 5. I don't want to select our page. I literally want to start from scratch. Now this is the prompt. I said, please create a sticky notes dashboard where I can add sticky notes in 5 colors. Important, I can add text to them and drag them around. And I need a button to clear all. So now I can send this off while the agent here is working. I could also open this in chat. And now what happens here, because this is the agent working, I could also see this here. And now it's ready again, because computer tools was used. You will see this as an HTML show up here, like the PowerPoint presentation. Here again, I could add this to the page. I could open it and then download it like the PowerPoint. But now I want to go out of here and see it on the page here. Now, because this is AI generated, it won't look the same. I could achieve this if I want to, if I wrote a longer prompt, but this is definitely good. Now let's test this. Add a yellow note, type something on here, drag it, red one, type something, drag it, and clear all. So everything that we wanted works. Now, before we move on to skills, let me actually talk with you about views and forms with the agent. This is something that I already talked about earlier and said I will cover it later. Let's talk about this now. So for this, open the views and forms toggle and let's take a look on the left side. And we will start with the view. So we want to create another view. Now everything such as visible properties, filter, sort, group, all of that works. Conditional color is not working, and also for groups, the aggregation feature is also not working, but everything else is working. So now let's go to the right side and let's rebuild this. So what we need to do to rebuild this on the right side is we need to click on New View, and then we have this agent down here for the views. Now let me copy the prompt over, and this is the prompt for the new view. I said I want a new view, call it income. All the properties are visible. I only want to see items with an amount bigger than 0. By the way, call the view income and give it an arrow up emoji, sort by date descending, and group by select property, as well as hide empty groups. This is the whole prompt, and now I can send this off. Now you can see the agent starts working, and in a second it should be finished. So you can see it says this is what it wants to create. Now I can say approve and it will build it. Now we can see it added it. Now it added the emoji in the text, which is not what I wanted. I wanted it here, but I can now, I see I wrote emoji, I meant icon. But you can see everything else is perfect as intended. So you can build views with your personal agent. Now let me show you how to create a form. For this, I want to open the right menu to also show you that it works from here. So now I tell the agent to create a form called new income / expense and to use all the properties. Send this off and the agent will now create a new form. And you can see we have a brand new form which includes every property just like we wanted. And you could even, for example, tell the agent to create a brand new database and then tell it to create a form instantly. So for example, please create a new IT help desk database and also as one of the views create a form. This is also possible. Now there are currently 3 things that are not possible with forms. The first thing is the agent can't handle conditional logic. The second thing, the agent can't work with descriptions. So it can't here, for example, toggle descriptions, and it can't unsync a question from the underlying property. These 3 things are not possible. Now that we have this, before we move on to the skills, the last thing actually I want to show you is the agent working with CSV files. Now previously you saw we already imported things with a CSV file into Notion from a spreadsheet. Now you can also do that with the agent, like upload the same CSV and create a database. Now there is a limitation. The agent can only handle CSV files up to 100 rows. This is the current limitation to keep in mind. So what I can do is I can open my agent. Now let's start a new chat and I can say, please under the right agent and CSV toggle heading, create a new database from the attached CSV. And now, as you can see, I also added the CSV here and I can send it off. And you see it gives me a preview and I can then approve. And now you can see the agent created everything. Let's close this. and everything is in here. The 3 entries, the 3 days, the 3 amounts, and the note. So everything perfect. Now that's it. Now let's really move on to skills in Notion. For skills, I prepared another slide. Now, skills are by default instructions for your personal agent, but you can, of course, also use them for custom agents. Now, let's say this is your personal agent, that one on the left to the bigger one. Now, I made it bigger because it's the only circle here. Let's say you have your personal agent and it has no skills at all. And he has this slot available in its head. And then you have different skills, so different disks that you can put in your agent. And these disks are the skills. Like, for example, skill 1, which is the skill to translate a text, for example, to German. Now, as I said, the agent by default has no skills. Then I can load the skill to translate a text from English to German into the agent and give the agent the task, please translate this 200-word text from English to German. Now, that was, of course, a very easy example, but I intentionally choose this for a skill. Now, where can you access them? For this, we need to go into Notion. And then under Notion AI, General, scroll all the way down to the bottom. And there, first of all, ignore what is on the left side for now. Then in your settings, you have your different skills. And the first option that you have for your 4 skills is you can remove it from the editor menu. Now, remember, now I will exclude improve writing. And if I do this, if I now go, for example, here into I write text and I go into my menu, you can see here I have my skills, and now I only have 3. Reformat, explain, and proofread. So I remove this skill from the editor menu. Now let's get back to the settings. And here I can again edit and it will then show up again. Now again here, as like for the instructions, every skill is its own page. So I could, for example, open this skill, which is a page, and you can see here it says this page defines a skill for Notion AI. And it's again just a simple page, and here is everything that makes up the skill, and you can change it if you want to. Now these skills live on a specific page called AI skills. Here you have all the skills that are listed down here. Now with X you can remove a skill if you want to from the skill menu, or you can even add a new custom skill. Now, where you can also add the skills is, let's say you don't highlight a specific text. Let's say you are in your chat here and you want to use the skills. You just use add, and then skills have their own section here, even above all the other pages that you can add mention. Now, just as a little addition, Notion gave us a new command for accessing skills faster, because previously with add mentioning, yes, you had your separate skills section, but you also have all the other things show up. Now, if you write slash, now here I started typing, but I clicked out. If I write, for example, slash, then all my skills and only the skills show up. Now I pre-wrote something here, in this case, proofer, and this will give me only the skills, and in this case, proofread. So if you only want to access the skills like you know it from Claude, then just write in the agent window slash and you will see all and only your skills. So this is pretty handy. Now, before we move on, let me just quickly show you the new skills tab in the settings. You will find it if you go in the settings under Notion AI, and then you move over to skills. Then there are 4 things. This is something to ignore. This will open the library because there is also a new tab for skills, but this is something I will show you separately in a second. Then we have disable skills for the workspace. Then no member of your workspace, including yourself, can use the skills feature anymore. No idea why someone would turn skills off, because they are pretty useful. But if you say, I don't want skills in my workspace, so the skills feature, then you can disable it here. Then we have the option allow skill download if you, for example, have a database, but more to that in a second, I will show you how I handle skills. If you have skills that you want to have available, for example, for Codex or for Cloud Code, then you can allow skill download, because in a second, we'll also show you this. You can download a skill from Notion and use it, for example, for Cloud Code. If you enable this here, this is possible. You could then download this to your computer. Otherwise, if you toggle this off, you can't download a skill from Notion. Now, that's it for now. Before we go to this, let me move on with what I just tried to finish. But what I would recommend, and for this we need to go into the skills toggles, I would recommend to create a dedicated skills database, but I would suggest to put them into here. Like for example, here I have the 4 entries and I added them as database entries, so they are structured. So how you do that? You just copy the page from the skills page that I just showed you, and you paste it into the database or here on the page, and then you drag it in there, because the skills are just normal pages. Entries in a database are just normal pages, so you can add the skills to the database. And then they still show up in your settings like before, but they are not anymore on this skills page. They are in a database. And also by doing this, your access is respected. So if a person, for example, has no access to this database, they won't see the skills in their agent. So you can say, for example, I have a specific skills database, but to this database, only specific people have access. So, or maybe to specific entries, only specific people have access, and then that permission is respected. The last thing that I want to show you in regard to this skills is for a page. Now, this is also a page. Let's say on this page, I wrote a skill. Now, this is the materials page. Let's say here I have things for a skill. I can open the 3-dot menu. Then I can say use with AI. And then I can say use as skill. And this is also possible for instructions. If I want to add instructions to my agent and I want to change it, I can also say for any page in the 3-dot menu, use this page as instruction or use this page as meeting instruction. This is also possible from the 3-dot menu. So I could say use skill, and then this materials page would show up in my skills menu. So how do you add a custom skill? Now, let me show you that it actually works with the database. I have a new skill in here. I remember the name, it starts with JVK. In the settings under Notion AI General, I add skill and I want to not create a new skill. I have JVK, my page. I can edit here and now it's also a skill. Now let me remove it because I will keep it this way, but this is also possible. Furthermore, what you can do, and this is something that Notion just added, is you can turn a database into a dedicated skills database, like you could do this for tasks. For this, just click here on settings, click on more settings, turn into, and now you have the option to select skills. Now for the skills database, you need 3 properties. You need a text property that operates as the description for the skill. Then you need a file property. For whatever reason, I don't have this in my skills database. And you need a tag property. Now, in this case, because we don't have any, this will get added automatically. Then we have the 4 skills, and we can say enable 4 skills for me, and then turn this into a skills database. Now you can see these 3 properties got added. And the nice thing about turning this into a skills database is you can see this entry is a skill, this entry is a skill, and so on. And if I now add a new page, this will automatically be a skill. So I don't have to go in the page, then click in the 3-dot menu, go to use with AI, and then select skill. Every page that gets added to this database automatically is a skill. Now that I also showed you this, let's move on to the library, because there is also a new skills tab. So in the library, click on skills, and here you can see all the different skills. I have the 4 default ones, and then also these are basically the same, but I duplicate them so they are now twice here. These 4 are just on the page, and these ones are the ones that I dragged into my skills database. Now what you can see here is we have 2 tabs. We have the skills that are enabled for me. So if I would in here write slash or add or whatever, I have these skills available. You can see a description. Now for these 4, I don't have a description. You can see where they live. They don't live in a database. These are the ones that are just on the page. These are the ones that are in a dedicated database. Then we have who created them, how often did they get used, and here you have the option to enable or disable them. For example, say disable this. Then we have this in Discover available. More to that in a second, but it disappears from here. Then besides disabling this, in the settings here, we have the option if we would add a description. Now let's add a description for this. I say proofread my texts, and this will now show up here. If I have a description, I could say if enabled, if I toggle this on, Notion agent will automatically use the skill when helpful. So then when I give the agent a task and the agent thinks that this could be beneficial, it will load the skill automatically. I personally have to say I don't like this, and I will not turn this on because I like to have control when and whether or not a skill is used. If you don't want this, you can enable this here. Then the next thing that we have here is show the skill, and then for every skill in here, you can decide should this be available. If you write slash or add, for example, in the agent menu, if you toggle this off and I write slash, this skill won't be available there. Same is for in a page. If I highlight, for example, text on a page and I disable it here, it won't be available in the 6-dot menu. This is everything for show skill. Then here again, I have the option to disable it. And now we have this download for local agents option. And here I can either select one of these automatically. And then I could say, for example, download for Cloud Code. And then the skill is downloaded to Cloud Code. I could also say, before we go in here, default download settings. And then here I can select my default option. In this case, I, for example, use Cloud Code. So my default option is Cloud Code. Then I can save this. And if I would now say download for default local agents, this will only be Cloud Code. And because I just downloaded it, I could replace this or cancel. Now, before we go into the settings and take a look at the last setting, let's quickly take a look at the Discover section. And here, all the skills show up that are not enabled. And then here you can enable it again if you want. Now, let's take a look at the last setting. Now, go to Notion AI and to skills. And then you have the option to select default workspace skills. Now, remember, this is pretty similar to default team spaces, because if you join a workspace and there is a default team space, you will automatically join this. Now, for skills, you can choose default skills up to 50, and then they will be automatically installed for workspace members. So these skills will automatically be available for all the members in your workspace. I could now, for example, say add default skill. Then let's select this improved writing. I can, by the way, see here the description. If there would have been a description, I can see the database and directly access it. And then I can, besides saying remove as default, if I don't want this anymore, I can say configure. And here again, if there would be a description, I could add a description. I could say use automatically, and I can decide on where to show the skill. And that's basically it. Now, before we move on to custom agents, let me tell you some special use cases and features for the agent. Another thing you can do, let's go down here for this. is you can say things like, remember previously we used mermaid code to create a diagram for a sales department. You could also do that with the agent. Now I will send this off and the agent will create us a mermaid diagram. And you can see the agent is done and it created a whole mermaid code with diagram for us. Now, if this is perfect or not is not the question here, because I just wrote a very simple prompt like create this and no specification, just to show you, yes, this is possible. You can create mermaid code with the agent. Now let me remove this and let me show you another capability of the agent. Now what I did is I have 3 notifications now in this workspace, and the agent can now also access notifications. Now let me switch the model to a lower one, in this case Sonnet medium, and what I could do now is I can say, please show me my unread notifications. Now you could also create a skill for this and then narrow down. If you want, for example, the agent notifications show up at the top, then the normal notifications, or however you prefer to read your notifications, maybe even don't show certain notifications. In this case, I just want to let the agent show me my notifications. And now you can see these are my 3 unread notifications. Notion mentioned me in the task upload video. Notion mentioned me in the task review the video. Notion mentioned me in the task edit the video. These are all the notifications. And now you can see at the top, there is this 3 on the left. And now I could from here also say mark all as read. And at the top left, the notifications disappear. Now, one thing I want to show you is, let's again go into functionality, other instructions, and I literally want to show you that this works. So here, let's actually use this as instruction. And if I now click this, I can say replace. And now this is the instructions for my agent here, which you can use, or you use this sync block method, which also works. But now let's do one last thing that I just showed you this here. This is the thing that I haven't shown you, I just discovered. Now let me actually walk you through this. The first thing you can do here is you can allow the agent to use the web or not use the web. This is what you do from this menu. Now let's say we allow the agent, then you can specify the sources. Now if you connect other apps, so other AI connectors I showed you, like Gmail, Drive, Slack, and so on, they will also be listed out here. And then you can one by one toggle them on or off. Now here I can say all sources I can access, or if I toggle this off, I can say maybe only my workspace. And then I can even more specify, like for example, only the sales department or everything, or their only specific pages, or I say maybe only the Notion Help Center, or in this case, everything the agent can. So here you can specify the scope of the search. You can here add sources, which will bring you to this AI connectors menu. And you have, besides personalize, which will bring you to your instructions that you can change, you have different modes. We have default, where the agent can search, edit, and more. We have ask mode, where the agent can answer only and won't make edits. So I include it in my instructions, and this is why I always use the default mode. If you want to change something, always ask me beforehand. Now, if you don't want to add that in your instructions and you want for a specific question the agent to only answer, then you can select this ask mode. And the last mode that is available here is the research mode. And in this mode, as it says here, the agent will think deeper, everything is slower and takes longer, like a deep research in, for example, ChatGPT or Gemini or wherever. So this is something, if you research something and you can wait because it will take longer, then you can toggle on research. But that's basically it for the personal agent. Now let's talk about the custom agents. So here you can see we have our workspace again, where we have, in this case, 3 example pages and 2 full-page databases. Now we have our personal agent, like before, which has the whole workspace as context. Of course, as I showed you at the end, you can narrow down how much the agent can access, for example, only sales department or only specific pages. You could trim that down, but by default, the agent has everything as context. Your personal agent is reactive, so there is a connection between you and your personal agent, because as you just saw, I wrote something to the agent in the chat window and then the agent did something. So the personal agent is reactive. And if you don't interact with it, it is on sleep. And then if you wake it up with something that you want, it will start working. Now, custom agents, on the other hand, work on triggers. One trigger is also chat. You can also chat with a custom agent, but you also have other ones, like, for example, a specific property in a database got updated. This can also be a trigger. Or a page got added to a database. This can also be a trigger for a custom agent. Or even recurring on a schedule, like for example, every day at 9 a.m. So the personal agent is reactive and doesn't have that. The only option to work with the personal agent is when you chat with it. The custom agent has also other triggers. So think of your personal agent like a tool that you use, and the custom agent as a sort of autonomously working employee. So with this new feature, custom agent, something new happened in Notion. Now, for custom agents, like for any other AI feature, you need to be on a business plan. But now with custom agents, in Notion, we have 2 groups of AI. We have reactive AI, like your personal agent and meeting notes that you need to click. So for example, the personal agent, I need to chat with it. The meeting notes, I need to activate and deactivate them. And then we have proactive AI, like for custom agents, or later also after this, custom agents in AI Autofill. And for these custom agents, there is a new pricing model that is based on tokens. So you need to be on a business plan to access them in the first case, and then for the usage, you pay by tokens. For this, let's go to the next slide. And here you can see we have the personal agent, and I instruct the agent to do something. It will give me a result, and I don't pay anything because this is included in my business plan. On the other hand, I have the custom agent and I instruct it. Let's say, for example, I work with the chat trigger and I chat with this. Then the custom agent will give me the result, but it uses tokens for this. So as I just said, you need to be on a business plan or on enterprise, which is higher, so business at least, and then you pay by tokens. So every action that a custom agent performed will use tokens. These tokens are on a workspace level, so they are not by user. You will have tokens available for your whole workspace, and then the custom agents can use this and the people can use the custom agents. So the tokens are not by person separated. You buy tokens for the workspace. And the cost for the tokens is 1000 tokens cost $10. Now you might ask yourself, how much is 1000 tokens? Can I use like the most expensive model in 3 different custom agents over a whole month with 10 requests daily, or what can I do? This is what I want to talk with you about now to give you a bit better understanding. Now, the amount of credits that an agent consumes is based on the context that you give in its instructions, how many tools you connect, because you can also connect external tools, like for example, your Notion calendar, your Notion mail. This also influences credit usage. The frequency, so if you have more requests, you will burn more credits, obviously, because every request uses tokens. And last but not least, the model that you use. Claude Opus 4.7 will burn more credits than, for example, Haiku 4.6. This is a way lighter model. But you will see that in a second. The next thing that might be floating around in your head is, what if my credits are empty? Will I be charged automatically on my credit card, or what happens? And this is not the case. If you run out of credits, your custom agents will stop working until you add new credits to your workspace. If you have the auto adjust option off, and if you hit the auto adjust limit. But I will show you what that is at the end, because there is a setting where you can adjust an autofill up when credits are almost empty. This is something you can set up. It's disabled by default, so you need to enable this, and then you can set it up very granular. Now you might think, how do I know that my credits are almost empty? Later, I will show you how to access a view of your credits in the settings, but also on every page, if credits are low, you will get a yellow banner. So you need to actively buy them. If you run out, your Notion custom agents will stop. So it's not that if you are out of credits, Notion will charge you for a specific amount of tokens. Important to say is that you don't now spend a lot of credits and think, yeah, I will upload credits for the next 3-4 months so I can play around with it. You have periods, and the period is for 1 month. So let's say I upload 1000 credits for the next period, so the next 30 days from today, May 11th, to June 11th. This is my period. More to that also in a second in the settings. Tokens that you haven't used for that period won't transfer over. So let's say you buy 4000 credits for the next 30 days, but you end up spending only 3000 credits. Then you have 1000 credits remaining that won't transfer to the next month. They will just get deleted. So I would really suggest to maybe only start with 1000 credits, which is $10, then play around, see how much you consume. You also have analytics where you can see maybe after a specific time, okay, 1000 credits or 2000 credits is basically enough for all my agents that I have running. Of course, if it is too little, you can always in the middle upload that you don't run out of credits, and then see after it, okay, I need that much credits every month. So it's also kind of exploring how much are my custom agents costing me, and then either upload a bit, and before you run out of credits, add more credits, or you analyze your behavior and then upload this specific amount of credits that you use per month, so that you don't waste credits after the end of a period. Now let's go into Notion. And now one thing, there is, as I just saw, a specific number, I think 300 credits that you will have on your balance available. But for the case that you don't have this available, or you already burned it or whatever, let me show you before you start how you can add credits. We will also, of course, visit this later in depth. But here in the settings under Notion credits, you can see I have 300 credits, which is what I'm talking about. And then you have, which is depending on your normal billing cycle, a specific period. From me, it's from May 11th till June 11th. And then at the top here, you can add credits. Now I have 300, I can select an amount, then it will tell me how much I will spend, and then I can purchase this via my payment method that I added to Notion. Now, with that out of the way, let's add our first custom agent. So where do the agents live? The agents live in the sidebar. And you can see here agents. Now I don't have an agent. That's why you will only see the section. And for the section, I can, of course, here add a new agent. I can say how many agents I want to see. Same as with the team spaces. I can move this section up, down, but this is just for the sidebar. And besides here, because let's say I want to hide this section, there is also a new tab in the library. Before we create the agent, let me actually show you this. So you can open the library, and here we have the option agents, and this is similar to all the other ones. We can filter here, we can create a new agent, we can see all our other agents if we create them here. But now let's create one and you will get this menu here. Important to say before we actually start is you only want for the custom agents, because you can create unlimited. You don't have to press everything into one agent. You want at best to have one custom agent for one specific job. Like for example, one for sprint planning, one for writing a YouTube description, one for a daily brief. Don't put that into one. Have one custom agent for every use case. Next, what is also important to mention is here, same as with automations and buttons, you can pretty quickly mess up things. So if you're not familiar with custom agents, or also if you build them, I would suggest to test things in a sandpit environment with sample data, not your real data. If you decide to use it on real data, I can really tell you, especially in the first one, monitor this really closely. I will show you in a second how you can do this, but really keep an eye on this, because I can tell you from personal experience, when you start out with every agent, maybe things will go wrong, and in the first runs you need to readjust things. So now, before we actually build it, I will show you what we want to build. Now here, because if you duplicate a page to your workspace from another person and custom agents are running on the databases and pages, these custom agents won't transfer over. So this is why I will now switch to my other account to show you what this looks like. So the setup is the following. We have a meeting notes database. In there, we have an entry. Now I need to, of course, add a meeting notes block / meeting notes, and then I am currently here in the browser. I need to start it.
Notion AI is transcribing this meeting.
Finish filming the video, finish editing the video. So now I recorded something that we can use, two action items, two tasks. One is finish filming the video, one is finish editing the video. Now let's assume these tasks are not in my tasks database. These are the two that I currently thought of, because I'm actually recording this video at the moment, but I should have a task for filming and editing in my task database. Let's say I have a meeting with someone else, and there we talk about two things that I need to do that aren't in my tasks database. Now, currently they are here in the action items, but I want to add them to the task database. And this is a linked view of this task database here. And we also have a projects database where I have two projects, and the first project is connected to our meeting notes. And now the flow is that when I click on transfer tasks, this process checkbox gets checked, which is the trigger for the custom agents to create tasks as good as it can from this action items list that can be longer into this task database. So now let's click on transfer tasks, and now you can see this agent created two tasks. One is finish filming the video, one is finish editing the video. We have the due date of today. Now we could change this if we want, and it automatically linked the tasks to the project of the meeting, which is what we want. We have a meeting for a project and then tasks for that project. Now, of course, I need to assign the assignee. So this is what we want to build. Now, here on my other account, let's add our first agent. Click on new agent, and here you could either create a custom agent with just plain words. You could use one of these 4 templates, or you can even browse templates in the Notion marketplace. You can X away if you don't want to do that, or you can create a blank new agent, which is what we want to do. Later, we will also do this. So click on create blank, and then we get this menu. It looks intimidating at first glance, but I will walk you through everything and you will see that everything is pretty easy. Now, the first thing you can do is you can check is you can change the appearance. Here, besides emoji, icon, and custom emojis, we also have the option to use these agent icons, these different shape. Let's go for this check mark, and then we can assign a color. In this case, let's go for blue. What you can also do is you can change the name, like action items to tasks. I personally like to name my agents not in a person name. Like I saw people do that. Not against those people, they can do whatever they want. I personally just name my agents the way of the task that they do. In this case, this agent is for action items to tasks, or I can even make this more precise, meeting action items to tasks or whatever. So I like to give a brief explanation as the name. Then let's ignore this for now. At the bottom, you first of all here, of course, have inspiration that you can take advantage of. But here we have this normal chat window, which has a bit less possibilities because we have this whole side menu. Here you can upload images, PDFs, or CSVs. You can, of course, also use the add mention here. You can record if you want to, and here you can send off a message. So basically just a normal chat window. At the top, you also have the option to create a new chat if you want, and to rename an existing chat that we are currently in, as well as deleting the current chat. The next thing, now that we covered this, let's actually slowly walk ourselves over here. And the first thing, besides collapsing this side menu and opening it here, is we can see credits. And here we can see the monthly credit usage for that agent. So we can here see it by agent, and we can also set a limit. Like, let's say I want this, but if it spends like over 1000 credits, I basically want this agent to stop. Now, I rather think about what agents do I really need in my workspace and only use them with the cheapest model available for that job. And by doing this, trying to save costs, but you can also say, I want this agent, but if it is too expensive, then I want this agent to stop. I think the advantage for this is you can set a limit. If this agent uses like way too much credits than you want to, this is like sort of an emergency brake. Like, let's say, for example, I see on a monthly basis, this agent spends 500 credits, last month 465, this month 500 exactly, and I know that this is like the range that this burns. Then I could, for example, set a hard limit to 600, to then, if the agent for whatever reason drastically burns a lot of credits, I can activate this emergency brake. This is how I think about this monthly limit for an agent. Otherwise, I would really think about, in the first case, do I really need this agent? We will talk about this at the end in depth. And what model do I really need? So not always go for like the biggest model available. Now, next we have this 3-dot menu. Here I can copy the link to an agent because every agent has a link. I can access the version history for the agent, same as for a normal page. I can disable the agent from here, and I can move the agent to trash if I don't need it anymore. About sharing, I will talk about later. Now let's first set up the agent. So the first thing is we can define triggers. By the way, we will now start here. You can also from here run your agent and test things. Now the first one is an option that I can't toggle off, and this is the new chat with the agent. This is this option. This is always available by default. Then we have when agent is mentioned, and here you can toggle this on or off. If you, for example, say this custom agent should really only work if, in what we had, the use case that a checkbox gets checked, then you can say, I don't want anyone to mention this agent to trigger it. Then you can turn this off, and no one will be able to trigger this agent by mentioning it and asking for something. Then we can click on add trigger, And then we have a bunch of different options. The ones I limit myself to in this video is Notion and recurring. Of course, you also have Slack triggers, you have Notion calendar triggers, you have Notion or other apps, as you can see here, mail triggers. But for now, I want to focus on Notion. And here we have comment added to a page. And here I can say what page. And then I can say if on that page a comment gets added, this agent should get triggered. Same for page edit. I can add a database and say if a page gets added to this database, this agent should trigger. The last two options then are property updated, and here I can select a database and then I can specify what property, like for example, the checkbox property gets checked. The last option is page removed from database, and here you can of course also select a database and then this agent will trigger when a page gets removed from a database. The last one, which is not linked to a specific app, is on a schedule, and this is like we already had it with automations or with database templates. This is just to trigger the agent on a recurring base. Now for this agent, we want to say property updated in a database, and we want to say meeting notes database custom agents. And here in meeting notes database custom agents, we say when the processed checkbox gets set to checked, and then we say trigger when page content edited, and then we can add this trigger. By the way, one thing to add mentioning is not only writing add and then the agent, but it is also to assign an agent to a person property. This is also mentioning. Now let's move on to the instructions. Now I have this prompt, which includes everything. Now you can see no access because I copied this over from my other workspace. But the first one, you want to replace that with the task database custom agents in lowercase. Then the second one here, you want to replace that with the projects database custom agents. The third one is then here, our meeting notes database custom agents, also lowercase. And last but not least, here again, our task database custom agent. So this is our whole instruction for this agent. Now you can pause the video and read through this. What you can also do is you can create a skill for this, a skill called action items to tasks, and then in this instructions only write use and then add mentioning the skill. This is also possible. Now with the instructions, I can basically tell you when you build a new agent, and especially if you build an agent for the first time, start simple, work with really simple instructions, and then make it more complicated, more precise over time. Another thing that I did here already with you that I can only recommend is when you, for example, call the task database, not only write task database, but really add mentioning them like I did here. I not only write projects database, I really write add and then add mentioning this specific projects database. This will also mean that these databases that you mention at the top here will get added here, so you don't need to do it manually. If you mention them here, they will show up here. Of course, we need to define the access because mentioning is not enough. We in a second need to, in tools and access, of course, manage the access for every single database. So now let's do that. Let's move on to tools and access. And the first thing here separated is web access. So we can say, should this custom agent be able to have web access or not? For this one, I just want to move things from one database to another, so I don't need web access. The next thing that we can do is we can basically say what is the access to pages shared with everyone in my workspace. Here I can basically only suggest to make this none, and on a granular level decide which database should the agent, or which pages should the agent have access to, and on which level individually. So here we can see we have 3 databases. Now currently we have no access. For the task database, we want the agent to can edit content, because we want the agent to add tasks to that task database and to adjust properties. For projects, I only need the agent to view it. Same for meetings. I only need the agent to scan the entry for the meeting as well as the related project. So always, if you do that, think about on a page/database level, what is the lowest permission the agent needs to get the job done. For this, it should only view. And this also prevents that if I, for example, give the agent can edit content access without the agent needing this, to mess things up. Now with this one, the agent can't mess up anything because it can only view. When I give it can edit content, the agent can mess up things, and the agent shouldn't mess up things, because to get the job done, the agent should only look at this. So always give the agent on the specific page or database the lowest permission possible. Here it's can edit content, because we want the agent to add pages. Can view is not enough. 2 things before we move on to add connections. The first one is if you no longer want access for something, you can turn on no access, and the database or page for which you do it will disappear. The next thing is if you have a relation between 2 databases, like here, meeting notes and projects. If you want from the meeting notes the agent to also access via the relation the projects, both databases of that relation need to show up here. And then, of course, you need to select which access level. But remember, for a relation, if you want to access it, both databases that use the relation need to appear here. Now, what you could also do here in the Tools and Access section is you could access the native Notion people directory. For this, just go in here, and then you will find something that is just people. And this is the native people directory if you need it. Now, what is also new is this section here, Notion agents. And here you can basically add other agents, and then these agents can communicate. So this agent can then communicate with an agent I added here, for example. For this, I prepared another database with an entry, and I prepared 2 agents. Now, we won't rebuild this because I just want to build 1 agent with you so you know everything, but I will walk you through the whole setup. So what we have is we have this new content database. And in here, we have a status property, and we have a files and media property. And the status are just different options. Then here you can upload a CSV, and this CSV includes the markers from my Premiere Pro timeline. And then if you open this, we have a toggle for the ideation. Here, very simple. I just write out what the video is about. And then for upload, we have a template. We have a description placeholder, where the description later will be, and we have a placeholder for the video chapters. Just keep this in mind. Then what we have is we have the agent 1, which will add the description. This agent can either be mentioned, but this is not what we want to use. We said if the property status of the content database is set to upload, then we want this agent to be triggered. And then you can read through this. Now, this is just the instruction to basically, based on what I have in the ideation toggle, write a description. Then to paste the description where it says description, so in the placeholder. And then this agent should trigger the other agent that I added here, which I will show you now. So then it will trigger this agent. Now, before I move over to the other agent, important to say is here, the content database is linked, And then for the model here, for the description, I set it to Sonnet 5. Then we have the other model. And the other model basically generates the timestamps. This is the description for generating the timestamps. Then again, access to the content database. Then we don't need to mention another agent because this agent gets used by the other agent. This will interact with this agent, but not vice versa. And then for this agent, I said, I don't need Sonnet. This is why I created another agent. I need Gemini 3.7 Flash. So the other agent will generate the descriptions using Sonnet 5. Then it will interact and mention this agent. Then this agent will generate the timestamps, but it will use Gemini 3.7 Flash. So now let's test this. Here now, let's set this to upload. You can see agent 1 is working, and you can also see this here in a second. Here it is, agent 1 is working. Then in a second, agent 2 will also start working, and we will have our final result. Now agent 1 is done, and you can see agent 2 started working. And this works because I said interact with this agent. And here I even toggled off when agent is mentioned. So they literally interact with another. And now here in the page, we will wait for the other agent to finish. You can see agent 1 already finished. We have our description, and you can see just in that second, we got the video chapters, and this is also correct. Now, of course, I would always go through this and adjust this. For me, I like to proofread it to see if everything is correct. Sometimes there are things slightly off, but I am almost there. So it's literally just a bit. And that's basically it for calling sub-agents. Let's get back to our agent. Now, the last thing here, add connection, is basically to connect the agent to more tools. I, for example, have an agent that can also work with my mail and calendar. Then I have a prompt here, and the agent, if it performs its action, looks at my Notion, looks at my Notion mail, it looks at my Notion calendar, and can work based off not only Notion, but also other tools. You can also connect Slack, Cursor, Amplitude, all of these things that are mentioned here, or you can also add a custom MCP server. So with these custom agents, you are not only limited to Notion, you can also connect external tools. But this is something I won't cover in here. So now that we set the tools and access, let's go to the last section here. And here the first thing that we can select is the model. And here we have more options than with our personal agent. We also have Haiku 4.5, Gemini 3 Flash, 5.4 Mini, 5.4 Nano, Minimax M2.5, DeepSeek V4 Pro. Generally saying, the more complex the task the agent needs to perform, the bigger the model. So for example, for a very small and easy task, you could get away with something like Minimax 2.5 or GPT 5.4 Nano. For big complicated things that have long instructions, you need to maybe go for Opus 4.7. But also the more complex, the smarter, the bigger the model, the more tokens the custom agent will consume per run. And this is what you can see here. For example, Haiku 4.5 has, I think I previously said 4.6. I didn't know that Haiku is still 4.5. We have speed, intelligence, and cost on a scala. Now, the first one is speed. Haiku is very fast. On an intelligence, it's only a 2 out of 5. But for that reason, it is from a cost perspective only 2.5. Then the cheapest models are GPT 5.4 Nano and Minimax M2.5. And these are literally 1 out of 5 intelligence, but only cost 1 out of 5 on this token range. And for some jobs, you literally only need 1 out of 5 intelligence. And if you do that, you will save a lot of tokens. On the other hand, Opus 4.7 is not that fast because it will think for a longer time. It is the most intelligent model because it has a 5 out of 5, but for that reason, it's also one of the most expensive models. I think also, yes, GPT 5.5, DeepSeek V4 Pro, and yeah, basically for different jobs, you can go for different models. You can also go for things in the middle, like Sonnet 4.6, which costs only 4 out of 5, or GPT 5.2, which is 3 out of 5, or Gemini Flash, which is also 2 out of 5. For this, I would like to go for GPT 5.4 Nano. Now, what you can do for some models, GPT 5.4 Nano is not a model where you can do this. Here you just have the medium default, which is the default option. But if I would choose, for example, a model like, let's go for Opus 5, I can adjust the effort. Here I can go from low, medium, high, or even max. On a model like Sonnet, I can even go for things like no thinking and then up to high. So for some models, you can also adjust the effort. Now, the third option that you have here is the fallback behavior. Let's say, for example, the model is, now let's keep it with Sonnet 5. The model is Sonnet 5 and the agent gets triggered, but Sonnet 5, the model is somewhat not available. Then you can choose the fallback behavior. You can say use a backup model. Now, I don't have an idea what the backup model is, but Notion then decides what the backup model is and will do the run on the backup model. I can think of a model that like has the same intelligence, the same cost. So something like, let me take a look, something like maybe GPT 5.6 Terra is maybe a backup model. So the run that is not possible with the model will get done on a backup model. Then you have the option to wait until available. So if you think that Sonnet 5 should really be the model, then you can say wait. And then if the model is available again, the agent will retry to run with that model. The third option is to fail in this case. So if the model is not available, the agent will just fail. Now, I selected use backup model for every single one of my agents. The last thing here is trusted URLs. And here you can create a list of pre-approved URLs. And these URLs are basically ones that you pre-approve. And when the agent, for example, wants to open one of these URLs, it sees, this is already approved. I don't need to ask for permission. I can just open and work and do whatever I need to do. But one important thing to say is if you set in the settings, as I previously showed you, that for web access confirmation is required, this won't outplay this. So if you have in your settings that you need to confirm web access searches, if you add a URL here, this won't outplay the setting that you set. So just to keep this in mind, because I ran into this problem at the start where I activated this in the setting and the agent wanted to open a trusted URL and it still asked me for permission. This is because of the setting. Now, before we move over to the left menu again, because you can see it slightly changed, let's talk about sharing. What you can do here is you can invite individual people to that agent and give them different access levels. I can say, for example, I want to invite another person here and give them specific access. Now, here we have different access levels, even different ones than for normal pages or in a database. The first one that we have is full access. And this means that they can edit the settings for this agent, interact with this agent, get notified for that agent, and also invite and share the agent with others. So this is the highest permission. This is something you don't want to give out to everyone. Then we have can edit. And this is basically everything as previously, but now they can't share the agent anymore, but they can still edit the settings. The last one is view and interact. They can only view the agent and work with it, but they can't share it and they can't access the settings. And of course, you can always remove people from accessing an agent. Down here, we also have general access. I set this agent to only people invited, but you can also make this available for everyone automatically. The last setting here, before we move over here, is Marketplace. And here, this is if you want to publish an agent to the Marketplace. Now here on the left side, we can now also add a description. And here we can basically write what this agent is about, because you have a name, but maybe some people, when they read it, still don't know what the agent is doing. And it's maybe too complicated and it takes too long to understand this on the right. Then you can add a description for what the agent is doing and iterate a bit more on it. Now, what you can do here is we have, for now, the first thing is we can discard changes, but what we want to do now is we want to save the changes. So now our agent is safe. Let's go over here and this slightly changed. The first thing we can do is we can filter our chats or our things. This is basically everything that the agent will ever do will be listed out here, every action. And we can filter by all activity, failed chats, so where something failed, and successful chats, so where everything went good. What you can also do from here is with plain words, you could add something that you want to have changed. So if you think you want to add something to the instructions, you can either do it manually or prompt the agent to auto-update itself, like we did with the personal agent. The last thing that you can do here is if you see that something failed, you can open that chat and start debugging from here to figure out what went wrong, to fix this action and also to fix it in the settings for the future if there is maybe something wrong in the instructions, tools and access or wherever. Now let's actually use this agent. So let's go into materials, meeting notes in here, and then I will start transcribing.
Notion AI is transcribing this meeting.
Okay, what I need to do is for this project, I basically need to finish filming the video and I need to finish editing the video. So now you can see I have one action item. I think it didn't pick up the second one because I stopped too early, but that was my mistake. So we have one action item, which is to finish filming the video for this project. And you can even see, because I said I need to finish filming the video, it says add Leon to finish filming the video for the project. Now, if there is something wrong, if I say, for example, I need to finish this, but Notion AI will mention another person, another participant, you can later change this here in the assignee property manually. So now let's trigger the agent, click on transfer tasks. This will get checked. And now let's take a look at our agent. You can see it is now waiting. Now let's say run now and go back to our test meeting database. And now in a second, we will see that a task will get added. Let's open it this way. And now, as you can see, the agent is done. It created a new task, related it to this entry. As you can see down here, we have the name of the task. We could rename this if we want to. It already assigned it to the right person, so me, which is pretty nice. It set the due date to today. Of course, I don't want to do this today, but here I could now do that manually. Status is perfect, and it even linked the task to the right project, so the project of that meeting. So everything works perfectly. Now that we have at least one run, and for this, because I just used it as an example, I want to show you the next thing on the agent 1, which generated our description for the content database where I attached the CSV, and this agent was talking to the other agent. So what you can do, you can of course open it before you have any run, but it makes sense to have at least one run, is you could here open the insights. And what you can see here is, as it says, the insights of this agent and different metrics. So what we have here is first of all a view called all chats. And here you can see for the current billing period, so let's cover this first here, you can export the recent 300 chats in the selected period as a CSV. So this is less than 300, so I could export all of these chats in this period as a CSV. This is possible. Then we can sort, let's say for example, show the oldest chat first, or show the one with the most credits first, or in this case, the newest or actually latest activity. Then we can filter, and here this is like in the chat, we can say all, we can say pending chats, we can say chats that are in progress, so currently running, failed chats, so as something happened, and successful chats. Now in this case, I want to see all of them. The last thing here is what you can do is you can select between 3 different options. You can say last 7 days, then you see the options in the last 7 days. Now all of them are in the last 7 days. That's why if I click last 30 days, nothing will change. But if you have chats that are, for example, 14 days old, they won't show up here, but they will show up here. And now I can go for billing period. Then let's dive deeper into this. Now that I explained you this, we have how many credits got used, in this case in the billing period. Now this is 84. We have the total amount of runs in this billing period, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have the completion rate. So how many runs are actually successful. In this case, nothing failed. Here, the only thing that happens is no action was taken, because in the ideation, in this callout where I should write what the video is about, I forgot to add the text, but there is no failure on the agent side. So this is 100%. Then we have active users. So active users in the workspace. In this workspace, it's only me. And then for every run here, you have different properties. You have the status. You have when this run was, when it was last updated. This is if a run, for example, started, then it's pending because you need to confirm something. And then we have last updated, so when something happened last with this run. Then we have the trigger. In this case, we have a Notion page updated, because remember, we set the status to update on a page. Then we have the type. In this case, it's triggered. It's not add mentioned, for example. Then we can see the credits for the run. Now here, because I forgot to add the text, this is just 1 because no action was taken. But for the other ones, it's pretty close. We have 2 times 24, 23, 25. So you can see here every run on average is 24 credits. Then you can see the runs. In this case, for every one, it's 1. You can see the user. In this case, I triggered the agent all of the time. You can see the models. In this case, no action was taken because I forgot to add the text. For all the other ones, we have solid 5. And then we have the tools that were used. In this case, we have Notion load agent, computer read files, Notion update page, and Notion spawn session. For the other one, I have read files at the top, and here I only have update page and spawn session. I don't have load agent for whatever reason. And if you had an error, a chat where something went wrong, you can also see the error here. Now that we talked about everything here, let's go over to the charts. And here you have different charts. Also here we have the same metrics as on the first page, but you have the different charts. We can see the chat volume by trigger. On August 19th, we have 1 chat, which is this one. And we have 2 triggers. on August 24th, we have 3 page updates, so 3 triggers. Then we have the active users. On August 19th, it's 1, it's me, same as on August 24th. If you have more members using this, you would see, for example, if another one would use this would be 2. Then we have the credits over time. And here you can see on August 19th, we had 2 runs, which is 25 credits each. So we have 48. And then on the other day, we had 1 run, which was 1 credit, 1 which was 23, and 1 which was 24. So we have 49 on this day. So here you can also monitor the credit usage of an agent. Then we have average credits per chat. And here on August 19th, it was 16. And this also stayed. So here it's also 16. The last thing that we have is the chat status. And remember, on August 19th, we had 3 successful. We had the normal chat and 2 triggers, which were successful. On the August 24th, we had 2 that are successful and 1 with no action because I forgot to add the text. And the last one is something we don't have actually because we don't have a chat where an error occurred. And that's basically the insights. The last thing I quickly want to show you is if you go to share in the agent and you copy the link and then you go on a page, for example, the materials page, and then you press Command V and then embed, you can embed an agent on the page and literally chat with the agent from the page. But now I walked you through how to create a custom agent manually. Now you could also do that with plain words. So click on New Agent. And now this is the prompt I used. I will just scroll down in a second. You can see we have this prompt. Then we have add mentioning the first database, which is the task database. Then I will scroll down so you can see the rest. And then we have at the bottom the task database, the meeting notes database, and the project database. And now we can send this off. And now the agent will start and build everything out from the prompt that I wrote. Of course, sometimes because I already did that previously with a prompt, sometimes you have to adjust small things. But if you know how all of this works, the agent itself can do the heavy lifting and then you can step in and adjust small things to make it perfect. And now you see everything is created. We have the trigger, which is perfect. Then we have the instructions, which are almost perfect. Now, of course, we could make them a bit shorter if we want to, but everything that we need, that we ask for, is added here. So this is also great. Then we have task database, can edit content, perfect. The other 2 can view. And then last but not least, and this is where we can do it now manually, I ask for GPT 5.4 Nano. This is the last thing we need to do. The agent did everything else on its own. And now we could save this if we want to. Now, I don't need this, so I will delete it. But if you want to keep it, you can do it. Now I want to show you a slide where I compare automations, the personal agent and the custom agent, so you can differentiate when to use what. So if you have a clear if this then that, then still use automations. They are perfect for this. So for example, if the status in the content database is set to thumbnail, then assign the person from the thumbnail artist person property as the assignee. This is clear if this, then that. So you have clear steps every single time. First this, then that, and so on. I just included 3 steps here, but you can have less or more. So for clear if this, then that scenarios, as I just told you, still use automations. For things where you are physically here and you work with the AI together, use the personal agent. Like for example, you highlight a text and you say, please proofread my text and iron out mistakes. There are no clear steps in proofreading a text and ironing out mistakes. And you are here and you want the agent to do it as you're here. So this is perfect for a personal agent. Last but not least, for things where, yes, there is an if this, then that, but there are unclear steps and there is judgment, thinking, creative writing, these things involved, then definitely use custom agents. Like for example, in the content database, when I set the status to upload, to generate me a description and then paste it into the upload toggle on the page. This is something for a custom agent. So for predictable things, use automations. If you need AI to work alongside you, use the personal agent. And then for things where, yes, there is if this, then that involved, but automations can't do the job because there are unclear steps. So it's not predictable and there is maybe judgment, thinking, or creative writing involved, then use a custom agent. And of course, also, if you want a thing where an AI is required when you are not there actively working. So if you want, you can now stop the video and think longer about this if you need a bit more time. Now let's get to some advanced tips. And the first one is, as I previously said, you can also outsource the instructions. So you don't write the instructions in the instructions field of your custom agents. You, for example, create a skill in a skills database, and then in the instructions just write use and then you mention the skill. And then because you outsource this, you can also use that skill somewhere else. So it's not in the instructions only, it's in a skills database and you can use it, like for example, also in your personal agent. The next thing, which is also important to save costs, is try to run the agent as less as possible. For example, if a trigger for once a week is enough, then keep it. Don't let the agent run daily if it's not needed. If you have an agent that works on a schedule, if once a week is enough, then do it once a week. It's like an example in make.com where you could build automations, where you could sync tools, and it was only needed to update it like once a day. Why should I create an interval of every hour if I don't need to? It just burns credits. Now that we talked about this, let's talk about AI autofill, which is actually, before we move on to the settings at the end, the last thing I want to talk with you about when it comes to AI. Now, some of you might ask if they heard about AI autofill previously or they already used it, why I feature it after custom agents. The reason is there are two different kinds of AI autofill. We have the normal AI autofill, which works for less properties, and that is included in your subscription. And there is AI autofill with custom agents that also work on tokens, because in this case, the autofill is done via custom agents. And I don't want to split, so I don't want to have two toggles for the AI property, maybe like one here and one here for custom agents. That's why I placed it after custom agents. So in order to talk about this, I need you to understand custom agents. So first I will show you the normal autofill and then an example for autofill with custom agents. So we will start with the normal autofill, which works for the text, the select and the multi-select property. So we have this summary property, which works with AI autofill. We have this property, which works with AI autofill. And we have this property that works with AI autofill. And last but not least, this property that works with AI autofill. So now let's rebuild this on the right side. Go into the first database, then go to summary, go to AI autofill, and then select basic. And here you can see a window opens. And we can see we have different options. And the first one we actually want to use is summarize. And here we have different options. We have paragraph, we have bullets, we have one-liner. So we can choose between these three options. Now let's choose paragraph, and you can see we instantly get an instructions pre-filled when we use one of the options. For this one, it would be other instructions as for this one and this one. So now we have these instructions filled out. And last but not least, we have the different triggers. We have for the page creation a trigger, and here we can say, do we want this AI autofill to trigger when a page gets created? And we can say no, none, or for any page. So when a page gets created, we instantly get a summary. And then on page update, so when I update something for a page, I can say when the page content is edited, I don't want the summary to update when something updates on the page for any property. So if I change something in any property here, it will update, or I can say specific entries. Now let's just select none, because later when I do it with custom agents, I will give you an example with real use cases here. Now the last things that you can do here is you can rename this if you want to. You can always discard changes if you no longer need them. You can delete AI autofill. You have the different pages that you can preview, because here you can generate to preview with real data. But now what we want to do is we want to save the changes first, and then we want to run the AI autofill now to get a summary. And now let's select run on first page. So we get it for this page, and you can see processing, and now the AI autofill starts. And as you can see, we get this little summary, which reflects what we have here in the body for this SOP. Now let's get to our second autofill, and this is the translation. Again, click on autofill, basic, and then here now we want to use translate. And in this case, I want to use German. Again, we get our instructions. Let's click on Save Changes, run AI autofill now, and for the first page. By the way, as the agent is building this, you can always see now on the left side, it wasn't shown there because the page you have here is duplicated from another workspace, but you can always see this magic wand next to it to see if a page works with AI autofill. Now for autofill with agents, this will look slightly different. And now you can see the format is not that nice, so we could manipulate the prompt for translation, but everything that we have, all the questions in the body as well as the steps, are now translated into German. Of course, we need to polish this a bit, or polish the prompt previously, but it works as intended. The last option that we have is custom autofill. So again, click on basic here. And now what we can do is we can just input a prompt ourselves. So don't select an option up here, just add instructions on our own. Like for example, a very short and easy prompt, give me everything except the steps. Then I can say save changes and run the agent again. And now you can see we have a translation. We have everything except the steps. We have the properties, we have everything in the body, but not the steps. And that's basically it for AI autofill, for the basic one, for the text property. Now let's talk about the select property and also, yes, the multi-select property, but it works the same as for a select property. So again, here also click on AI autofill and then click on basic. And here we have the option, because for select and multi-select, you have different options. Now previously the menu was different, and there you had the option to say, I want the AI to only work with existing options, or I want the AI to also create new options. And now we could write this in the prompt. So I could say that this AI autofill should only work with options that already exist, or to write something like, if there is no fitting option, then create a new one, but only then. So now this is the prompt I add here. Again, we can click on Save Changes, and now we can run this with Autofill. And now we have an option, which in this case is Notion Publishing. We also have these other options created by the AI. Now, if you want to have a stack of things that you really want to get used by the AI, then add them manually before that. And then if you think you thought of every single option and the AI thinks that there is something else that would fit better, then write something in the prompt like, if you can't find an option that would fit really great, then create new options. Now for this, I think, yes, Notion Publishing is great, but it's very like niche down for a select property. Normally you would go for something more broad that would fit for more entries. But let's call it a day for this property. Notion Publishing is fine for this. I just want to like show you what you can do and how the AI autofill for a select property works. Now let's move on to custom agents. Now AI autofill with custom agents works for every property except some that I will now list out. It's files and media, roll up, formula, button, ID, place, and the 4 passive properties like created by, last edited time, and the other 2. Now, because we have that many different properties that you can build AI autofill with custom agents for, I don't have a useful use case for every property. I will limit it to one example with one property type. So now, as previously, I also switched to my main account where I have the agent actually running, and to show you this. So what I want is, I normally in Notion, you have a ID property that adds a unique ID to every single entry. But let's say you have a content database and you want to have different IDs for different types. For example, for podcast, your own ID, because you don't want to have, for example, 3 entries. Entry 1 is a video which has the ID 1. Entry 2 is a video which has the ID 2. Entry 3 is a podcast which has the ID 3. Let's say you want to have different ascending IDs for different types. Now you could do that manually, but first of all, it's tedious. Second, you can make mistakes. And now that we have AI autofill with custom agents, this is a pretty good use case. So what we want is different IDs, and I can show you this. Now I will add an entry for the podcast type, and now I can say run now, and the AI autofill with the custom agent will start and in a second give me the 2 for this entry. And as you can see, everything works. Now let's say I want to add my second video, which also should have the ID 2. Now you can make this way more complex. I did it with a normal number property. You can of course also do it with a prefix, like for example, VID -1. And here POD minus and then the number. In this case, I only did it with a number. But now we also want, if we add a new video, so an entry of the type video, to also get the next higher ID, which is here also 2. So let's add this entry and let's in a second run now. And then the agent should hopefully also insert 2 here. And now you can see this is the case. So now let's move over to the right side in the materials. Now let's click on content database. So the second one, and I already pre-filled the whole database. So the only thing that we need to do is to add the custom agent. For this, click on the ID property, or you can also click here and then choose the property. Now let's do it here, AI autofill, and then custom agents. Now the first thing that we could do is we could rename it if we want to. Then here via this I, you can add credits if you don't have credits on your account. And then here with the 3-dot menu, you can open the advanced settings, which will open the menu that we previously had for the custom agent. because this is just a stripped down view for custom agent in AI Autofill. But of course, you could also open the full menu and build it from there. Next option is feedback. Here you can give feedback and you can also delete the agent. So that's the whole part at the top here. Next, let's get to the instructions. And here I want to add this prompt. Now you can stop the video and read through this. So that we have the prompt, let's get to the triggers. And the first one here is again on page creation. So what should happen when the page gets added in the first case? Now, because let's say we have a normal view where we add an entry and we don't have any type added except if we use a template or do it in a grouped view, we don't want the agent to do anything because we haven't filled out a type. But the next trigger is on page update. And here we want to do something. And the logic that we want to build here is if something in type gets selected. So we go on page update and then a specific property. And here we want to select the type property. So on page update and there the type property. Now recurring is on a recurring schedule. If you do this, the custom agent autofill will do something on a recurring schedule, which is also not what we want. We really only want to do this on a page update, more precise, when something is added or selected in the type property. Then for sources, we can decide to give the custom agent web access. We don't need this, everything is in our database, and we can give it access to other workspace pages, which is also not what we need. Here you can also open the other settings. I will show you this at the end. But before we do that, our last section here is can only fill data in. And here you can select for that custom agent in AI Autofill, which properties can this agent fill out. And here we want to only select the ID property. So when something gets selected in type, the agent can only fill out something in the ID, not more. Then we can select the agent model. In this case, I want to go and I can only recommend to go at least for GPT 5.2. The last thing down here is you can see the credit usage. So also in here, you can see how many credits got used for this AI autofill with custom agents. Now let's click on Save Changes and let me open this menu with you. So you can see again, this is the same menu here that I previously showed you. So now back here, let's click out here and let's add a new entry and let's say the agent that it can instantly start. Now it will show up in a second here. Now click on Run Now and let's wait. And if everything should work, then we would get the ID 2. And that is the case. So everything worked. Now, last but not least, let's visit the settings one more time. And here under Notion AI, select the option Agents. And here you have a control who can create custom agents. And you have 3 options. All workspace members, so everyone, even the people in your team that are just members and maybe don't know how to properly do that. Then you have workspace owners only. So these are probably then only 1 or 2 people. Or you have workspace owners and edit groups only. So if you ask me, I would choose between these 2. Now let me do this here. Now the next thing that you can see here is we can manage our custom agents here. We have different filter options like shared with, created by, created on, last activity, status, model, connections, whatever. So you can filter by these criteria. You can also, if the list is longer, search for a specific agent. You can open this, so this will then show up bigger, and you can also download this. And then here in this table, which you can filter, you can see all your different agents. Currently, it is set to all the active and disabled agents. So I have these 3 here, And then here I can also adjust the settings that we previously had for custom agents on the top right, which is change permissions, disable agent, copy links, move to trash. I could also access this 3-dot menu for every agent here. And the last things here are basically the latest activity where I used it, the status, and connections if we would have added them. So this is basically the Agents tab. Now let's also visit the Notion Credits tab. And here you can see everything around your credits. Then you can see how many credits you used in total for your workspace, because remember, we buy credits for the workspace, not for people. I currently use 31 from 300 credits I have. Then you can see when your period ends, because as I said, you always have a period of 1 month. Then I can say I want to see the chart, either cumulative or daily. I can export this as a CSV. If I want to see it somewhere else, I can switch between the different periods to also see things in the past. So the last period, the one before, and so on. And here again, I have the option to add credits. Now for this here, I just upgraded to the enterprise plan, which I will talk about in the next chapter. But this AI analytics dashboard that you can also find under analytics is something that is only available on the enterprise plan. So I will show you this in the enterprise section. Now down here, you also have an analytics overview. You can see one member is currently creating custom agents in this workspace, which is me. We have 3 live agents this month. So this month, 3 agents are in use. This will always only show you which agents got used in that month. And we have the runs. Currently, this month, I have 3 runs. The last thing that you can see here are again your agents, but here we can see the credits that every agent used from our balance. And you can also see the runs that it did. So you can see this took 1 run and used 25 credits. This also 1 run, 5 credits, and so on. And then for every agent, we can also set a limit. So this is what we could also have done in every agent at the top. And basically here you can again search for a specific agent. If you have more than 1 page, you can move between the pages, and you can also see all and mine. But now, because I'm the only person that did it, they are basically the same. Now for the last time, let's take a look at the usage tab under Notion AI again, because previously I only showed you this here down below for your agent, your meeting notes, and so on. Now that you understand what Notion credits are, let me actually introduce you to this setting here. Because let's say, for example, I used everything of my rolling window. In this case, I used 19%, and this resets in 3 hours and 12 minutes. Let's say I used 100%, but I still really need my agent, and I need it before in 3 hours and 12 minutes. I need it now. Then I could toggle this on, and then the agent will use Notion credits, which I added to my workspace. Now, if the rolling window resets and I am back at 0% used for the rolling window, the Notion, even though this is toggled on, the Notion agent again will use my rolling window. If this is full, again, it will, if this is toggled on, use Notion credits. Same for monthly. If my monthly limit is used up, and let's say today is September 5th, so in 5 days, this will reset, and I have this activated for the 5 days, my meeting notes, my agent, and so on will use Notion credits. So if you toggle this on, you will never have that this will stop, even though the windows are hit. But I have to say, I never maxed out my usage allowance. Now, let's talk about this auto credits adjust feature that I previously mentioned in the pricing section for custom agents. Of course, this setting can only be managed by people who have control over the billing setting. So in this case, this is the workspace owner. You can toggle this on and off at any time. Now, one thing I also want to mention is there is a new feature called Notion Workers. They also consume credits, but I won't cover them in this guide because this involves external tools. But important to say is they also consume credits. So the credits that you buy, and also this auto adjust credits feature applies to custom agents which use credits and Notion workers. Now, when does this Notion credits auto adjust kicks in? It kicks in when 80% of your credits that you have available in your workspace for a period is used. And every time this happens, so this feature gets used, you will get a notification that this was just used. Now, let me actually open this. Let's click on Manage. I already turned this on. And here, just important to say, now in a second I will show you this, I have 300 free credits that I get every month from Notion. You will also have this. And I purchase 700 credits every month. Now let's click on Manage. And here you can see this 300 plus 700 is 1000 for the current period. And then here you can select how many credits should be added every time when your credits that are left in your workspace is 20%. So how many credits should be added every time when only 20% of your credits for the period are in your workspace? In my case, let's say, for example, I only have 200 credits left. I want to add 100 credits, so €1 of credits to my workspace. And then if again there are only 200 credits left, so 20%, I want 100 to be added again. So I have 1000 credits. If I only have 200 left, I will add 100. And then if I have 200 only again, I will add another 100. And now let's talk about this setting here at the bottom, because this is the maximum monthly recurring credits. And in this case, I have 1000. And every time when I have 20% of my credits left, I will add another 100. And this happens until I hit 2000. So 100 credits can be added 10 times. Then I have 1000, and 1000 plus 1000 is 2000. So then if I only have 20% of credits left, when 800 of this got used and I have 10 auto adjusts, then my credits really go down, and it can happen that my workspace runs out of credits. So let's repeat this with this example, and let's say I have 500, so I have 1000 by default. Then in this period, I approach that my workspace almost runs out of credits. I only have 200 left. Then a burst of 500 gets added, and I'm back at 700. Then my agents use my credits again, and then I am at 2000 because 1000 by default, 2 bursts of 500, I am at 2000. And if the period then hasn't ended and the edits still use credits, they use the last credits in the workspace, and then my workspace runs out of credits. So this feature is for if you have on a recurring basis to add credits to your workspace with your normal billing. If this isn't enough and you need more credits, this will automatically add some more credits to the workspace. Now, in my opinion, I would go for a lower number here because credits don't transfer over to the next period. Let's say, for example, I want to add instantly 5000 credits and the billing period ends in, for example, 10 days, but only 500 of them were actually used. Then 4500 credits are lost. They haven't been used and they don't transfer over. So I would go for a lower number here. Also important, if auto adjust got used, this will bump up your next credit for the normal period. So if I currently have 1000 because of 300 plus 700, but auto adjust got used and 100 credits got added because my workspace almost ran out of credits, then next time this will bump up to 1100. And here, last but not least, if you want, you can disable auto adjust if you want. Now, the last thing I won't cover is Notion Workers, which is a new feature because Notion Workers involves external tools, and I really want to keep this guide only focused on Notion. But as a very short explanation, now this is definitely not enough to understand workers, but just to maybe get it a bit. Think of workers as small programs that are more powerful than automations, and if they execute, they also use credits, same as custom agents. Now there are a bunch of different AI features in Notion, like Notion AI Autofill, the Notion blog, Notion custom agents. Let me know in the comments down below. This is something that would really interest me. Which AI in Notion are you using? And do you use custom agents or plan to use them? As well as same here in regards to AI. If you don't want to do everything yourself and you want a tailored workspace with, as I said previously, all the databases, all the automations and so on, and also the power of AI, I could also do this for you in this tailored workspace. Like I can set up your personal agent on that new workspace. I can implement AI blocks where they are beneficial. I can build all the custom agents running in your workspace where it makes sense. So if you're interested, in the video description, there is a link down below where you can book a free call to see if we are a good fit, and then I could do that full build for you. And now that's it for the AI chapter. Let's move on to the last chapter, the enterprise chapter. So here in chapter 10, the first thing I want to do is again go back to roles, because on enterprise we have 3 new roles. The first one is the organization owner, the second one is the member space admin, and the third one is the restricted member. So now before I talk with you about this here, to know where to put these different roles, the organization owner is the owner of the organization that I will introduce you in a second. Then we have the membership admin, which is a person that can't mess with the workspace settings like a normal member, but this person can manage the members and groups of a workspace. So it sits between a member and the workspace admin, so the workspace owner. The last one are the restricted members, and they sit even under a normal member. They have less capabilities, but I will explain everything in a second. Now, previously, when I did this, we had this big circle, which was the workspace, and then these little things were the team spaces. Now, an organization can capture and control multiple workspaces. So the hierarchy is we have an organization that can contain and manage multiple workspaces. As you can see here, this is, for example, our workspace. Now I broke it down very simple. We have pages and we also have team spaces that hold pages. So this is the circle that previously was way bigger. That was the big one, the workspace. Now we have an organization, and that organization can manage multiple workspaces. So the organization owner is the owner of that. So it's a top level admin that can control all the workspaces of that organization and all the members. Then we have the membership admin, which I just told you what they can do. They can manage the members and groups of a workspace. Now the third new role are restricted members, and they need to manually be added to everything like team spaces or pages. Remember, members in comparison to guests have access to everything in the workspace. Now let's exclude things like closed or private team spaces, things like that. Now let's say we only have default team spaces. Now members will automatically join them and see everything. For restricted members, you need to add them to every single team space, even if the team space is default. On top, restricted members can't create team spaces, even if you set in the settings that not only workspace owners can create team spaces, but also members. This is for normal members. Then normal members can create team spaces, but restricted members can't. The last thing for restricted members is in the sharing menu at the top. A normal member can, if they have the access, share this page or whatever they want to share with every member or every guest of the workspace. Restricted members can there only see people who have access to the same team spaces or pages as them. So let's say I have the workspace owner, I have the restricted member, and I have another guest. If the workspace owner shares a page with that guest, a normal member could then in the sharing menu see that guest. A restricted member in the sharing menu can't see that guest. So restricted members, as it says, are members that are even more restricted, but you pay as them for normal members. So in terms of paying, there is no difference between member, membership, admin, restricted member. That's why you always find the word seat in the settings, not members, seats. You pay by seat. Now let me actually show you this in Notion. So as you can see here, it says paid seats 2. And you can see my other account, I invited this other account as a member, so this is not a guest anymore. And here I now have the additional options, membership admin and restricted member. 3 other things that I want to mention now are in regard to team spaces on an enterprise plan. And this is only possible if you're on an enterprise plan. A workspace owner can join and make themselves a team space owner if they want. So they can see team space, I join, I make myself a team space admin. This is possible for workspace owners on an enterprise plan. Now, if you do that, you will get a pop-up that says this is a very privileged action. And later we will talk about an audit log, which will capture different things that happen in the workspace. It will also show up there that you made this change. And another thing that is for every plan, but I think I forgot to mention it earlier, I will do it now. If there is only one team space owner, you can't leave the team space. You need to first assign another person as the team space owner, and only then you can leave. So you can't create a scenario where a team space is abandoned, so has no owner. Now that we talked about the different roles, let's actually take a look at a new tab that shows up here, which is security. And the first tab here is general. And what you can do here is you can disable public forms, page links, and Notion sites. So if you toggle this on in this workspace that we are currently in, public forms, page links, and Notion sites are no longer possible. People can't create Notion sites, they can't create public forms. This is disabled. Another thing that you can disable is you can disable duplicating pages to other workspaces. So if I toggle this on, people will no longer find this duplicate option for public pages. So if I say, for example, I allow this, so I not enable this, and someone creates a public page, this duplicate option to other workspaces is no longer available. So you can at any time from here say this is no longer allowed in this workspace. The last option that you can disable here are exports. So if you toggle this on, which this last thing is very self-explanatory, exports are no longer possible from this workspace. Now that we covered this, let's move over to members and guests. And here the first option is you can say, I want to allow members to invite guests to my pages. Then a member of your workspace can invite a guest, for example, a client to a page. If you toggle this off, members no longer have this right. Now, the second option is grayed out because it goes hand in hand with the first one. If I toggle this off, I can toggle this on. So members then can't add guests to a page, but they can request to invite guests. Then they can't instantly add them. They can send a request and then a workspace owner needs to accept. But what will happen is, and this is why you see your workspace currently has one guest, if you toggle this off, all the guests of your workspace will get removed. So this is maybe a setting if you are on an enterprise plan to really think about activating or not activating. It's like with the domain where when you add a new domain, you will need to unpublish and republish all the pages under that new domain. So this is everything in regards to inviting or requesting guests. Now, the next one is you can also allow members to request adding other members. So here I quickly changed the account. So now I am on the member account of that workspace. And here you can see, because I toggled this members can request adding other members off, I no longer have the option to click this and to start a request. If I toggle this on, I can click here and I can write a request. So this is the option to allow members to request adding other members. The next option is to allow any user to request being a workspace member. And this is if they get an invite to a team space. If you toggle this on, then they have the option to ask being added as a workspace member. So you can toggle this on if you want this, but you can also toggle this off. The next option is to allow guests to request being a member. And for this, again, I want to switch to another account. So now here I am, another account that I added as a guest to the workspace that we worked in all the time. And here the only page that I added is this tester page. This is the only page I shared with this account here. And what I can do now is I can request being added as a member. I can do this either here or via join teammates. So then I can click here and I can then add a message and then either say continue as a guest if I don't want to do this, or I can then request access. So now let's actually do this. Let's write here X, Y, Z, and then let's request access. So now you can see the membership request was sent. And now you can see I have this private section here. And this will be relevant for the next setting. And the next setting is to allow guests to create private pages while their membership is pending. And currently, my other account sent a request for a membership, but I haven't approved it yet. So the membership request is pending. And now, because I have this toggled on, my other account is able to create private pages in the workspace they are invited to as a guest. Now, if I toggle this off, you can see on the other account, I no longer have this private option here. The last two options are actually multiple choice options. And the first one is you can decide who can add restricted members to team spaces. So think about restricted members are even under members. And here you can say, I only want workspace owners, even though they are maybe not a owner of the team space. I only want workspace owners to add them to the team space. Then the second option is workspace owners and team space owners. Then also the owners of the team space can add them, or everyone. The last option is who can add restricted members to pages. And here again, you have three options. You have workspace owners, any member with admin approval, and you have any member. Here, this maybe varies from person to person, from company to company, but for these two options at the bottom, you have these three options. Now, with that out of the way, let's go to the last tab for security. Now, here for the retention pages in the trash, on a plus plan, your trash that you have in your trash bin gets deleted after 30 days. On the business plan, it's longer, then it's 90 days. And on an enterprise plan, you can go up to 10 years or even down to 1 day. But besides anything else, I would really think about getting legal advice on this if you are allowed to bump this up over 90 days or even down. So really get maybe advice on this. And here note that people with edit or full access to a page can then in the trash, as I previously showed you, permanently delete them or recover them in that period. Now, for the second option, I will cover that in a second. Because before we do that, let's move on to this identity tab. And here, remember, we previously talked about SSO, but now we also have the option Skim. And Skim is only available on an enterprise plan. Now, let's briefly cover Skim. In order to use it, you first need to set up SSO. So now we will briefly cover this. I won't do this in detail because for this, I would need to open my IDP. And this is literally a guide that only focuses on Notion, nothing outside. If you really want to see a video on this, a dedicated video on how to set this up, SSO and Skim, then definitely let me know in the comments down below. Now, what Skim is doing, let's say for your IDP, you have Google Workspace and you manage your members and groups there, everything like we talked about in SSO. Now, what Skim is doing is if you delete, for example, a person from your Google Workspace, this person will also get removed from Notion. Now, with SSO, this was not the case. You need to remove the person from Google Workspace and you need to remove that person from Notion. On a user level, you can create and remove members in your workspace. You can update members' profile information, retrieve the members in your workspace, and find members by email and name. On a group level, you can create and remove groups, add and remove members in a group, retrieve the groups in your workspace, and find groups by name. So here in identity, you find everything about SSO and Skim. You can see here we need to set up an organization. This is also something that we will do in this chapter. So I will literally go the full 9 yards. But before we do that, let's actually cover this analytics tab here. But before we do that, we need to specify some wordings. The first one is page views. And this is every view on a page. Something to keep in mind is if a person uses an ad blocker, this might block a view. Then we have unique pages viewed, which is the unique number of pages viewed by a user. Anonymous viewers with cookies disabled will be counted as unique viewers every time they look at the page. So this is also something to keep in mind. The third word is page edit, and this is all the changes an individual makes to a page within 1 minute. So it's not by an action. So when I edit something, now it's one edit, and when I do something in 10 seconds, it's an edit. It's counted by 1 minute intervals. So if I do 15 actions, like I remove 15 letters manually in 1 minute, this is one edit. The last word is search query, and this is a term that has been searched. And here only queries that have been searched more than once and more than by one viewer will show up. These are all the words that I now wanted to talk with you about. Now let's start with the overview here. And the first thing that you can do is you can here in the first section, user engagement, apply a filter. You can say last 7 days, last 28, 90, and last year. Then you can see how many active members your workspace has. Mine has 2. You can see how many active guests you have, how many active team spaces. And here for the team spaces, you can see the views. You have most active viewers, where you can also see the views. And you have most active editors, where you can see all the edits by person. Remember here, these are all the things within 1 minute. The second block here is content engagement. Here you can also set a filter. And what you can see here is the number of total views, the number of unique pages viewed, and the total edits in that time. So these are the 3 things on the left. And on the right, you can see the most popular pages. In our case, it's materials. So for me in this workspace with 204 views. And then we can see the other most popular pages. So this is everything that you can see in the overview. Then we have the members tab. And the first thing that you have here is the user engagement. Again, here you can set a filter. So here we also have 2 active members and guests like we had it in the first tab. Then we have an overview of active members over time. Now, because this workspace is pretty new, I created it for this video, there is not enough data to display this. If your workspace exists for longer, you will probably see this. The last thing is all members in Notion. Here you can also export it as a CSV. Again, you can apply a filter and then you can see the different users. You can see their page views in the time. You can see their page edits. Also something we saw here in the overview. You can see when they were last active. You can also sort this and you can see their team spaces. So this is the second tab, which is more focused on members. Then we also have a content tab, and here we have the sections content engagement and pages. Again, here you can set a filter and here you can see the total views, then the unique pages viewed, something that we also had in the overview. And you can see here, besides this, that we previously saw 99 edits, also the pages created, which are 54. For the second one, which is all around the pages, you can also export this as a CSV. And here you have even more filter options. Besides the interval, you can also filter by team space, by, created on, and you can also search for specific pages. And here for every page, first of all, this is by default sorted by the most popular pages. You can also do this the other way around. For every page, you have the option to here copy the link to the page, open this in a new tab. You can see the views, the unique views on this. So here 2 people looked at this multiple times, but only 2. You can see the location. Materials is shared because I shared it with another person. We also have pages here that are private, so I haven't shared it with anyone. And here you have this even more stripped down. You can see the audience. This is shared, but it's internally. This is shared, but it's externally shared. So here you can even see, besides shared, if something is internally, externally, or even private. The last things that you can then see here are the passive properties like last edited by, last edited at, created by, and created at. So this is everything about the content tab here. Then we have the AI tab, and this is the newest addition to all of this here. And here we have an overall filter that we can apply. In this case, I go for 90 days. Then you can first see here the members using AI. Now, I have one member that uses AI in this workspace in the last 90 days. This is me. I have a utilization of 100% in the last 90 days, which is the best that it could be. And then here, because we have different AIs, we can even filter. I could, for example, say I want to see all. Maybe I only want to see connectors, then this will change. Maybe I only want to see the agent. So I can see one member at 100% uses the agent. I can maybe say meeting notes only, and you can see one active member, 100%, but here only meeting notes. And last but not least, we could also do that for custom agents. And here it says, because everything I showed you was on my other account where I had these running. Here on this, I only created them. You can see 0 active members at 0% for the custom agents. Now I can switch back to all to see it combined for overall AI usage by member. Then the last thing here are the settings. Here I can group this chart. So I can say I want to group, and then this graph will be grouped by the different things like custom agent, meeting notes, agent, connectors, and then you can see this for the different options manually. Now let's ungroup this, and that's basically it for the first section here. Now, the second option is about AI actions. So here we don't want to display the members. We want to track the total number of AI actions in the workspace. In total, in the last 90 days, we have 28 AI actions in this workspace. We can again here say how many times did I use the agent, 12 times, how many custom agents, which is 0, and so on separately. And I can also here say, show me the total actions, or maybe only the actions per user. Now I am, as you can see here at the top, the only person who used AI in this workspace, so this is the same. But here I can also say, please group by feature. And here you can see, I can even hover over this, 4 connector actions, 4 agent actions, 4 meeting notes actions. Now in total, this doesn't equal 28. So I think there is not everything included up to date from now or the past dates. I don't know how often this is synchronized, but you can then see how often you took what actions and who used what action, how much in a specific interval. So that's it for the AI actions. Now let's move on to AI workspace members. And the next thing is all the workspace members and how much they used AI. So you can see the different users and then their AI actions. So I have 2 members, important here, only members show up, restricted members, normal members, but not guests. You can see my main account took 28, my second account took 0. Here again, I can filter this by the different actions. We have 12 for the agent, 12 for the connectors, which is 24. Meeting notes, we have 4, which is 28. So now this is correct. And we have custom agent 0. Now, additionally here, we can sort this in ascending. We can sort this by AI actions. And then we have the options ascending and descending. And we can also group by the user name ascending or descending if we don't want to have this by the actions descending. The last thing that you can do here is you can also download this and have this accessible elsewhere. Now let's get to the last 2 sections. The first one is top pages returned by AI. And these are the pages that are most frequently returned by AI responses. Let's say, for example, I asked the personal agent, find the page for me where I wrote XYZ, or look at the pages where I wrote down something in regard to this. Then this agent will cite a specific page, and then these pages will show up here with their distinct users, their total citations, and where they live. Now, because I haven't done this request here, nothing will show up here. But here also, besides for the users, you can sort, you can search for specific pages, and you can also download this. Now at the top, this is the newest edition, and this is agents created in your workspace and their AI usage. Here you also have the option to copy the link to an agent and to open the agent in a new tab, similar to pages. You can see the actions for an agent, who created it, and here again you have the same options as here and here. So this is basically everything for the analytics tab when it comes to AI. Now for search, I can't show you anything here because I have no search term that was searched by my main account and another account in this workspace. If you have this, these search queries will show up here, and you have an overview what people in your workspace are searching for and improve on this. So in general, these analytics tabs show you who is active and how on a user and team space level, which content is used and how much, engagement stats like views and edits, which AI functions are used, how much and by whom, how search is performing and what people can't find, so they search for it, where permissions and architecture in your workspace might create friction. You can also get this from here. For example, if something has high views but low edits, this could be an indicator, could be. and trends over time that inform license allocations and membership policies. And these are just some examples. I think it's 7 in total what you could do with these analytics. The next thing I want to talk with you about is content search. Important here is, and you will also get this pop-up where it says, as a workspace owner, and here on an enterprise plan, this feature is only available on enterprise. You can use content search to find pages that you don't have access to, including the private pages of other workspace members. So you can literally, as a workspace owner on enterprise plan, access private pages from other members that are normally private. Also deleted pages. So if someone, a member in your workspace, creates a private page and then deletes it, you still have access to that deleted private page. So especially for that reason, I can only recommend for members to have their private stuff, their private life in another Notion account. So now let's say acknowledge, and then we get the content search. Now, what can you see here? First of all, you can download it, so export it if you need it somewhere else. You can search for specific pages. You can use different filter options, like for example, active pages, pages in trash, retained pages. I will talk about this in a second. You can say created on if you know the specific date range and so on. So you can filter for pages very precisely via the filters. Additionally, you also have a lot of properties that give you information, like you have the location. For example, this is shared, this is private, the content status, the audience. So you can see this is shared internally. This is a private page. This is shared externally. You can see all of that and more. You can see who this is shared with, and you not only see the members of your workspace, but also the agents that work on that pages. For example, here we have the ID agent. And last but not least, you also have the passive properties. So when was the last edited time, by whom, who created this, and when. You have all these information available here. The last thing here I want to show you is if you think that something in terms of sharing should be different, you don't have to open the page as a full page and then access this menu here. You can from here just click the 3 dots. Of course, you can also copy link to page, but here you can say change permissions, and then you can also do it from here. So this content search is very useful. For example, if an employee leaves the company to reassign ownership. So this is everything in terms of content search. Now, in security, let's talk about this retention period. Because on enterprise, we also have a retaining option after pages have been deleted from trash. So normally you put something in the trash, and after a certain time it gets deleted permanently from trash. On enterprise, you also have a retaining period. So after something gets deleted from trash, you still have and here you can set this retaining period for pages that have been deleted from trash. So normally, in this case, after 30 days, the page would be gone. Here, after 30 days, you have another 30-day retention period where workspace owners can access the pages through content search and then view them or even restore them. But also on enterprise, after that retention period, so if in this case another 30 days have passed, even workspace owners on enterprise no longer have access. So that's basically it for content search and for retention on enterprise, which is an addition to trash that is normally on all the other plans. Now let's move on to the audit log. Before we talk about the audit log, I want to talk with you about some wordings, and the first one is the word event. And an event is an action that occurred, for example, a permission update or a user invited or something else. Then we have the actor, so the person who performed an action. Next up, we have the target, and this is what is affected by an action, like for example, a page, a database, a team space, and so on. Another word that you will stumble across is timestamp. And this is when an action happened, and a timestamp is a very precise and sortable format. So you can see via this timestamp very easily when something happened. Last but not least, we have IP address and metadata, and IP address is basically where the action originated from. For metadata, like in databases, this is just additional context, like old versus new values, device or user. So the audit log is the source of truth for security and safety related activities like unauthorized access or compliance violations across the workspace. The audit log is made for spotting possible security issues, investigate suspicious behavior, or troubleshoot access. And it's good because every little kind of event gets recorded. It logs user activity, page changes, permission updates, and user-related actions. Even the content search that I did previously got recorded. So literally everything is listed out here. And here you also have filter options. You can filter by a specific date. You can filter by a person or an agent. You can filter by an event. And here you can literally search for a bunch of different events. All of this gets recorded in this audit log. I could say, for example, please only for this month and my other account, please look for events X, Y, and Z. This is possible. And I can even export things up to a year. Not more, but up to a year. And here you can see in this table, you have a bunch of different options. You have the user, you have the event, you have the date, all of this. And here at the bottom, you can scroll between the different pages because not everything can fit on one page. So you can skip through the different pages and see what happened. This audit log that you have in Notion here also seamlessly connects to a theme like Splunk, Sumo Logic, or Datadog, just as examples, which then allows centralized monitoring. Now, I want to cover this very briefly, but not in detail. Now, this audit log is something that is passive. You won't get notified, but if you want to take a look at something or you have a gut feeling and you want to prove something, then you can go into this audit log. On the other hand, a theme can contact you when, for example, 50 pages of a confidential database get downloaded. Then this theme can proactively contact you. Also, a theme monitors different apps, so you can there see not only Notion, what happens there, but also, for example, Slack, Google Drive, and monitor everything. So you don't have to log in into every app separately and look for what is going on in each. You can see everything from a bird's eye perspective and see maybe patterns in different apps happening. Also, this theme then can give you, in case that something bad happened, give you a timeline of what happened in a central place. But that's basically everything in terms to the audit log. Now, what you need to understand is that this is the source of truth for everything that happened in your workspace, and every single kind of thing that happens gets written down in this audit log for you to check. Now that we talked about content search and audit log, let's go back to connections. And here we have another tab called Manage. And I want to now briefly talk about this. The first thing under Manage Connections and Tokens is very simple. If you click here, you can view all the connections, as it says here, added by Workspace members. And this is just a basic table where you can see everything. Same goes for all personal access tokens. This will give you all the personal access tokens created by Workspace members. Now, because I don't have any connections in this workspace and it's also something external from Notion, I don't want to cover this. I basically just want to show you that this is here and what this is very briefly. Of course, there is also, before we go in here, a developer portal. This also just got updated. So if you need more things to do, just go to the developer portal. Now that we talked about this, let's talk about manage permissions. The first one is the option to limit which connections members can install, because there are different connections. You can say they can install all the connections they want. You can say maybe only approved connections or recommended connections by Notion, which is a more stricter step, or you can say approve only. So members can only use connections that have been approved by a workspace owner. So these are the three options that you have available here. The second thing is something that you can toggle on or off, which can be relevant, for example, for custom agents. You can say, I want to enable custom MCP servers, then members can connect to MCP servers that Notion hasn't reviewed. Or you can say, no, I don't want to do that. I only want members to use Notion reviewed MCP servers. Then you can toggle this off. Now, the next two settings are basically related to these above. You have options for who can create internal connections, not external, internal connections. You can say all the workspace members, so everyone can say workspace owners only, or workspace owners and selected groups, like we saw this in custom agents. Now, because connections are sort of more difficult and you need to know what you are doing, I would recommend to say workspace owners only or workspace owners, and then you can define a dedicated group of people who can also create them. Same goes for personal access tokens. Here you also have the three options that I just showed you. The last thing is something that I showed you, but I skipped in automations because it's external, is there was, besides these options like edit pages in, add page to, send email on, so on, the option webhook. And here you can say, I want this to show up and people to use it, or I don't want this to show up so people can't trigger webhooks from automations or buttons. This is up to you. And this is basically everything in terms of connections that is missing. Now let's talk about, because this is something that we did previously, let's talk about the request tab for member requests. And for this, go to members and then go to requests. And here you can see the request that I previously did, where I said on this account, I want to be a member, not a guest anymore, shows up here under requests. Now here you can see the reasons. Now I just wrote XYZ, but you can here on the other account, I could have written like, this is the reason why I want to be a member and so on. And I can now decide, do I want to approve and upgrade this person to a member or decline? Now for this, because I don't want to add another member, I will decline this. Now that we already talked about this, let's set up the organizational dashboard, which is basically one level above. So it's a console from which you can manage all the workspaces that belong to an organization. For this, when you have your workspace selected, click on Set Up Organization. And here you will get a new tab, and you can then type in your domain and then verify this domain. Now you can click on Get Verification Code, and then you can verify this domain. You can also continue without verification. I will now make a cut and I will be back once I verified this domain. Now I did everything. I verified my domain, which was basically, I had these two values that I can copy. Then I need to go to my provider. Then there in the DNS settings, I needed to create a new TXT record. And there at the start, in the first field, I just added an add. And in the second one, I pasted the verification code. I clicked on OK. And now my domain is verified. This is basically it, but I didn't want to include this because it's not Notion related. It's outside and it will also change from provider to provider, so it will not always be the same. Now that we have our domain verified, we can click on Configure Organization. And here we can choose an icon. Let's go for this smile icon and let's call this Leon Ultimate Guide. Then we have myself as an organization owner, and I could also add other people as organization owner, but here I only want to have me. So let's click on Finish Setup, and you can see we have a verified email domain. We configured our organization. Now we can go to the real organization console. So what you can see here at the first glance is we have our organization name, the icon, you can see our plan, which is of course enterprise, the members, different settings, different tabs like in the normal settings that I will guide you through. And we have the first tab, which is general. And here you can see this again. We have added details, which allows us to rename our organization. And we start off with two tabs, members and workspaces. Members will also be in people, which I will skip for now. And workspaces is also down here, but I will start with this. So now let's actually click on Workspace. And you can see currently to this organization, only one workspace, the workspace that we did everything previously in, belongs to. Now, what you can do here is you can decide what workspaces you want to see. If you have like multiple workspaces, you can filter for different ones you want to see. You can see we have workspace owners, so the owners of these workspaces. You can also filter, maybe I am the owner of two workspaces. And then you also have workspace owners where you can do sort of the same, but it's not on the actual workspaces. It's on the workspace owners. Now I could say only show myself. Now, of course, there is only me. And then if there was also another workspace owners, this workspace with that other owner won't show up now because I only filter for myself. The next thing that you can do here is you can also sort. You can sort by workspace. So if I have another workspace that comes in the alphabet after this one, it will show up at the bottom. I can also say then descending, then it will show up at the top. And I can also add other things like filter by members. Then if I have another workspace that, for example, has 10 members, if I filter for extending, it will show up at the bottom and otherwise at the top. And here we basically have these four sorting criteria. I can change the sorting. So basically like normal sorting in databases. What I can also do here is I can sort for specific workspaces, type in Leon Maroon. Now it's the only one. So basically things that you already know from a like technical perspective. So what you can see then for every entry, so for every workspace is the name, the icon, the workspace owner, how many members, how many guests, and the hosting region. Now let's actually select one workspace. Now, if you click on a workspace, you will get this window. And this is for every workspace because you can also make settings for a workspace from this organization console. Now, this is the same like the organization menu, but for a workspace. So you can see we have our workspace with two members. We have different tabs, and you can see this is part of this organization. Now I will skip member and team spaces because this is also featured in members and team spaces, which I will guide you through. So the first thing that you can do here is for my workspace. So the workspace that we worked in, I can say from here, I want to enable Notion AI, or I want to disable Notion AI. So in the workspace, no one can use Notion AI. This is what I can do from here. I can activate HIPAA compliance from here, from the workspace. Remember, the setting was also available in the workspace settings. And last but not least, for feature settings, remember, if someone, of course, they need to have the right access in the pages with the three-dot menu, they can see the page analytics. Now I can also say from this organization console, I don't want this to be accessible. So these are the first three things that I can basically set from here. Now let's talk about the sharing settings. I can toggle on or off to have an invite link to add members. If I toggle this off, there won't be this action. If I toggle this on, the option to invite people with a link is available. Of course, to see that link, you need to have the right permission. So if you toggle this on, not every member will have access to that link if you make the right settings. Now, the next setting is a very interesting one, and this is to enable organization-wide access. So organization-wide, not only limited to workspace-wide. So here you can put in your company domain, and everyone who signs up to Notion with that email domain, which then enables the opportunity to share pages with people that are not part of your workspace, but part of the organization. So someone who is in another workspace, you can still share the pages with them if you enable this, because they are still part of the overreaching organization. So to make it short, members with that email domain can still access these pages then, even if they are not a member of this workspace. Now that we also covered sharing, let's talk about team space settings. And here you can again see your default team spaces. In this case, we only have marketing, which is what you already saw before. You can from here also toggle on to limit team space creation to workspace owners. You can also toggle on, now this is toggled off, allow members to create groups. Now, if you toggle this on, they will be able to do it. If this is toggled off, only workspace owners, and here important, the new tier, membership admins can create groups, which is very beneficial. So not every member can just randomly create a group, because groups are meant for easy permissioning. So I would definitely say toggle this on and leave this toggled off. Now, the next thing is for membership requests from team spaces links. So if someone is invited to a team space, they can, if this is toggled on, request to be a member. If this is toggled off and they will be invited via a link to a team space, they can't request membership. Now you can decide if you want to toggle this on or off. Now, the last space for general is manage workspace. And what you can do here is from here again, you can export a CSV of all your members in the workspace. You can export the workspace content. You can remove this workspace from the organization. Now here I only have one workspace, so I can't remove it because there would be an organization with 0 workspaces, which is not possible. And here, caution, under here you can also delete the workspace. So then you will, like in the settings for the workspace, delete this workspace. Now that we covered everything in general, let's talk about members. Here what you can do is you can, it looks like with the workspaces here, but here you can filter by roles. So if you have a long list of people, you can say maybe only show me workspace owners, maybe workspace owners and membership admin, or only members or restricted members. Up to you. You can filter by the different roles, and you can also filter by email domains. Like for example, in this case, I only have at gmail.com, but if you have also other domain endings, you can here filter for the different domain endings. Besides that, again, you also have the option to sort based on different criteria. You can search for specific entries, so specific members. You can add members from here, so you don't have to go in the workspace. If you're here in this organization console, you can do it from here, and you can see the different member accounts, their role, and their email. Last but not least, before we click this here and go to another menu, you can select an account, and what you can do is, if the person is a member, promote them to workspace owner. If a person is a workspace owner, you can demote them to a member. So of course, if I click here, I don't have the first option available because this account is already a workspace owner. And I also have the option to remove a person from the workspace. So with that being said, that's everything for the members menu here. Now let's click on View Full Detail, and this will open another menu. So what we have is we have the organization console. Then we went into the workspaces. Then we clicked on a workspace. Then we were in the workspace. Then in the workspaces, we talked about the members, and now we picked in our workspace a specific member, and we again then have a new menu for the members with different settings. So might be a bit complicated for the first time if you go like that much in, but it actually isn't. And if you maybe watch this again, you will definitely understand it. Now it's a bit like this and that and that, and here you have the different settings, but it's actually, if you like click through this sometime, very easy. Now the first one is again general. Now if a member has the same email domain in their email as the domain that is verified for this workspace, you would also see something here that says by what domain a person is managed. Now you can't see this here. This is also why you can't see this edit details button here. This email is different to the domain that I verified for this organization. But what you can see is for every member, you can see their email, you can see their support access. Now this account is unsupported. We have when the person was last active, and you can see when the person joined the workspace. These two are basically things that you can't see on a workspace level. Now, the next thing I want to talk with you about is this managed user access. Now, these settings, unfortunately, I don't have an account with this domain. Now, these settings are unfortunately only available for user accounts with verified domains. Now, this account has no verified domain, so these settings are not possible, but I will still walk you through every setting. So what I can do is from here for that account, I can allow support access. Let's say, for example, I wrote an email to the Notion support team and there is something with this user account and they want to have access to that account. I can here say that I want to allow support access for that account. This is possible here. Now, the next setting is to suspend or reactivate a user, and this is like for every workspace. So if I click this, I will block access for that user, so the user can't access the workspaces anymore, but I don't delete the user. So the content, everything else is intact, but that user has no longer access if the user is suspended. If I want to give them access again, I just need to reactivate the user. The last three things are actually quick ones. I can reset password, which means that I will log out the user, and if they log in, they need to reset their password. Same with force logout, then I will log out the user and require re-authentication as it stays here. So I can say just reset password or force logout. Last but not least, then we have delete user account, which is different to this one where I just suspend a user. I can here also delete an account, which will remove the person from all the workspaces. Now you have a 30-day period in which you can restore everything in the case that this was an accident. Now that we talked about everything here, even the advanced settings that are only possible if the account is with an email with a verified domain, let's talk about the workspaces section here. And here, first of all, for that user, you can filter the workspace. So if this person is a member in multiple workspaces, you can here filter only for relevant workspaces. You can also see now here I only have this person in one workspace that belongs to the organization. Let's say this account is also in a workspace that doesn't belong to this organization. Then I will also see which workspace is internal and which workspace is external. The last two things that I can do here is for a workspace, I can see, first of all, the team spaces, but I can also, this is only possible if this workspace is internal. Of course, I can't do it for an external team space, is I can first of all set the permission of the user. I can say maybe this should be workspace owner, membership admin, workspace member, restricted member, or remove the person. So if this is an internal workspace, I can manage the permission. And if the workspace is external, which I don't have here, I can even remove the user from that workspace. So I can say, you shouldn't be in that workspace, and I can remove the user from that workspace. Next, that we have general and workspaces covered for an account, let's talk about groups. So here again, so you will see repeating patterns for every option here. We have the same things. We have filter options. We can filter for a workspace. We can filter for specific groups. We can filter for specific team spaces in a workspace. This is possible. Then we also can sort the groups. We can search for a specific group. This is also possible. Same as we saw with workspaces, members. And then I can basically see the group. I can see how many members are in that group and to what team space a group belongs. This is also visible from here. Now I want to step one last layer in. So we move one layer in. Here again, we have an arrow that will open another menu. Let's click on this and we will have a specific group menu. So previously we had organization here, workspace, member. Now we also have group. By the way, don't worry, I won't miss anything. I literally went through the script and made sure that everything is covered. Even I said at the start, I will cover this. I will really cover this. We will go back to previous menus in a second. Now let's talk about this general tab for groups. Now members and team spaces, I will skip because we will cover that in here. But what we can do here is we can create a team space and we can do that from the group. Then we will create a team space and the permission, the members, everything will be taken with the information from the group. Because you could not only have a group, as I showed you previously, for example, the admins, you can also have a group called marketing, which is for the marketing team space. So you can here create a team space from that group. The last thing here in this general menu that you can do is you can also at any time delete a certain group that you selected here. So with that being said, let's talk about members. Here you will see all the members that are part of the group. Currently, this is only the account that I selected, so the workspace owner. Here you can again filter by a specific email domain. You can filter by a specific role. And you also have, again, the same options, filtering, sorting, searching for a specific entry. You can add a member to the group from here. You can see the different members, their email address, their role. You have, if you click on this, the option to remove a person from the group or to promote a person to the group owner. This is all also possible from here. The third tab that we have here is team spaces. And here all team spaces show up that belong to this group. Now, this group doesn't belong to a specific team space, so we have no team space here. But basically here, again, we have filter option. We can sort for specific team spaces, maybe only the open ones or the closed ones and so on. We have sorting, searching for entries. We can create a team space from here and we can see all the different team spaces, the owner of that team space and the access for that team space, for example, if it's open, closed, or even private. And now we will talk about the last section before we move back in this hierarchy that we now build up. The last one here is pages. And here, remember, on a page in the sharing menu, you also have the option to manage permissions based on groups. I just quickly went into Notion to add the admin group in the sharing menu for materials. So here you can see we can filter by created by, and here you can filter by who created that page, and then, for example, say I only want to see pages for that group that were created by me. This is possible. Here, same thing. We can sort by specific criteria. We can search for entries. You can see the page, who created this, when was this created, and also to whom this is shared. And the last thing here, if you click, you can say remove group from page, which will basically remove the group in the sharing menu from access. So this means that the admin group, if I click on this, will no longer have access to that page. You don't have to go into the page and then remove it. You can also do this comfortably from here, and you can even bulk edit pages. For example, select 10 pages here and then say remove group from page. So the next thing I want to feature, and here is, as I said, we need to go one layer back. For this, we need to click out here, go back to people, go to managed members, there select a person, and here now we want to talk about the audit log. And here in the audit log, again, now it's a bit narrow. You can only filter by the workspace, the date, and the event type. And here in this audit log, you can see everything that a particular person did. As you will see, we have everything that I did here in the audit log. But if I go, remember here we have viewed materials, update permission. On my other account, it's different. We have viewed new page, viewed new page. So this is really the audit log for a person, and you can even filter by the different workspaces and then even more precise with date and event types. So now the next thing that we talked about the audit log is in the workspace, go to guests. And here you can filter by the email for a given guest, by the domain. You can sort by these three criteria. You can search for specific entries, and for every guest you can see how many pages they are shared with and what their email is. Now just click here to open a guest, and then again click here, and then you can see it's the same menu that we had for members. So here we have the email. You can see this is a guest. We have support access, which is unsupported. Last active. For joined, it's incomplete because joined means that you are a member of the workspace, but guests are not members. And then we have the option to upgrade a guest to a member from here. We have the option to remove a guest from the workspace from here, and the same options here that I already showed you. Now here it's again not available because this guest account has no verified domain in their email. Now let's go to workspaces. And here you can filter by the different workspaces. In this case, it's only one workspace. It's the workspace that we created. And for every workspace for that guest, you can see how many tier spaces the workspace has, and you can remove guest access for that given workspace. Now let's quickly talk about the last two things. Groups is not available because groups is reserved for members of a workspace. And then we have the audit log, which is like in members. This audit log shows everything for that particular guest account. Now that we talked about guests, let's go back to general workspace and then open the workspace again. And now let's move on from guests to groups. And here in groups, you can see we can filter by the different group types. In this case, we have a group, And in the meantime, I added also my second account to this group. So now this account and my other account are in the admin group, but I have no real group owner. I selected none of the both account for the group owner, because what you could do here in the Notion settings under members, groups, and then the group is you can go in here and make a person a group owner. Now, because I didn't do that, the group is admin managed. So it's managed by the workspace owner. Now I could, and which is what I did in the meantime, make my other account or this account, my primarily account, as a group owner. And then you will see now here my main account, which I'm currently on, is a member because I made the other account a group owner. You can see that it is now user managed by a designated group owner. So we have admin managed when there is no specific group owner. It's managed by admins like workspace owners or membership admins. Then we have user managed, which means if you set a specific user as the group owner, or you have synced, which means if groups are managed by Skim. And then besides the filtering, you have the option to sort a group, search for a specific group, create a new group from here. You can see what you are for that group. Now I'm a group member, not a group owner. You can see the type. In this case, it's user managed. You can see the owner, which is my second account. You can see how many members and how many associated team spaces. The last thing you can do here is you could then add members or delete the group. And this is basically it for groups. Now, the last thing for a workspace that I want to talk with you about is team spaces. And here we can see all the team spaces for the given workspace from here. You have the option to sort, for example, by the name, then descending. You have the option to search for a specific entry or to create a team space from here. And then, of course, you have the different properties. You have the owner of a given team space. You have the access. Here it's default, here it's closed, and the member count. Besides that, last thing, you can also invite members from here to a team space or archive a team space. And this is basically everything for this workspace menu. Now let's go out here, go back to general. Let's talk about manage email domains. And here you can filter by the different status. You can filter by verified if a domain is verified. Then we have pending if it's not verified, but you started everything. And we have failed if it failed to verify the domain. Now here for my email domain, you can see it's verified. Currently it's not linked to a specific workspace. And here, very important, you can also hover over it to see it yourself. This means workspaces in your organization that have been created by a user with that domain. So here workspaces will show up that were created by, for example, a user with John and then this domain as an example. So not linked in post, but created by a user with that domain. And then we also have associated user accounts. And these are accounts that have an email with that domain. Now, besides seeing all of this and filtering for the different status options, you can here again filter. You can search for a specific domain if you have multiple, and you can add an email domain from here. The last thing that you can do here is via the three-dot menu, you can remove a specific domain that you have verified that maybe is pending or that failed. A general recommendation that I can give you is for enterprise in the workspace, deactivate the allowed domain function. Is pretty good for small teams. If you're a small team, still use it. If you're a bigger team, definitely deactivate the allowed domain option. Because on a small team, it's beneficial because you probably have an overview of who is a member and what access do they have. But in a large team, this can get out of control. Let's say, for example, you are a very big company. There is the potential risk that an ex-employee still has access to the email and can just join the workspace again. Now, in a small team, if if someone joins, because you will probably check, you will see this user is not supposed to be in the workspace and you can remove them. But if you have like a bunch of people in your workspace, you maybe won't notice it or you are unaware of this happening. Instead, what you want to do is you want to let your IDP, like for example, Google Workspace, do that. Because if you then in your Google Workspace, for example, remove a person from the Google Workspace and you use Skim, more to that in a second, the user will automatically also get removed from Notion. So you have to only remove them in your IDP. And for example, then in Notion, the user will also get removed. On top, you have much more control if you use these features on who can join. So instead of everyone with the email domain, so you can limit access to, for example, a specific group in your IDP. Otherwise, everyone with that domain can join the workspace. Now, for this, we will go to the sales assisted plan. So for everyone on a enterprise limited plan, this is not for you. This is really for the sales assisted enterprise plan. If a domain has been verified, organization owners can transfer, delete, or claim ownership over workspaces created by users with that verified domain. So what you do is you are on a sales assisted enterprise plan, then you have a domain verified, and every workspace that got created by a person that has an email with that verified domain, you can claim ownership, you can transfer in the organization, or you can also delete it because you have the domain. So you can control all the workspaces created by users with that domain. And this is only possible if you're an organization owner of a sales assisted enterprise plan. So before you had the organization, there was no domain verified. You had all these rogue workspaces that got created by employees with the account that has the email with the verified domain. And then if the domain is verified by the organization, you can move all the rogue workspaces into the organization. But there is one exception for the domain suffix .edu. If you have, for example, my domain dot and then not something like .com, .de or whatever, if this is .edu for education, everything that I told you with claiming ownership over rogue workspaces is not possible for that domain suffix. On top, there is a 14-day cooldown. And this 14-day cooldown period after verifying a domain is pretty good, so no one can go into the organization console, verify a domain, and delete all the rogue workspaces. Also important to say, if you have all these workspaces that are currently not part of the organization, in order to claim them, if it's just a workspace where one person is in it and the creator is someone with that verified domain in the email, you can just claim it. For workspaces where there are multiple people, maybe even multiple different people, not only people with the domain in the email. The first thing is the workspace needs to be created by a person with the domain. And the second thing is in that workspace, at least one person with the verified domain in the email for their account needs to be an owner. Otherwise, you can't claim it. This prevents that, let's say, for example, this workspace got created for a client. And it got created by a person. Let's say the domain is mycompanydomain.com and it got created by John at mycompanydomain.com. And then John hands over the workspace to the client. So they are only members not connected to my organization, to that domain. So I can't just claim the workspace because it got created by someone with an account that has the verified domain, because now it's no longer mine. I handed it over to someone else. So that's why there are two criteria in order to claim a workspace. First, it needs to be created by someone with that verified domain, and there needs to be at least one owner still with the verified domain in order to claim it. Otherwise, you can't claim the workspace. Second thing, you can't claim a workspace that is already part of another organization. So if a workspace is already part of another organization, you can't claim the workspace. And the third thing, last but not least, if a workspace got created with, for example, a private email of a person, and then later that person changed the email in their account to an email that holds the verified domain, you can't claim that workspace because it wasn't created by a user with that verified domain. That workspace was created from a user with their private email address, with their private domain, and then the user changed it to an email with the verified domain in it, but you can't claim it because, remember, first criteria was the workspace needs to be created with a verified domain in it. The last two things in order to this that I want to mention is, first thing is all the workspaces that get claimed by the organization will automatically be upgraded to enterprise, because remember, organizational console is something reserved for enterprise. And if you have, for example, two workspaces that are currently rogue and that are currently, for example, one is on the free plan, one is on the plus plan, if you claim these workspaces, they will also get upgraded to the enterprise plan. The last thing is basically something to prevent all of this, and basically what I can only recommend is limit workspace creation to organization owners, so that not anyone like in your workspace can randomly create team spaces and whatsoever. This is also for workspaces, so make sure that only organization owners maybe can create workspaces, so you have control over all the workspaces. Now that we talked about all these things in terms of domain, let's go back to general. So that was managed email domains. Now let's briefly talk about SSO and SCIM. I won't set this up because it's external, but what you have here is you have the option to enable SSO for login. You can here again choose the login method, like any method or maybe only SSO, which is what I talked about earlier. Then if someone isn't part of your Google Workspace, they won't be able to join a Notion workspace. Then we also have automatic account creation, which means then if someone joins via SSO, a account gets automatically created. This is also what you can do. Then you can decide to what workspace someone should be added if they join for the first time. You have the option to require SAML authorization for workspace access. So here you have some familiar settings from the workspace, but also some new ones. And this is because this is SSO on the organization level, not on the workspace level. Last thing here, also on the organization level, is you have SCIM. So what you can toggle on and off here is you can suppress invite emails from SCIM provisioning. You can manage your tokens here, and basically this is it for SCIM. So this is what you can do. You can also set up SSO and SCIM on the organization level. So that's it for the whole general section. Took a time, but now let's move on to people. The first thing that you can see here is you can see the accounts that belong to that organization. You can here add members, and here then you can search for names or emails. You can decide on what access they should have, and then you can decide on the workspace you want to add the member to. Because remember, here we are an organization, so first we need to decide who, then what access, and then what workspace of that organization. And then here again, which is what I already showed you, we have manage members, manage guests, manage groups, which is what I already showed you. Now let's briefly talk about manage user accounts. And here you can first filter by email domain, by workspace, by two-step verification method. You have authenticator. This is where you get your 6-digit code, phone number, backup code, we have the status, which is either active or suspended, because here, this is what I previously showed you where I said this user has not a verified domain in their email, so everything was grayed out. But this is here where you can see all the managed user accounts, so accounts which have the verified domain in their email. Now, currently I have no account, so I can't see it. Otherwise, you will see the user, you will see their status, their email, what workspaces they are part of, and when they are last active. So here, all the managed user accounts will show up. So the accounts that have an email with the verified domain. So let's get out here and let's talk about this last bit for a second. The first thing that we can do is we can allow users to change profile information. And here again, this is only possible for managed accounts. Managed accounts, again, accounts that have a verified domain in their email. Then for these, we can say, because they are managed, I want to allow them that they can update their name and profile photo, or not. We can allow users to create new workspaces. This means that, let's say I have someone called John and his email is john@mycompanydomain.com. And then if I toggle this on, he could go off and create a new workspace. If I toggle this off, I can say only I as the organization owner can create workspaces, which is what I want. Next thing that you can do is you can allow users to join external workspaces. And this is not for joining them as a guest, but to rather joining them as a member. And here you can say, yes, they can join another workspace as a member, or you can say, no, they can be a guest, so have access to some pages, but they can't join another workspace. The next thing is in terms of support access. For example, if someone from the Notion team wants to access that account from the user because something is off, you can grant the user the access to handle everything in terms of the support access. And the last two things are you can first enable Notion Mail. Here, important to say, if you re-enable Notion Mail, so you disable it and then you re-enable it, the changes will take 24 hours to fully propagate. This is something to keep in mind, so you can't just switch off and on and then everything works. This takes some time, so you can say for the managed user accounts, should they have access to Notion Mail or not. And the last thing is also in terms of Notion Mail, and this is because now in Notion Mail you can have multiple email addresses. And here you can define what second emails they can add. Should they be able to add, like for example, a private email to their Notion Mail account for that company, or only verified domains, so another email that has the verified domain in it. This is what you can specify here. I, for example, in my Notion Mail account have my work email and also my private email, so I can switch between them pretty fast. And the last section, which is account access, also, now it's the same heading, but it still applies to only managed user accounts, is you can set a session duration. For example, let's say I set it to 180 days. You can also set it to a lower number. Higher is not possible, but this means that if 180 days or something else have passed, a managed user account needs to re-authenticate. And then the last three things are things that you need to be careful with. The first one is to remove all email aliases. The second one is reset passwords for all users. This means that you will log out everyone, and if they log in again, they need to reset their password. And last one, which is also something that you saw previously, so I can also say log out all users, and then I will log out my managed users, and I require re-authentication. And that's also basically everything for people. Now let's move on to security. Now, in terms of security, the first sentence is really important. Here, you can enforce settings from the organization to the workspaces. Currently, it's only one workspace, but this means that you will enforce it to the workspace, and workspace owners, which are under organization owners, won't be able to change it, so to overwrite it. The first section of the 4 is IP address restriction. And if we click in here, you will see this window. And here you can say that people can only log in from an approved IP address, which is pretty powerful. So what you can do is you can toggle this on or off. You can filter by specific IP addresses. If you defined an IP address here, you can search for a specific IP address and you can add an IP rule here. So what you do here is you add a group, and then you can insert up to 16 valid IP addresses. And then if you set this to on and you add something here, only with these IP addresses, users will be able to access. So once we have this, let's talk about publishing pages. And here, this is something that you already saw on a workspace level. Now we talk about organization level. And here, this works as a cascading model. So let's first talk about publishing sites, forms, and public links. And currently, this is workspace managed. So in every workspace, the workspace owner manages this setting. But what I can also do is I could go for enabled for everyone, which means that now it is enabled for anyone from the organization. So I say it's enabled for everyone. I can also say disabled for everyone. Then you will see it's disabled. Or what I just had is I can say make this workspace managed. So in the workspace, they can decide, and I can start, for example, to do it from here, enable it for everyone. In marketing, I want them to be able to publish sites, forms, and public links. I can also say here in sales, I disable this for everyone. So you can go in here and say, I want this setting to be managed by the different workspace owners. And then I want to set this from here, but then the workspace owner can change it to say, for example, hey, in marketing, this is possible. And also in sales, this is possible. Remember, if I enable or disable it for everyone, I can say this stays enabled or this stays disabled. So you have the choice between I want to set this on an organization level, like for example, disable it for everyone and then bulk apply it. Now it's disabled for everyone and can't be managed on a workspace level. Or I can say manage this on a workspace level, and then I can maybe make some settings here, but this can be changed on the workspace then. So now in every team space and in the workspace, people can publish sites, forms, and public links. And here, first, now I talked about these settings, you again have the option to filter by workspace, to filter by settings, you can sort, you can search for a specific workspace, and here you can also say maybe, as I told you, I want to manage everything from the organization, so I can see what is it on a workspace level, for what team spaces is it enabled or disabled, and I can see here the organization, the workspace, under that in the toggles, the different team spaces. I can see the amount of published pages. I can see how many team spaces are in a workspace, how many team spaces are in that organization, how many members, and then of course the settings. So you can play with this and experiment with this, but that's basically it for publishing sites, forms, and publish links. So last but not least, to remember this, you can make this organization level or workspace managed. So it's also a cascading model. And this is also possible for exporting pages. Here it's the same, and it's also the same for duplicating pages to other workspaces. Here, this is only on an organization level, or on a workspace level. Maybe you have a workspace where you say, I don't want to be able to duplicate pages to another workspace. And then you can say for another workspace, yeah, this is okay. And that's in total it for publishing pages. Now let's talk about members and guests. The first one is requesting membership, which is what you previously saw, what we did. Here again, we have the option to make this workspace managed or to manage this from the organization. Same with adding guests. You can say on organization, you can make this workspace managed, and here you have 3 settings, not 2. You can say enable adding guests for everyone. Then everyone will be able to add guests by request only. So people can request to add guests and workspace owners or memberships admins need to approve this. Or you can say disable this, then to this workspace guests can't be added. And last but not least, also same procedure for integrations. You have the option to add integrations. You can make this organization managed and say maybe approved only, maybe native or approved, which is approved by workspace owners or which is recommended by Notion, which we had previously. And again, you can here do this on a organization level, on workspace managed. You can pre-apply things here. And this is also possible for webhook automations, which I also showed you previously, where you can under connections set this to say, I don't want webhooks to be triggered from automations and buttons. And this is basically it for the security settings on the organization console. So here you have these different options and you can apply something to every workspace, to every team space from here, or you can say, I want this to be workspace managed. So you pass it down to the different workspaces and say the workspace owner can modify this. Now let's talk about data and compliance. Here we have 3 things. We will start with legal holds. And legal holds are based on the audit log feature. Think of a legal hold like a pause button. In the case of a legal hold, every page created, edited, or viewed gets preserved to prevent deletion and modification of these documents. For the legal hold, the people that are in that legal hold won't get notified. So it's not like they get a notification you are on legal hold. This is not the case. You can create a hold and the affected people of that hold won't get notified. Now there are 2 remaining questions in regard to the legal hold. The first one is who can be put on legal hold, and these are guests, members, workspace owners, and even people removed after the 1st of August 2024. So not only members and workspace owners, but also guests and even people removed after the 1st of August 2024. Now, the second question is, how far in the past can I place a legal hold? And audit logs got created in 2022. So on the one hand, let's say you upgraded to Enterprise in April 2025. You can go, if this is after May 2022, as far back as when you upgraded to Enterprise, or if you upgraded to Enterprise before May 2022, you can only go as far back as May 2022. So TLDR only as far back of the Enterprise upgrade if it's after May 2022, or if it happened before that, only as far as May 2022. Now here I won't create a new legal hold because I don't know what happens at Notion in the background and I don't want to trigger an important system and then maybe get into trouble. I will only explain. You have here an overview of the holds. You can filter by status, either active or released. You can filter by hold members, so people affected by that hold. And then here you can sort. You can search for a specific entry. You You can create a hold from here, and then for every hold you can see the name of the hold, the status, either active or released, the affected workspaces, the affected people, which are called hold members, the period of the hold, and when that was last modified at. And this is basically everything for legal holds. Now let's move on to content search. And content search is basically what it is on a normal workspace level. You have different filter options. Here you have, of course, the option to filter for workspaces, because we're not on workspace, we are on the organization level, but the other ones are the same. You can again search for entries, download content, search, and here you can see an example for materials. You can again, of course, also change permissions from here for the from the organization console. You can see the location, the content status, the audience, the shared with, so the people, and the passive properties. And that's basically it for content search. It's the same as on the workspace level, but now we are on the organization level and we can filter by the different workspaces. Now let's talk about the audit log, because there is something a bit different. And for the audit log, to understand is we have audit log based on the workspaces, so an audit log for the workspace, but we also have an audit log for the organization console, which you can see here. You can see every action, like verified the domain, organization created, added workspace Leon Maroon to the organization, and so on. So everything that we did in the organization console gets written down here. But the other option that we have here, literally filters are the same except that one thing. And what we can do is we can also, besides the organization audit log, access the audit logs for the different workspaces from here. So here I see the audit log from the workspace. So here I can see the audit log for the workspace. So this is the only difference here. We have an audit log for the organization, but we can also access the audit logs for the different workspaces. Now let's talk about the last section here, which is analytics. And these are the analytics for the organization. I can here see what workspaces, and I can, for example, if I had a second one, also select a second workspace or switch. Now we only have this workspace. I can select a time range, and then I can see things like user management, active members, active guests. Here also the same overview that I already showed you. Most active viewers, most active editors, total page views, page edits. You can see the most active team spaces, most popular pages, search queries, the usage of AI, as you can see here. So literally everything that I had in the workspace in the analytics, I can also access from the organization console with the analytics, and then by filtering for a given workspace. So it's literally the same, but I just want to show you that you can access it from the organization console. And that's basically it. Now, before we move on to the last thing of this ultimate guide, which is the comparison of the plans and my final recommendation, let's talk about something called transferring ownership. So what transfer ownership means is, let's say you have a user in your workspace and that user can also have private pages. Now, if the user gets removed from the workspace or the user leaves the workspace, they can leave private pages behind. On an enterprise plan, the workspace owner can then go to recently left, and then the user will show up here that recently left the workspace. Now the period is 30 days, so only users that left the workspace within 30 days, in the last 30 days, left the workspace and that had private pages will show up here. And then you will have a button that says transfer pages. You will see, for example, if that user has 3 private pages here, and then you can click on transfer, and then you can decide to which existing user you want to transfer the private pages. So this is pretty nice. If someone leaves the workspace, you can see all the people that left the workspace in the last 30 days here and had private pages. And then via a transfer button that shows up here, you will be able to transfer the private pages of that person to an existing user. So that is transfer ownership. One last thing in regard to this is if a person leaves your workspace and rejoins within 30 days, a workspace owner will be able to restore their private pages. If you didn't transfer them, they will be able to restore the shared pages, the group memberships, the team space memberships, all of that if the user rejoins within 30 days. So this is important to understand. Now let's talk about the different plans. And I will now put an overview on the screen because I will now read what I wrote here and you will see it on the screen. So last thing that I want to mention here before we move on to comparing the different plans. If you need the Enterprise Limited plan or you like some features and want to upgrade and want to use some features of the enterprise plan that you like or that are beneficial to you in that fully customized workspace that I can build for you, I can also include all the enterprise features, build the enterprise console for you, and so on. So if you want that, if you want to have a fully customized workspace to your needs, there is a link in the video description down below. So what you have on a free plan in terms of features is you can invite 10 guests. Also, admins have to invite people one by one. There is no auto provisioning or domain-based access. And remember, if you are more than one member, you have 1000 blocks as a limit. Additionally, the page history is only 7 days. This is what you get on a free plan. On a plus plan, you will then have 100 guests to invite. Then the option, if your email matches an approved company domain, you can join automatically. No invitation needed. This is because only one person can own a domain and add prefixes to it. Then the page history gets extended to 30 days. You have unlimited blocks, so you are not capped at 1000. You will unlock Notion charts. You will unlock Notion forms. You will also unlock 5 Notion domains. On the free plan, you only have 1. You will unlock custom domain access. It's still paid, but here you have the option to access it in the first place. You have advanced search engine indexing. You will unlock custom sites, unlimited file upload. On a free plan, the limit is 5 MB. You will unlock auto downloads for offline mode. On a free plan, you need to do that manually. You will unlock automations. On a free plan, you only have buttons. And you have priority support, because on a free plan, you are not eligible for priority support. Then we have the business plan. And on a business plan, you can invite up to 250 people. Also, you have the option to activate SSO. The page history gets extended to 90 days. You will unlock page verification, the dashboard view. You will unlock granular database permissions, private team spaces, advanced team space permissions. You will unlock AI and things like enterprise search, meeting notes, and the newest addition to AI custom agents. On top, you can export your entire workspace as a PDF. And last but not least, you will have access to Notion's newest addition, which are Notion Workers. I did a complete video on this new release on my channel. Now that we talked about the first 3 plans, now let's also cover the Enterprise Limited plan, because this is the highest plan that you can subscribe to yourself. On that, you will unlock unlimited page history. You can invite infinite guests. Skim is available. You have 0 data retention. On other plans, it's 30 days. You have granular admin roles. You have advanced security controls in your workspace. You have analytics in your workspace. You unlock the audit log as well as the content search. And you will have the option to delete AI meeting note transcripts. And last but not least, what we just did is you unlock the organization console. So this is everything in regard to the different plans. Now, my final recommendation. If you're a student or private person, definitely go for the free or the plus plan. If you're a private user or a student that heavily relies on AI, or you know how to use AI, or you're already using AI, maybe consider, because AI is only available on the business plan, to still, even though if you're not a business, subscribe to the business plan. If you don't need AI, then definitely my recommendation is to either go for the free or the plus plan. For everyone else, so small businesses, bigger businesses, solopreneurs, you name it, I can only recommend to go for the business plan, because you will unlock AI, you will now unlock workers, granular database permission, dashboard views, you name it, so much more. So for private users like just normal people, students, I can only recommend to go for free or plus plan. For everyone else, go for the business plan. Or if you need a particular feature, because I like, for example, the analytics to see how my workspace works and what I do there, maybe even subscribe to Enterprise, even though you maybe don't need a lot of features. For some, it's still worth upgrading. And for enterprise teams, of course, go for the enterprise plan. I want to exclude them from the rest. Enterprise teams, of course, go for the enterprise plan. And that's basically it. Thank you very much for watching.